What's up, everybody? I'm Damon Hatfield, and welcome to a very special event here at IGN. We're joined this afternoon by very special guests from the Video Game History Foundation. This is Steve Lynn and Frank Cifaldi.
Hello. Awesome. Hello.
Thank you so much for coming by the show. Man, I hope you are settled in and ready for a very fun afternoon, because we're going to be talking and playing old video games all afternoon. We're also joined by a man who needs no introduction here at IGN, and a man to whom video game history is an important subject. Jared Petty.
Thank you very much for welcoming me. I think these gentlemen have been willing to put their lives on the line for it. I just babble about their work and pretend I know what I'm talking about. That's the difference. But thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. So, gentlemen, why are we here? Tell us first a little bit about the Video Game History Foundation.
Sure, you want me to start?
Yeah, sure.
So the Video Game History Foundation, I should talk to you, not the camera.
Yes.
Whatever
Video Game History Foundation, it's a 501c3 nonprofit organization here in the United States in Oakland. And we just launched this morning, and we're here to save video game history. So this is work that Steve and I and other board members have been doing for a long, long time now. I've been doing it since like 1998 or so. I've always just felt that video games, are worthy of study, are worthy of looking back on and knowing where they came from. And as an historian and a former journalist myself, I never felt like I had real access to the kinds of materials I needed to tell the story of where a game came from. And so we started this nonprofit to try to fix that.
And today you've just launched your Patreon today.
True, yes.
Right, which viewers can go to gamehistory.org/donate.
Yes, please.
If you want to help out, be a part of the cause. How about the
And
cause?
it's such an exciting cause. I mean, it's kind of like if we were alive when old Hollywood's first generation, when the silent movie years were ending, and nobody was saving a lot of these films, and directors were beginning to die off, and screenwriters were beginning to die off, and frankly, some of the luminaries of our industry have already passed away, and more are getting up there, and valuable materials that are never going to be found, never going to be saved, are already lost. These guys are working to make sure that history is preserved so that we don't have the same regrets about video games in 40 or 50 years that we have about old Hollywood now. Those lost stories. You guys are constantly finding new bits of history and literally saving them from destruction. And that is thrilling.
This is why you're here. I just want to riff on the Hollywood point for a minute. So you mentioned the golden age of Hollywood, sort of the silent era. The Film Foundation, which is actually a big inspiration for the Video Game History Foundation, they have a statistic that is pretty true that 80% of movies from the silent era are gone. They just don't exist anymore because there wasn't anyone in that golden age of Hollywood that recognized like, hey, wait a minute, this stuff's important, we should save it. We're in a little bit better position with video games than we were back then, but it's not great.
Not where we want to be. Right. And I mean, I think those of us that grew up in the internet age forget the fact that video games didn't begin in the internet age. And there were things that only exist on paper, design documents and art assets that have never been digitized, that are constantly still being discovered in newspaper articles and interviews. And there's so much physical media that needs to be saved and scanned and preserved and kept. And a lot of that hasn't been found. And then things that just existed on disk that maybe never ended up on a hard drive. Or if that hard drive existed, it's gone and was gone long ago. Or the optical media, there's one copy left. And you guys are keeping that around. And because of that, people are going to be able to know about these things, and occasionally, thanks to your efforts, people have actually been able to play them. I mean, you guys had a lot to do with saving like Desert Bus, right? That was
Penn and Teller Smoke and Mirrors for the Sega CD. We were the ones who kind of helped get that online. Among other unreleased games that we're actually going to be playing quite a few of them today.
Yeah, we've got a ton of them.
Including one people have never seen before.
That's right.
Never seen before.
Yeah. One other thing, it's like by getting all these documents and everything together, we're actually able to do more informed interviews with the people who created them. A lot of these questions that we'll ask are very specific about like something that happened 30 years ago. You're not going to be able to remember all of that. But through documentation and providing interviewers with that reference material, they can really help set the table and say, like, this is what you were working on before, here's who you were working with, here's where you were working, here's what happened after. And then from there, we've seen it kind of spark that memory in a lot of those developers where they say, oh, right, okay, I do remember that story. Let me tell you why that asset looks really strange.
So yeah, I entreat you, if you're out there watching this, support these guys and what they're doing. I mean, we live in great, rare times. I walked, I'm supporting them, and I hope that you will as well. It really does matter what they're doing. This isn't going to last very long. I walked into the Video Game History Museum here in the area recently and just ran into Steve Russell, who invented Space War, one of the very first video games. That's not going to be possible forever. And so we need to document this now because we are blessed with a deliciously marvelous, interactive, wonderful, artistic hobby, and somebody needs to make sure that we don't lose the best parts of it, and these guys are doing that.
So what's your goal for sharing all this with people out there who are interested?
Sure. So we have this notion of building a digital library of these assets and these collections, which is a big ongoing thing because there are solutions out there, like the Internet Archive. We dump everything on there if we wanted to, or Moby Games or whatever. But we just don't feel that anything's quite hitting the needs that I would have as an historian, wanting to, be able to search through a giant archive and find the information I want and be able to, have things tagged appropriately. So we have this ongoing, massive, probably years long, to be honest, project to have this digital library. But in the meantime, what we're doing is sort of mirroring some of the special collections from our back-end digital library and publishing them online. So, for example, right now, if you go to gamehistory.org, we put together a collection that we're actually going to be talking about later today, related to the 1985 launch of the Nintendo Entertainment System, which is its own crazy story, which I know you know, and I think you know, and I know for sure you know.
That's kind of been your crusade, though, digging the details of that down for years now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of my better-known articles have been, about that era, because it was just it's so interesting, the stories there. But we're able to dig up things like, press coverage from 1985 that we didn't even know existed until we went digging, in like consumer electronics magazines of the time and stuff. And
Furnishing magazine.
Home Furnishing magazine. I don't have that one up yet, but I have a student at ASU right now digging through their library, finding that for me. We were able to get like these cool trade ads that only existed in magazines that you would get if you were like the buyer for a toy store, that like Nintendo, and it gives us insight into how they were positioning things back then. And so the idea behind that collection and other collections is just like, here we're hyper focusing on this one subject matter. We're sort of like, this is such a buzzword now, but it works so well. We're like open sourcing the idea of writing a history article on this subject by just putting all of the data in one place and letting people go crazy with it. So that's on the website right now. We've got more of coming very, very soon. And so we'll be sharing items in that way and on our Patreon blog as well.
Sure. Yeah, your Patreon just launched today. Do you want to talk a little bit about what you're offering to donators?
Sure. Sure. So the Patreon, as opposed to just donating, through credit card or whatever, we see that more as a place for people who actually want to be involved. Like the most common question I get is, how can I help? How can, like, people care about this, obviously. Like, you see Jared's enthusiasm. That is not uncommon.
It's an understatement.
And people just want to know how to help, how they can contribute, and like, the Patreon is sort of where we can build this community of people who actually want to be a part of the conversation and shape how this thing goes and solve these problems together. Because, frankly, this is day one of a company that I'm going to run until I can't anymore. This is the rest of my life. I'm retiring into this. This company's probably going to evolve in ways that I just can't even conceive of yet, So, the Patreon is really where that action is, where we're actually shaping the future of what this thing is and what we can accomplish.
I see.
And so, there's Discord access, so you can talk to us, and monthly Google Hangouts, and like even one-on-one time if you want to give me $100 a month.
So one of the things we're going to be showing during the stream are a lot of physical like artifacts, right? And I've long said I'm going to donate everything that's in my collection to different museums. It does no good being in my personal collection. We want people to be able to access this in ways where you can walk in and actually hopefully play with it. Maybe not everything, but as much as possible. So it's really facilitating that donation process, both for myself, for a couple other people on the board, but also for larger collections. We've been contacted by, hey, I ran this company 20 years ago. I have all these things. Where should it go? How does it work? And that's really something that we're going to help facilitate as well, is getting things into archives to where it's publicly accessible. The digital archive is really there because anybody can access it anywhere, right? So I don't have to go to Arizona and have someone go through a physical library. But with these, it's want to rotate it through a collection, or like the Strong Museum of Play. If you want to look through Roberta Williams' original King's Quest notes, you can do that. You can go to the museum, you can actually have a request, and they bring it out on a little cart. And that's really what we want to do with some of these physical artifacts as well.
I love the idea of you throwing on a fedora and just staring in a mirror and going, it belongs in a museum.
I have said that many, many times.
That does bring up a point real quick, is that we're not a museum. You know, that's sort of one of the most common misconceptions that people have about what we're doing. We don't want to operate a physical space if we can help it. Like we're actually facilitating the donations of things to places that have, you know, archivists and librarians on staff that can actually like take care of things in a space that's publicly accessible. What we're interested in doing is making sure they have what they need and making things just more accessible to people.
Well, the whole operation is very exciting, and we have a very exciting afternoon coming up for you. Next up, we're going to be playing the original carts from the Nintendo World Championships. But first, you've got a little video that you put together for the launch of the Patreon that we're going to roll real quick, so stay tuned.
Every game has a story, and just playing the game only tells you a part of it. If you want the rest of it, you have to go back in time. You need to look at the box and the packaging to see how the game was sold. You need to know the culture that surrounded it. You need to be able to dig out magazines and see what game players of the time thought of it. Historians rely on this material in order to be able to tell a story about how a game was made and where it came from and why it was important. And that material is in danger of disappearing if we don't act and save it. I'm Frank Cifaldi. I've been working in the video game industry for a little over a decade. I've been a producer, I've been a developer, I've been an editor and a journalist, but my nights and weekends have always been spent saving this industry's past and archiving its history. There are amazing things happening in the world of game preservation, but outside of a handful of museums and public archives and libraries, I don't know of any nonprofits that are specifically dedicated to preserving the legacy of video games. So I started one. The Video Game History Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation dedicated to preserving the history of video games. We believe that video games are more than just playable code. It's the ephemeral material that was produced around it. It's the marketing, it's the stories, and all of these things are in danger of disappearing unless we actually go out and find it and make sure that it's safe. It's in collectors' closets, it's in developer garages, but a lot of people just don't know where to put this stuff. We want to archive it, we want to digitize it and make it available to researchers. We want to take museum pieces and put them in actual museums. And I think more than that, we need to educate people on what kind of material is actually of value to historians and researchers. So we're starting off small right now. We're digitizing video game history and making sure researchers can access it. But in the future, who knows? Maybe we can open up a library and allow researchers to come access physical material. Maybe we become the facilitator for the museums that exist. Maybe we tell developers how to make sure their code is safe and secure. There's a whole lot of ways we could go, and I'm really excited to figure out which directions we can, but we can't do any of it without your help. But most importantly, what your pledge gives us is the opportunity to actually do this right, to make this a full-time pursuit, to actually make a video game history foundation. If you believe in this as much as we do, join us. Let's save video game history together.
Hey, what's up? It's Brian Altano here with Mary Kish from Twitch. I almost did the Mary Twitch from Kish.
Yeah, that would be good.
And Stephen Lynn from the Video Game History Foundation.
Yeah.
We're going to be streaming all day right here on IGN, trying to preserve video game history. It's going to be awesome. And by doing that, we're going to celebrate a lot of the sort of strange and weird and obtuse treasures that you guys have kind of collected on your way, including this, the Nintendo World Championships from 1990.
Yeah.
Now, Stephen, what's up with this game?
Okay, this is the holy grail of game collecting, right? This is the Nintendo World Championships gold cartridge and then the gray cartridge. This is esports 27 years ago. Nintendo did a 29-city tour where they basically brought a bunch of trucks. If you've seen the Wizard Video Armageddon, that's pretty much the NWC. So they would have people compete in each city, and then they had all of those winners go to a central location to determine the Nintendo World Champion. So the gray cartridges are the ones given out to the winners of the local competitions, and then the gold was given out during a Nintendo Power competition or a contest. And then I've also brought the controllers.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness.
These are much more unusual. They were actually the controllers that were hooked up to the systems when you were competing in the NWC. So I was a semifinalist in Cleveland.
Are you kidding me?
And so so holding on to these, before they were slabbed, was a real big memory for me. And so each time you would want to compete, you'd have to pay $3, and then they'd put you in a giant pool of people. You'd go against everybody there, and then they'd call up the top 5 scores to the stage, and then all of you would go against each other. And then on the Sunday, the last day of the event, they basically had everybody compete to determine the city winners.
I can't believe we're gonna break this open.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
play
exactly.
It's really crazy.
I left the mallet.
It's a little Donkey Kong hammer.
Yeah, that's right.
So how did you obtain these actual artifacts here? Because I imagine these are some of the rarest things in all of Nintendo land.
Yeah, they are. So I've been a collector for a very long time, and so I did buy them. I tracked down the gold through someone who had started contacting people in the phone book.
It's so
because
shiny.
they put the names of all the winners. So he was going through phone books and be like, okay, Smith in like wherever, Colorado, and then he'd start calling everybody with that last name, saying, "Did
Would you
win
willing to part with it?
Exactly. And then this is in in '91.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So this is a really long time ago. He acquired a bunch of them and was able to get it from there.
Were they kind of like, why?
Yeah.
What's it worth?
Yeah, well, exactly. Well,
Why do you ask?
$100,
Like typing
right?
it in the
Yeah, I
background.
was like, what's going on? And then, no internet, right? Back
Right. You
then.
couldn't even verify that this was a rare thing.
Right. And then the gray cartridge, actually I had 2. I donated one to charity before, but I kept this one because it was Heather Ireland. She was one of the only female competitors in the NWC. And so it's really good condition, and it was one of those things where she saw an article about how much these were worth and then realized, Mom, Dad, do you still have that in the closet? And
Wow.
I said yes, and so that's how we dug it out. So, and then the controllers were from another collector.
That is so cool. And they're in such great shape. Everything is in great condition.
Yeah. These are all going to a museum, and if they're going to be museum pieces, you want to have really nice things.
Yeah, for sure. So the Video Game History Foundation aims to sort of collect things like this, treasures and sort of one-off oddities from all throughout gaming history, so that we can preserve it and people can find stuff like this forever.
Yes. Yeah. And really, it's about access. Right?
Yeah.
Giving people access to, look at the artifacts, look through all the documentation we have. We have internal NES docs that talk all about about everything that you can, like how everything was set up. So you know what? We're gonna get to playing.
Yeah, let's actually play it.
Let's
Okay.
play one of these artifacts.
This is the actual competition.
I don't like using the word artifacts to talk about things that we played when we were kids.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well, it makes us feel old, right?
6 minutes 21 seconds. Brian, you're up first, and here we go. It's 3 games: Super Mario Brothers, Rad Racer, and Tetris.
So right off the bat, these are some get 50 coins. I can do this.
Get 50 coins is the first thing in Super Mario Brothers. And
Ooh, 99 lives. That's a good start.
You want to get through this as quickly as possible because
It's going
Great.
well.
Yeah, it's going
Good
real
start.
well. This is
Really
a
good
fantastic
start.
start.
Hi everyone, it's me, Brian. I talk about video games for a living.
Right?
Does that count as your coin?
Yeah. He has 2 coins
All right,
now.
you're like getting
48 more.
It's
to
not
go.
per life. Right?
No. Oh yeah. I don't think anybody would have made it in there. There you go. Yeah, I get the secret.
I feel like Mary's going to be at a major advantage here. She's watching.
Watching.
I am getting the secrets.
Yes.
Then again, you did see how fast someone can die in Mario Brothers.
Yes.
True.
And the thing is, your score in Mario Brothers is multiplied by 1.
Okay.
Your score in Rad Racer is multiplied by 10, and then Tetris is 25. So it's really all about getting to Tetris as quickly as possible. So if you look at the what happened with the scores as the competition went across the country, the scores kept getting higher because there were some people going from city to city and getting better and better at the game. Thor Ackerland, the guy who actually ended up winning.
That's who won? Thor Ackerland?
Yes.
Okay, that's like a winning name right there.
Yeah, exactly. So he and his family traveled to multiple cities, and like I said, you get to $3 a try, but he was basically going crazy.
Oh wow.
And yep.
He's got it. He's got lots of the secrets.
Yes. There. That's the big one.
So was the most fun
so
part of
close.
Mario Brothers is watching somebody break one block 10 times.
Two more. There you go. Time.
Okay.
So that took a while. You're supposed to.
What do you mean that took a while? I was doing really good back there.
Yeah. To get to Tetris, a lot of people try to get through Mario Brothers in about 1 minute 20 seconds.
Okay.
But okay, so this is the real kind of wild card. Red Racer is a little harder than most people remember.
I'm very bad at this game.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
So don't be afraid to brake if you think you're gonna fly off the track. And remember, when you press up, is that like turbo, so you can go to 255. So,
Turboing.
Yeah.
Doing it.
But don't
Oh, there's other cars.
Yeah,
That's not
there's
good.
other
Right,
cars.
cars.
You can kind of lay off if you need to.
And so now, what's my objective here?
Just to get to the end. Brake.
Oh!
Yeah.
Right.
Can I flip to the end?
Oddly enough, there is a trick. If you crash at the very end, you can get to the next game faster because the car doesn't brake, and that takes a couple extra seconds.
Okay.
So, but
Good.
I wouldn't try that as a strategy at this point. I would say get to the end and get to Tetris.
You don't think I should try a rare, never been done glitch
Right.
as my
Your speed run. Your
Here we
first
go.
try.
I mean, you referenced the wizard before. People in
Yeah.
that movie were using warp whistles, even though that game wasn't even out yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Cheaters.
Well, I mean, he scored 50,000 on Double Dragon, so of course he's going to be able
That's
to do
true.
it.
He was kind of a Rain Man.
Yeah, he was. Just trying to get to California.
I don't like these weird VW bugs that are all over the
I
road.
know.
And the Sesame Street signs.
How many people competed in these events?
So in the finals it was 90 competitors, but in
The people who had to pay $3.
Oh, for $3, that was everybody who wanted to pay $3 in the city. So you'd be thrown into a pool of up to about 100 people.
Wow. So are you telling me Nintendo made up to $300 that day?
Per round? Each of these.
Per round?
Yeah, each 6-minute, 21-second thing.
What a racket.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is you paid to get into the event, and the event was awesome when I was a kid.
Right.
Because they were showing games that had never been released, like Ninja Gaiden 2 and River City Ransom. And,
oh, come on!
This is like definitely original esports status. Then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was hyper competitive.
What was the prize besides? Was there cash money prizes?
Yes, there was.
Cash monies?
Cash money.
Listen to the amazing prizes were a $10,000 savings bond.
What?
They
Oh, it was
didn't want their
savings
parents
bond.
spending the money.
Because
Right?
this was the
Right.
80s, too.
Right.
Everyone got savings bonds in the 80s.
The hottest ride, a Geo Metro convertible, was also one of the prizes. And
yeah, it's like one of the cars in this game. Oh, come on!
A 40-inch rear projection television. So
Wow, that's probably one of the best TVs in the world back then.
back then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the hotness.
People also won like T-shirts and hats, right?
Yeah. There's T-shirts, there's hats, there's like jackets and stuff.
I remember my friend came into school with one of those white hats that said Nintendo World Championships on.
Were you jealous? You're almost there.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. We got through Red Racer.
We did?
Yes.
Yeah. Tetris. All
Didn't
right.
feel like you.
No.
There was like no lady with a flag.
Go.
Oh,
Tetris.
I'm more of a type
Go
B
for
dude.
Tetrises, or it's all about getting Tetrises and those points.
Of course, they start me with one of these guys.
Yeah, right.
And so this is before you. This is before you could actually just drop the pieces too, right?
Right.
You have to manually do everything.
Yeah, you definitely want to manually. And Tetrises are worth so many more points that you really should be going aggressive.
What's the goal in this one? Just
get well, it's all points.
Uh-huh.
But since Tetrises are worth much more points than any other sort of line, like by a factor of 4, you'll see like really a lot of the people who won or the top players will just like go only for Tetris. So they'll just
Really
have,
not doing well already. This is a very Tetris is more of like a me on my own relaxed kind of game.
Yeah.
It's very high intensity, having other people watch
It's a
me
waiting
play
game,
Tetris.
yeah.
Well, the other, if you hit a drought and there's no long pieces for some period of time, then
there's a bit of luck in this.
Yeah. That's definitely a piece of it.
Okay, so how many lines do I want to get here?
So every 5 lines, it'll advance a level, to which you'll get more points.
Okay.
And it'll go faster, but you haven't gotten any Tetrises
This
yet,
is the
so-
worst.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I'll
Yeah.
put you.
Oh,
What?
there's your time. That's 6 minutes, 21
That's it.
seconds. That's it.
So that's the
the
whole. That's the
competition.
whole competition.
That's the competition. So your score, 109,785.
Okay.
Thor, in his winning run, was 2.8 million.
What?
Did it fit on this?
Yeah, it's the last 0. It's,
Wait,
yeah.
I can't do math. How many times better is Thor than me? Is that
28?
Oh my God, Thor!
So,
Are you kidding me?
yeah, I mean.
And he has a cool name.
Yeah. So we're gonna cut back to us, so I can switch everything over, so Mary can get a run.
Has been done.
I can't. How do you feel about that, Mary? Do you feel like you're at an advantage now, having watched me sort of failed that?
No,
we can call it a failure.
I can't say that with
Okay.
any kind of like assertion, because when everything's on, you just never know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna flip that car. I feel pretty strongly.
I'm gonna make a big bold guess that you're definitely gonna flip that car.
Okay.
I'm gonna
We're
flip
good
that
to
car.
go.
All
We're
right,
good to go.
is it me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all you.
All right,
Lord.
Mary.
Ready to go.
Okay.
50 coins.
So people are really getting 50 coins in that first level?
You can. There's actually a.
Is there exactly 50 coins?
No, there's a hack where you actually die.
What?
And you can hit one of those like multi-coin blocks. You can basically spam it. But there's debate as to whether that's really the best strategy.
I think that's like if Nintendo World Championships had
Next one.
Yeah.
I'm panicking.
That's like if this game had steroids.
Next double?
Yes.
Like I feel like that's illegal. That should get you kicked out of the league.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm really curious when you see like effective like speedrunners, right? Trying to hack their way through this. Like, how fast can you get through? Because one of the frustrations.
That was a bold move right there. It really took those Goombas on.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you hit the flag.
Well, what people hate is like you can't do anything about this part.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
The timer's got to go down. He's got to walk.
You're just sweating.
Yeah.
It's like faster. Yeah. And Brian, your score 109,000. That was about what I got the very first time I played.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So. All right, here we go.
Because there is a speed run feel to this, right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. There's no time.
Yeah, go.
I think I flew right past this
You
one.
did.
Oh man, she's gonna crush me.
But this one doesn't matter. Like, that's how they get you too, because it's like,
It's all about.
get. No, fuck you. Sorry, I don't want to say that. That comes back to haunt me by 1. I'm gonna be really disappointed.
There you go. Yeah.
Be honest.
50.
Did you remember that was there?
I did not.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I know there's a secret block somewhere.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, there's definitely a secret block somewhere in Super Mario Brothers.
Like, I know I can get in the above area at some point.
Right.
Now, Steven, so should she be disqualified for illegally peeking at my game?
Well, so one of
I
the
paid my $3.
Yeah, she's just in here. So when we were playing, you could actually sit behind like a thing and watch everybody play, and then everybody's in the same pool and starting at the same time. So you're you see someone at Tetris and you're still on Mario. And oh my God, what happened? Yeah, so I think that's really how people got better, is by watching other players. And then when you were on kind of that Video Armageddon stage.
Wow, that was great.
Good recovery.
That was really, really good breaking. I did not employ any of those
Where's the
techniques.
honk button? Get out of the way!
You got to push the shoulder buttons.
Oh,
No, they were not invented until 20 years after this.
Yes.
Oh, those cars hit each other.
There you go. Perfect.
Mary, what the hell?
Get out of the way, Grandma.
What is? Are you kidding me?
I don't know what's happening.
Oh!
Whoa!
No, it's just like a little
That
baby
was a little
bump.
bumper tap.
Yeah.
No, we do that in San Francisco all the time. It's how we park.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't see.
Mary is schooling me right now.
Oh yeah, when you're on the top, you're like, oh, car can come flying
Lord.
at you.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm betting on right now is that she's just completely terrible at Tetris. Oh. Okay. It's
So
only
you bet?
it's only one. It's only one. I had like 6 by then.
Got it.
I hit stuff that was like not even in this game.
Dude, crashing is so punishing.
Yeah.
You have to stop. You have to start over from scratch.
Yep.
You feel bad about yourself.
Yep.
It's enough
Your
time to reflect on your life.
Insurance premiums
All
go
this-
up. Got to go to court.
I have no insurance.
There's like a 6-month lawsuit.
Yeah.
You spend time in jail.
Start garnishing your wages.
I feel like this has got really personal.
You're driving very carefully. I kind of love watching it because you're very twitchy. You're like, nope, nope, nope.
Yeah, is
nope.
it gonna move
But it's
over?
working.
Move over, right? Look out.
I was just like, gun it, boom.
Yeah.
Honk.
Yeah, it'd be great if they had like the Dukes of Hazzard horn or something here.
Steve, she's definitely crushing me right now, right?
Yeah, she's doing much better
Okay.
on Rad Racer.
She's coming after Thor.
Oh! Wait.
Double car.
Hopefully. Oh, no.
The trap.
Wait, can you land back on the road and you're okay?
No.
cool.
I was hoping
Oh,
that
the
she would
trick?
crash through, the finish line, which is like
trick?
right here.
The dream?
Yeah, because like there's only one triangle left.
Oh, is that
the
how you know where
triangle.
you are?
Oh.
Yeah, so if maybe you would have wrecked maybe
Got it.
10 seconds later. All right, here we go, Tetris.
I like the little Mario music they play there.
Here we go.
All right.
How do I change the pieces? Good. Okay. That one doesn't help me.
It's all right.
Oh, fuck you. Sorry. you guys are learning how competitive I am today.
It's got to be at 109,000.
You're building a good base so far.
Yeah. I like.
Remember, time.
Oh, right. Right. Time. I don't know if this is a good strat.
No, I think you're doing good.
Yeah. All right, now you gotta,
Yeah, you're working on.
I'd move the pieces.
Like, because if I do that, do I win or?
No. Well, no.
Because like at this point.
There you go. So you've got a Tetris there on the right.
So I just need to end it.
Are you
keep
kidding me?
You're not end it.
You're
Go.
crushing me.
All right, keep going.
Keep going. Mary, you are very good at video
building
games.
for the next Tetris. Hopefully you can get another one in.
The music playing, we're all just so
I
quiet.
decided to call it on that one. Oh no!
Yes.
The nightmare.
This is like that's a illustrative diagram of anxiety right there.
Yeah. Well, one thing you'll see in some of the competitions, some piece will come and there's no recovery. They'll just build on top of it. It's like I will build a Tetris like stack.
If you build it,
Yeah, over the mistake.
For God's
because
sakes.
it's not enough
I
time.
don't have time. There's no time for this. Have anyone?
Oh,
told
that's unfortunate.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you got into the purple zone.
Good.
Calling it.
Do it. Ooh.
Oh, you gotta put some in the middle there.
That's right. Damn pieces. How much more
So
do
you
I
can
need?
see keep going. There, we got time and score. 166,000.
Wow.
Congratulations, Mary Kish.
You crushed me.
Yay.
Nice
Nintendo
work.
World Champion.
You're on your road to beating Thor.
Yes.
That's right. This starts the beginning of a long career
Yeah, it does. Hey, all you need to do is practice. Just
where
keep
I take
playing.
on Thor.
Yes. We'll do a
I'm coming
one-on-one.
for you, man.
So this was never re-released or anything like that, right?
No. So there are the original cartridges, which you probably don't play on very often.
Yeah.
Goodness.
And then there are reproduction cartridges that you can get that are, I always say they're a ton of fun. Especially if you have more than one person playing at the same time. And this is, like I said, it's early esports. This is what game competition was like. It was the only way of kind of tracking how everyone was doing. And it's a really fascinating piece of our history, how Nintendo was taking advantage of their popularity in 1990.
I kind of wish they would put this on like the 3DS or the eShop or the Switch.
Yeah, well, there was the new Nintendo World Championships they did on the 3DS, which was really cool. But then we'll see what happens after that.
All right. Well, Steve, thank you so much. Mary, thank you so much for whooping my ass all over all three of these games. Not even
Mary.
one or the other. You literally beat me in all three. It was no contest.
All three segments fast.
We got plenty more games streaming right here all day for this fantastic celebration of video games that we're doing all day here in IGN. And back to you, Damon.
ripple effect, and everyone lost money in video games. But Nintendo came along in '85, like after toy stores had just sworn off games forever, and they're like, "Hey, we want to sell a video game. Are you into it?" And everyone's like, "What? No."
Don't say that word.
Yeah.
And they were. I mean, the Famicom was out in '83 in Japan.
'83 had been
right?
out. It'd been out. So at the start of '85, and I think we're going to see some stuff from this era behind us, maybe. So at the start of '85. The Famicom had been out in Japan for, I think, 18 months. It sold about 2.5 million units. So they were, theoretically in good shape to launch the thing here. And when they first showed what would be the NES at the Consumer Electronics Show that January.
Still had CES back then.
Yeah, CES. That was sort of the E3 of its time, I guess.
That's how E3 started.
Yeah,
actually.
totally did, yeah.
But they were like, the video game area was like shoved in the back, right? And sort of treated like a ugly stepchild.
I mean, that's why E3 started, because, but anyway, in '85, that's still where you showed this sort of thing. And Nintendo had a fairly substantial booth for what they called their Advanced Video System. Not the Nintendo Entertainment System, the AVS. And the AVS, if you were to see a picture of it, it's sort of like this high-end piece of consumer.
It looks like audiophile equipment, like
totally
an 80s
does.
stereo.
Yeah.
Like they would make these record players in the 80s that like worked vertically and they were all chrome and just silly looking. And like that's what this looked like.
Yeah, totally
It looked
did.
high-tech for the time.
Right.
Unlike the lunchbox.
And they were saying this is like the future of home entertainment. It's not a video game console; it's home entertainment.
Yeah.
Everything's wireless and high tech. They had like optional keyboards, both kinds of keyboards, the music kind and the typing kind.
Wireless was such a bad idea at the time.
Really
You had to have line of sight, so you had to aim the controller right at a
Thank
device.
God that didn't happen with Mania. And so they had this really strong showing at this show.
This is great.
there you go. So like this is like the advertisement they had for their booth for the future of home entertainment.
And you scanned this.
I did. I found this in a consumer electronics trade magazine.
Amazing.
Called Consumer Electronics. Funnily enough, that's the kind of resource that you just don't find, because this is a magazine for like people who like ran an electronics shop. So like who kept that stuff? The answer, nobody. But I've had an eBay search for years, just like looking for an issue of this. There isn't one in a library anywhere. But I finally found one that advertised the NES, which I'm really happy about.
But nothing was shown in that ad, and like it's if you think about the internet today, the Famicom was already out and it was more traditional looking, right? Like the way the console looks is more similar to an Atari VCS, right?
Yeah.
And like, so did they just keep that from American consumers and it just wasn't widely known?
Well,
and then they revealed this brand new thing?
Yeah, the Famicom was out, but how would American players have seen it?
Right.
It's like in video game magazines, they were gone. There were no video game magazines left because they went out of business too. So yeah, here's the AVS. So like this is in a brochure that they had at that show. You can totally see that there's like a music keyboard, a typing keyboard. That's a tape drive next to the console deck.
Yeah.
That big joystick.
Yeah, the weird joystick, like the futuristic.
And
like
then a
Buck
tiny
Rogers
Famicom
pistol.
size cartridge.
Yeah, and they just put a Famicom card in there. I guess they were considering just doing Famicom style cartridges. But if you're able to see the text, you'd see that they're like, you think that the species is dead, the video game species, but no, it's not. It was just waiting for Nintendo.
But look how cool! I really think this looks cool.
Yeah,
It's just,
I agree.
I love the balls to be different. And then of course they're also reacting to the fact that home computers were, much being talked about, and so they're going with a different setup with the keyboard and saying, oh, it's not just gaming, right? Like they're reacting to what is supposedly popular in the future in America.
Right. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so in case you're just tuning in, we are talking about the secret launch of the NES, which began as the AVS. What we were just seeing up there, was that ever actually produced?
No, they
just
didn't
like a
produce
mock-up.
that for. Well, okay. Are you asking was it produced for sale? No. Are you asking
I
was
just
it
don't
a
know
functional
if any
unit?
units were ever produced
So
and still exist.
there is a physical shell that exists. You can actually see it, I believe, right now at the Nintendo store in New York as part of their museum display.
Nice.
I don't know if it was functional, but I believe it was based on some photos we found of the booth. Like it kind of looks like someone's playing it. You can't quite tell, but yeah, you saw the wireless controller there. You know, that was a big thing they were pushing. So anyway, it didn't work. Like they were at CES, they were advertising the thing. By all accounts, no one cared.
This is early 1985.
This is January 1985 in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. So they took it back home, they tweaked it.
In Japan, right?
They even talked to Atari at the time, too,
Well, they
right?
talked to Atari before.
Okay.
So like in '84, they were talking to Atari
Look at the
about
zapper
the
there.
Famicom, and
Totally
you know, the deal didn't quite work out.
Right.
But here we see more of the AVS. Oh, I want to brag for a second too. This is from a brochure that's also in the Nintendo Museum right now with a note on it saying that it's the only known copy of this brochure. Yeah,
you found
instead
this
of
one.
ours. Except for ours,
Okay. Nice.
So Steve Lynn acquired this actually from Howard Phillips.
And what was that? And Howard Phillips was he originally assembled Donkey Kongs at Nintendo, and he worked his way up and became the spokesman for the.
He really was. He was the guy in the boat,
the red tie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was half of Nintendo Power,
And half of Howard and Nestor, the comic.
absolutely he was.
So Nintendo goes back to the drawing board.
Back to
and
the
then
drawing board. They
to
come back in June,
June.
For the Summer Consumer Electronics Show, and they are now advertising the Nintendo Entertainment System. And they've gotten rid of the keyboards, right? They got rid of the wireless stuff. They had a robot.
They added a Rob.
People loved robots back then.
So they went full toy.
So they-
After
They
going
went toy.
consumer
They
electronics, they went toy.
Yeah, and actually, really quick, I have a fun thing to show. This is a shirt that was worn, I believe, by employees.
Incredible.
At
Just
that
incredible.
show. I experienced. Oh, actually, no, it wouldn't just be employees. I guess they must have handed these
We
out.
should like
With the Famicom coloring of the Rob.
It does have the Famicom coloring. It's true. So I experienced the
reprint
future of home
these.
entertainment. Oh yeah.
Who keeps T-shirts that long?
Well, this is another
Fan, but
Yeah, I have it
from 1986. Who knows?
that's amazing.
This came from a Nintendo employee who sold them on eBay, actually. And Steve Lynn, who, if you saw the beginning of this, is one of our board members. He acquired this from that former employee. But
And
yeah,
we're aware of other shirts from the event because there's photos of them.
from that event.
Yeah, or just all the events. So
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's like, oh, does anybody have that shirt
Yeah,
yet?
yeah.
Hey, it's a red tent.
Oh, so that's the AVS
This is from
display
January.
from January. Yeah. So like they were showing those are like you said the red tent arcade games and in the right way in the back is the AVS. You can't quite see it.
So the red tent could hold two different games or one competitive game. That's where you hear, if you've heard of this before, of Excitebike versus
Yep.
Goonies versus Castlevania versus like the Versus series.
So this
You go
photograph
head-to-head with NES games on
This
them.
photograph existing is kind of miraculous, and this is actually from a Japanese video game magazine. So
Whoa.
they heard that
Still
like
going
Nintendo was gonna do the Famicom in America, so they sent a reporter out to go take some pictures and see what's up. And these are the only photos we know of, the only coverage we know of this booth existing.
And you can tell nobody else cared either because
Yeah.
it's basically empty there. That's amazing.
But anyway, that was January. So like in June, like I said, they came back and with the NES, and at the time. They ditched the wireless thing. They were still showing off something that looked like the AVS, like a high-end piece of electronics, but with wired controllers. And this robot, and it wasn't just that they were going full toy. It's that in 1985, home robots were like I think people just thought that was gonna be a thing.
Yep.
Teddy Ruxpin?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I guess Teddy Ruxpin is a good example of that, but there were like a lot of toy robots out in the market at the time. And yeah, this is a cover from a brochure
Staring
from
you in
that
the
year. There's Rob, yeah.
And Rob looks like Short Circuit and like other robots.
Totally,
Right.
yeah. So, this they were still sort of like high-end consumer electronics, but at the same time sort of swaying into toys. But I would say they went full toy for their actual launch. So in October. So, we were in January, we were in June, now we're in October. And here's, the advertisement for the Rob from June.
Nintendo Video Robot.
Yeah. I don't know if they was
He's
quite
playing
named
Stack Up.
Rob yet. Actually, he might have just been the video entertainment robot. So they decide to go forward. They talked to some retailers in New York into carrying it. They actually had to implement a return policy that allowed retailers to just sell back anything they couldn't sell. Like that's the extent they had to go to like convince people to sell video games. So they identified New York as a test bed, right? Like if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere, right? So they launched in New York, and actually on screen right now,
spell birthday like that?
this is the launch party for the NES. This is an invite. If you can make it on October 9th, this is the launch party.
Quote, birthday.
Yeah.
And this is at the
Bring your
trendy
kids.
nightclub.
At Visage, a trendy nightclub.
And we were just talking about this before the show. They had silver-plated ROBs, Robs, at the show.
Yeah.
And I've always wanted to see one of those.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
And a giant one too.
Right, and the Nintendo employees I've asked, like, where is that stuff now? They have no idea. It's probably trash.
It says 12-year-old syndicated columnist.
Yeah. They invited a celebrity. The one video game journalist who was working in 1985.
A 12-year-old.
I also love that Edelman PR was literally just Edelman, the guy.
And also Edelman was representing Nintendo, which if you're a video game journalist is hilarious now because they're the Xbox people.
Yeah, Xbox,
But actually, I have a shirt from that launch party too.
Wow.
This
I
is
love this one.
also from Steve Lynn's collection.
A long sleeve T-shirt.
Oh, you know what? This is my first time touching it. I didn't even know it was long sleeve.
Yeah, that's
so
amazing.
Cool.
And then on the back, A Star is Born.
And that same typeface you see in those print ads.
Yeah.
They have their design department.
Game
Nintendo of
Vermont,
America was in existence because of Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers and all their arcade machines.
Right.
Yeah.
So and also the Game & Watch portables that they were selling. That was their main business, was importing games from Japan, from Nintendo Japan, and selling the Game & Watches.
Gotcha.
But so they had this launch party, and they launched in New York, and it was sort of all hands on deck. It's funny to think about now, but Nintendo of America was like 30 people at the time.
Sure.
Oh, there's a button I own. I believe I'm leaning it on a box of probiotics.
Okay.
It helps with the digestion, you know. That's also from the launch event. I think it's really cool that we have 3 pieces of swag from the NES launch.
And they were really leaning on Rob.
They were.
So when the system came out, I didn't grow up in the U.S., right? When people heard Nintendo, did they think Rob, or was that just kind of like the launch gimmick, and then quickly Nintendo became the identity?
So my memories, and maybe you guys have your own. Like I remember people having Rob, but I don't remember anyone ever being excited about Rob.
Yeah, I remember people's older brothers having the version of the Rob console, but by the time everybody I knew was interested, it would have already been kind of cycled out.
So this ad here, this is another one that I dug up that took forever. This is the consumer ad that, as far as I can tell, only ran in New York Magazine in 2 issues in November of '85. So this was their advertisement to players to come buy the NES.
And it actually says to move video action off the screen.
Yeah, with
really
Rob and the Zapper. Yeah. I mean, they were just going for any gimmick they could to sell this, because it's a video game, and video games are poison in 1985.
Right. So what was the launch lineup?
There were 17 games. I'm not going to name them all off the top of my head, but you had things like Super Mario Brothers, arguably. That's a whole conversation, right?
Plus minus a couple of days.
You had, Duck Hunt and Gyromite came with the system. So you couldn't just buy the system. You had to buy the system with Zapper and the Rob and Duck Hunt and Gyromite. But all of that in this giant box was $130, which is nothing. Like even then, even accounting for inflation, back then that was nothing. Here's 10-Yard Fight, one of the launch games for the NES.
They had tennis, 10-yard fight, and baseball as sports games. Maybe volleyball. Soccer.
I think volleyball was launched. Yes, absolutely. So they had a sports series. Yeah. They had a light gun series, which is
the way you can tell if they're early Nintendo games for just people getting into collecting is that they have black boxes. And so we call those black box games. And really importantly, they show the game graphics. What you're seeing right now would have been what was spotlighted on the actual packaging of the box instead of some airbrushed image, which definitely came back.
Right.
Mega Man.
It did, but they identified that as one of the reasons that they felt that the video game industry collapsed.
Atari games didn't look anything like the box art.
Yeah.
And so you needed could return them as like false advertising.
Well, you needed the graphics like Yar's Revenge or something. Yeah. When you saw the title graphic, you're like, oh, that's what that is in the game, right? Whereas, obviously they were touting more lifelike, realistic graphics here too, so they let the graphics speak for themselves.
Right, and they just wanted to be honest with their consumers, and It was a really smart company. They made a lot of decisions like that were very consumer focused. You know, like showing them what the game looks like. There's Clue Land, a game I've maybe spent 5 minutes with in my life.
So hard to control.
I've never met a true fan. If there's a fan out there of Clue Land,
this is a game, and there's a few others also, which are very much arcade games. They're like, you can play arcade game for this long at your house without spending quarters.
Yeah.
That's kind of the appeal of this.
That was the big selling point. Like you could play Super Mario Brothers, the exact arcade game at home.
Or Mario Brothers, not Super.
Well, also Super. They were marketing Super Mario Brothers in the arcade a little bit later. But so yeah, in '85 they had this sort of test market launch, and the numbers.
How many did they sell?
The numbers vary. Yeah. Like I don't think there's a solid number. I've seen 100,000. I've seen 200,000. I've seen stuff in between, but somewhere in that range. But it was enough for them in 1986 to be like, okay, this works. People like this. Let's go now.
It had to have been because of Mario Brothers and a few other titles, like not the ROB.
Maybe. Who knows why people bought it?
Yeah.
Right. Like I would say word of mouth probably spread because of games like Super Mario Brothers.
I was wondering. Yeah.
But they weren't marketing Super Mario Brothers in '85. They were marketing the ROB. They were marketing the idea of an entertainment system with a lot of titles, but they hadn't identified a title, at least in '85, that they're like, hey, this is the killer app for this thing. Everyone should.
Not Donkey Kong Jr. Math?
No. They weirdly they didn't push Donkey Kong Jr. Math.
Well, I got my NES Christmas 1986.
Okay.
And I was the first kid on my block to have one, the first kid in my school. So I thought I was like one of the first people to have the NES. But
that is early.
I found out many years later that it had been released a year earlier in New York.
But only in New York.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you were.
Well, no, I was in Kansas.
Yeah, so they didn't test market in Kansas.
Yeah, no. Oddly enough,
do you know what game sold you on it?
It was Super Mario Brothers, because I knew Super Mario Brothers from the arcades.
Well, so Super Mario Brothers hit the arcades in '86.
That's when
early '86. Yeah.
I became infatuated with it there. And when I saw commercials that said I could play Super Mario Brothers at home with this new system,
the exact version, not like a knockoff of it.
That's what made me want an NES.
Gotcha. Yeah, that game.
I mean, it's funny. Information about video games just didn't propagate the way it does today, right? Like, I mean, years passed since the system was out in Japan before it took a foothold here, and like, you had to learn about new games either from your friends or from seeing them in the arcade. And like TV didn't get close to games, at least where I grew up. Like there was like one really cheesy TV program once every 2 weeks dealing with video games, but it was like you felt like you're 4 years old watching it. And so it's just kind of funny looking back, like how much of a secret it was to everybody.
Nice.
Good one.
Zelda line. Nice.
Was Zelda out by the end of '86?
Nope. Zelda came out in 1987. But yeah, '86 was their national rollout. They released a few other games at the time, and it's really funny reading the sparse news coverage that existed back then, because like they'll interview Arakawa, who was the president of Nintendo of America at the time, and he'll be like, I don't know if we're gonna have a licensing program. Like I don't know if we're gonna let other people make NES games, because that's what did Atari in.
So they kept it in house for a long time.
They really did. Yeah, you don't see third-party stuff until I think like late '87 with, and those are like really trusted companies like Bandai, people who they've been working with in Japan for years.
Yeah. Chubby Cherub.
Yeah. Oh, there's Excite Bike.
Yeah, so the NES is probably the most iconic retro video game system, and digging into the story of its release is kind of the exact sort of thing that you're doing with the Video Game History Foundation.
And I should point out, all of the scans and things, all the material we've been looking at, like all of that's on GameHistory.org right now. Like it was kind of important for us to show on day one that we could collect and archive and digitize and present things. So if you want to write your own history article on the NES, all of the reference material I've ever used, and way more actually that I've dug up since then, is just in this archive. So
that's
go
awesome.
dig
If you want to, if you want to participate in the work that they're doing at the Video Game History Foundation, you can go to gamehistory.org/donate to contribute. Next up, Brian and Max and Frank, I believe, are going to be playing a canceled NES game called Force Ape.
Yeah. It's amazing.
But
I
first,
guess I need to run over there, huh?
Yeah, but first we're going to take a look at an early TV spot for the NES.
Cool.
Check this out.
What will the future bring from Nintendo? What will the future bring from Nintendo? More hits like Super Mario Brothers. Arcade hits like Kung Fu. Nintendo has the most video game hits. Hogan's Alley, Duck Hunt, and more like baseball and Excite Bike. And you can play them only on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with power.
I teleported. I'm here.
Wow.
We're back.
Amazing.
Hey, everyone, it's me, Brian Altano, with Max Scoville and Frank Cifaldi, and we're going to play Force Ape. What? What?
Yep. Yep.
What the hell does that even mean?
What does Force Ape mean? What doesn't it mean?
So now, I did like the kind of the crash course on what Force Ape is, and I was sort of trying to like get my head wrapped around this game. This was a game that was sort of in the works in like 1991 or so,
Yeah.
and it showed up in Nintendo Power.
It did.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared completely.
It
and
did.
people were like, "Did this game ever exist?" And then there was this kind of famous this dude put up a post saying that he had a copy of it and had screenshots, and then he smashed the cartridge as a goof.
Yeah. So this was a pretty funny hoax that happened.
Here we are. Let's take a look at this game.
I can't imagine how anyone would possibly think this game was not real.
So this is a placeholder title screen, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much of this is real and how much was final. We'll probably never know.
Sega?
Sega was a Las Vegas-based publisher. I'm going to get right in this because
they made the Sega Gemma Smiths.
Okay, you just got pushed off of a cliff by a sumo wrestler?
I did.
Is that how the game starts?
It is, and you fall forever. Wow. And then you fight this bee.
What?
So this was like towards the end of the NES's life cycle.
Yeah, it's like 16-bit is a thing.
Yeah.
You know?
This is gorgeous.
Damn.
It actually is. So watch how fast.
It's
like that is really fast for the NES.
Yeah.
You know, that's not impressive now, but if you know the tech, it's like, wait, how
Whoa!
Okay, so this is gorgeous, but also really hideous. You're like a nude ape.
Yeah, so if you didn't catch the origin story at the beginning, a baby monkey in a diaper has his family kidnapped. His human family.
Yeah.
His human family.
Yeah.
And look how fast I get those guys.
Wow, this is fast.
You could roll too, like
oh
Sonic.
my god! Is this it's like a blast processing game?
Actually, Sonic and this game were at the same CES show. Oh, check this guy out. So he's like a human torso coming out of a kangaroo pouch.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that is some.
This is very
Dr.
interesting.
Moreau.
Whoa!
Yeah, you like that? So, where was I? Oh yeah, he's a baby monkey in a diaper that drank a potion and got mutated into like a luchador wrestling ape that I think is still wearing the diaper if you look at the sprite.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that guy's in a diaper.
So I saw one screenshot online that was allegedly sort of not real, where the ape was doing like bad bathroom stuff from his rear end. Is that
that is from So
that was one of the fake things.
That was a fake thing that someone did as a joke before we found the real game.
Good.
Okay, so the ape cannot go to the bathroom.
There is no fart move.
Okay.
Max, of course you found that.
Yeah.
You know, it's weird. Like, you know, that whole hoax thing. You know, it displayed a game that looked very strange. And I kind of feel like the real game's even weirder than the fake one.
Yeah.
Do you know, every time he falls, I feel like he's not going to get back up. Like, he's got this weird tumble fall. It doesn't look good.
Oh, God.
That's actually the safest way to fall if you are a super ape wearing a diaper. Yeah.
I really like the sort of like wrestling inspired stuff. Whoa.
This is the map.
That's
I'm
the
trying
map?
to figure out where to go, yeah.
Now, so this game was never finished.
Right. I mean, this is obviously just a demo. It's not like a complete game.
Yeah.
We don't know what a complete game would have been because this is all we have. This is the only record we have of this. Did we even say unreleased game?
Yes.
Okay.
Very, very unreleased.
Yeah.
I like the sort of breakdancing moves you do when you get hurt.
I love all the enemies in this game.
Yeah, because there's like, I'm trying to think about them thematically, like the sumo wrestler, the kangaroo hybrid man.
What was the style guide here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If I can get us to level 2, and I think I can, you'll see my favorite weird enemy in the game. But you know, I kind of feel like this is just a like, oh, those are blocks, really?
Hey, soda.
Yeah.
And what every diaper-wearing ape loves to
hang on. Ice cream. Yeah, yeah, he's having a good day.
Why? It seems odd that they're just suddenly doling out snacks for this hungry monkey.
Well, he's burned up a lot of carbs, just jumping and falling.
How is he not throwing up constantly?
With the soda and ice cream, you mean?
Yeah. It's just like
this is a really disgusting
game. How about this chunk of meat?
Oh, this old meat. This was a big thing back in the NES days, was just finding like a big hunk of street meat.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair though, like a super mutant ape wearing a diaper would probably eat any meat it found.
Yes.
Wearing just anywhere. So
did you just call me an ape?
So this was this had the kind of weird like.
Oh, what?
Okay.
The Wonkavator. Okay.
Anyway.
Oh,
go ahead while I
jump.
So
there was the kind of Boy Who Cried Wolf, like there was the hoax part of this, and then the real cartridge showed up on
Yahoo Japan auctions.
And then you were one of the guys who got together and
yeah.
Sure
so this is the kind of thing I've been doing for a long time. I founded a website in 2003 called Lost Levels, and what we do is track down games that never came out and make sure that they are accessible to people.
Yeah, you can read more about Bioforce Ape on there, like I did while I had my lunch.
I forgot we wrote an article.
Yeah,
on this website.
Now there was a meme.
Ouch!
There was a meme for a while of butter. There's like a talking butter. Or something?
Okay, so the hoax. All right, the hoax was done on a video game collector communities forum, right? And one of the issues with preserving unreleased games is that unreleased games are also worth a lot of money.
Right.
So if you're a collector and you have an unreleased game and you care about its financial value, it is, by the way, we finally get revenge on this guy.
Right.
Show off as many of the weird moves as I can.
You could have read us an entire movie script during that elevator cutscene.
I could have.
Nice.
Take that.
Fall down here.
Yeah, no, it's the old Indiana Jones issue where there's some people are like, this belongs in a museum, and some people are like, yeah, but we want to use it to power the Nazis or sell it or whatever.
I'm going to rescue the daughter from the family. Thank you.
From the statue? Best lap.
Yeah, it's like a speedrun game. It just gets weirder. And now it's the
minecart level.
Speaking of Indiana Jones.
So, he posted this as a hoax just because he thought the argument was ridiculous, and it kind of went the way he expected, which is that some of the collectors were, look at this Bioforce alligator. Look, those are his legs.
That's
and
really
also,
alligator jester?
Dude, that's like a Dark Souls boss.
No, that's his alligator tail. And see? And now
that is so weird.
He walks on his mouth?
Yeah, he walks on his mouth and then dives at you with his crotch.
Man, I don't think the people who made this game did really much animal research.
Well, I think they're Bioforce other animals. That's a Bioforce alligator. So, the collectors on the forum were like, you cannot copy that data because if you do, then your collectible's not worth anything anymore. And then the sort of more preservationist minded were like, it is your responsibility as the owner of this piece of history to make sure that it is safe. And as a joke, he's like, you guys are arguing too much. I feel like I'm tearing this community apart, so I've smashed the cartridge. Look, he eats healthy sometimes.
Oh, an apple. Good.
Yeah. I shouldn't have gotten it. It respawned
like
the
a bee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I really love
that girl from Little Miss Sunshine.
Like the pile drivers. Oh, here's that kangaroo hybrid monster again.
Yeah, he's gone now.
The animation of this is really fantastic.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really surprised. It's also interesting how beating these sort of enemies or sub-bosses, whatever they are, opens up the platforms for you to jump on. Like, they're not available until you do that.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why
here's
I'm
my
trying to make
favorite
sense
enemy
of.
in the game.
Is this
He's just a breakdancer.
Oh, he is a breakdancer.
That's all he does. And one hit and he's gone. And that is the only time he appears in the entire game.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so odd.
This seems like a game that would come out on Steam like next month.
Totally, yeah. You're talking about the animations. If you guys have ever played Nosferatu on the Super Nintendo,
I was just thinking about that. And
it's also a Sega game.
Really? Okay.
And I would not be surprised if there's some talent spillover from this.
Yeah, they mocap the same breakdancer.
Yeah, Nosferatu is another weird game because that came out right on the very tail end of the Super NES.
Yeah. Right.
These guys seem like they're kind of late to the party, but they're really pushing the hardware that they had at the time.
They want to get there when it's good, when it's ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm speeding through this because there is a small possibility.
Early
I could
NES
beat this
games.
game
Really?
during the segment.
I was going to say, early NES games could not sort of challenge their vision of what they really wanted to do with this game. They needed all the tech in place.
Yeah.
This is great.
What I think is great is how they're kind of going between this realism of like that moves like a living human, but then you've also got these awful animal hybrids that were very common in the early 90s.
I don't know if any of these are common animal hybrids.
Well, I mean, we had that period of like Ninja Turtles and Street Sharks and Biker Mice from Mars, and that it was
sure,
common to see.
but like it wasn't like a turtle head peeking out of some guy's butt. You know?
That's morbid.
Yeah, no, this feels a little bit more like Hieronymus Bosch
This guy's here again.
Manimal.
I really love how fast you whooped that guy's ass because I feel like he's been training in Japan for his entire life, and you just ran up on him like that.
Special guest star E Honda.
No, so Frank, there's no point to the minecart.
What is that?
What is that?
That's the bad guy holding
your wife?
Someone else. The family wasn't married to the monkey.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I have my own vision of what Bioforce Ape is doing.
Now, Frank, I think what's important to point out is that obviously this is an NES game, but what the Video Game History Foundation aims to do is sort of preserve games like this through every generation. Because there are weird games like this throughout all of history. It's just, it's finding the way to tell those stories and collecting the resources to be able to actually get your hands on them.
I think that modern game developers could really learn a lot about this diaper-wearing ape just hurtling through this industrial nightmare complex.
Now, who owns this license now?
I have no idea who owns Sega's IP.
Do you think it's the garbage?
I'm going to assume public domain on Bioforce Ape.
Okay, because I want to see like Devolver Digital take this on.
Oh God, yeah.
So this, by the way, this stage, every one of these is a transporter that goes to a different transporter.
Oh my God!
So it's one of them. So I might need your help to pay attention to know which ones go where.
So level 3, they're already like, hey, this is basically just like Portal Metroid. Look at that.
Yeah, that's one of the portals.
Okay.
Wow,
I've never seen a map that gives you seizures before. That's crazy.
So look to your right. See that wall? I have to hit a switch to open it.
When he falls, it's like, are you okay?
Can't believe they never released this game.
I don't know if they ever finished it. I don't know. So, like, they displayed this at the Consumer Electronics Show. And that was, that's kind of like proto E3, if you've never heard of it. I mean, you guys have, but people at home. And I think the idea was, you take it to a show like that. Oh, I just went backwards. To see if there's any buyer interest. You try to sell the game to buyers and see if they want to stock it in their stores. And I guess, people were just confused by the idea of a Bioforce Ape.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Has your son or daughter ever wanted to be an overpowered diaper-wearing primate? I have great news for you.
Oh, I just hit a switch. Where am I?
This was during a weird era, though, where we were kind of okay with, giant animal mans.
Yeah. That was, everyone was trying to jump on the Ninja Turtles bandwagon. And they were like, abominations. They're the hottest thing right now, and kids love them.
I guess, that's true. 1991, it was Turtle Mania.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to see if No, it wasn't that one. Dang it. Oh, it was that one. But now, okay. So I have to go back up here and then fall into the right hole on the left or right, which I'm not sure which one it is.
I feel like this is what happens in Hulk Hogan's mind when he drinks.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It checks out.
Oh, it opened that one.
You know what? I'm gonna just call this. I think Ultimate Warrior has the rights to this game.
Yeah, this is a very Ultimate Warrior looking character, infused with some ape.
Oh, yeah, I did that one.
Tiny bits of ape.
I really like this aesthetic.
There's an alternate dimension where
Bioforce Ape was Ninja Turtles.
Where it was Ninja Turtles. La La Land is Best Picture.
They just announced the Netflix Bioforce Ape.
Yeah, there's like a high-end action figure line and everything like that. And we all have fond memories of Bioforce Ape 1 and 2, not 3 because they went to Japan.
So here's some kind of crustacean. He doesn't like it. So I think he's got allergies.
Wow, yeah, Bioforce Ape has a seafood allergy.
Yeah.
He's very sick from that street crab.
Wow, so that's Bioforce Ape.
Yeah, Frank, thank you so much for
couldn't finish it in time. I tried. I'm sorry.
Well, they didn't finish it either, if that's any consolation.
And so how can people play this game? Is this out there in any way?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So on Lost Levels, we made sure that the archived ROM was out there and available for people to play. So
and it's not piracy because no one's actually selling it anywhere.
Yeah, unless the Ultimate Warrior finds your Twitch channel, and then you're in for a legal storm.
So if you want to be a man infused with ape parts, this is probably at least one in the top 10 of games to play. It's very odd because it feels like there's sort of sprites that are kind of loosely inspired by other games. Like I'm getting a little like Bionic Commando, some Metroid, but it's mostly just its own jam.
Well, I don't know if they're inspired by anything, but the real life
Frank mentioned
Bioforce
the game Nosferatu. I think that was Sega Saturn and
Super NES. No, that was. Oh yeah. I don't know about Saturn, but
it was
definitely
on.
Super
it was
NES.
on either Sega CD or Super NES. But
it was Super NES, and it was actually a Super NES CD game to begin with.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Which is a console that never materialized at all.
Well, that's a very strange game. It seems like these guys were just they're always sort of just turning in their papers late. Like that game has that same very
bananas.
very fast movement and
good monkey.
That felt like typecasting.
the banana.
Somebody just left him by a Force Ape man a banana. He's like, look, I know I shouldn't eat this. I'm mostly man, but I'm gonna go for it. It's good.
If you're an aspiring artist out there, you should probably get to work on a Force Ape graphic novel, because I know some people who'd read it.
10. There are dozens of us.
Over 10 people might want to read that.
I'm sorry, I keep backtracking. This is so easy to get lost in.
I can't even tell.
Everything
Yeah, Frank, I was going to say, even when you're doing really good in this game, it's hard to tell. Because it's just sort of like this fever dream of this ultimate warrior chimpanzee man.
Yeah. Do you think they made this game on a dare?
There we go.
Ooh.
There we go. Progress.
Oh, wow.
Rolling here for a while.
Yeah, that's Force Apes love that. They love a good hole in the ground.
They love a good roll hole.
All right.
Yeah, I really want like just a next gen like PS4 Pro just gritty reimagining of this game. Where you can see all like the hair all over this man's body.
I'm kind of done with gritty reimagining. It's time to make things like colorful reimagining.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Is there like not quite gritty, but more just like disgusting? Like, can we just get like a John K reimagining of Bioforce Ape? Just like a
totally
just covered in ingrown hairs. And smells horrible.
He's got those weird moon spots on his bald head.
Yeah, and he gets he eats that shellfish. He gets really upset.
Yeah, that is a weird mix of food in this game.
Oh, okay. Here we go. You're about to see some terrible platforming. I'm gonna look bad, but this game's very weird to control.
This ape has such momentum.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Well, start that over.
There was something at the end there.
I think that was your other wife up there.
Yeah, or yogurt. I couldn't tell.
The ape's many wives. Ooh, that ape would be covered in disgusting filth rolling through the sewer like that.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of chimpanzee sewer turds all over him now.
Man, I always thought that, like, as far as games that smell bad go, like Ninja Turtles or Bloodborne would be pretty bad. I think this probably just smells the worst.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we don't know where he's been prior to his mutation.
Well, I feel like apes and wrestlers are neither really like great smelling people.
And that's without the help of the Bioforce.
Well, you can't smell this game, but you can play this game. Frank, where was that site again?
Actually, I mean, it's on lostlevels.org somewhere, but really, if you know where to download NES games, you'll know where to get this one.
And if you beat this game, you unlock some of the other mutants.
Oh wait, don't eat that.
Don't eat the shellfish.
You don't like that.
Frank, thank you so much. And
of course.
Remember, video game history preservation is one of the most important things that we could do here at IGN and all over the world. So we're just gonna keep going all day. Plenty more games to stream. Back to you, Damon.
Oh. Welcome back, everybody. Steve and I are joined by Alexa Red Korea from Spot and author Chris Kohler.
Hello.
We're here to talk about 5 insanely hard-to-find games.
Yes, we are.
So you've got 5 games here, and this is sort of the exact sort of work that you're doing with the Video Game History Foundation.
Right. So some of these things are prototypes, some of them are just extremely hard to find, and all of it we want to have in an archive. Mm-hmm. So let's start off with the most recent hard-to-find game. It's NBA Elite 11. So does anyone know the story behind this? Yes, the answer behind Tifos.
This is how you basketball.
That is exactly how you basketball. I'm going to hand this around. This is a sealed copy of a PS3 game that EA put out. It was the follow-up to Live that never made it out. But they made it to where this is a full sealed copy, and it includes the sticker for the free copy of NBA Jam.
So basically, the game itself was so bad that they were going to fix it with a day one patch. And then that didn't work out. And so basically, they decided to cancel it after they had already manufactured full retail copies. It's got the hologram. It's an official piece of NBA merchandise.
Yeah, it is.
What a waste.
Yeah, it's a huge, it's one of those things where, like, how bad did it need to be before they pulled the plug at the very last minute? Like, literally the last minute.
Like, the sunk costs that have gone into this to get to this point are just incredible. So it must have just been terrible. But a few leaked out.
Yes.
You got this on eBay.
I did get that on eBay. It was right when people realized that, hey, this thing is something you can actually buy. As far as I know, there's about 3 or 4 of the sealed PS3 copies. I've seen an Xbox One disc, or Xbox 360 disc only, but I only saw it once. So I think the Xbox One's harder to find, but this is also one of those things where I'm not sure, like, somebody at a factory walked out with a box of a couple of them and sold them on eBay.
And this is just a really good example of, I mean, there are other games like this, of games that simply, that got up to this point and weren't released.
Just never made it out. So, yeah, one of those fun things. It's still sealed, but we do have a a playable copy that we're going to be, other people can try it out.
We don't have to crack that open?
No, we don't have to crack that open. This one's going to stay sealed. So next one's behind you guys.
This is the.
Oh my.
Yes. So
this is a special one.
Where in the blank is Carmen Sandiego? Well, how about where in North Dakota?
Beautiful North.
We can narrow it down to one
space.
Really
She's traveled across time and finally ended up in North Dakota.
Is this like her settling?
And she really was able to hide out in North Dakota for a long time because this was only recently recovered.
The back, you have to look at the back. It's amazing. It says Carmen's making it rough in the Rough Rider state. I mean,
that hurts.
Yeah,
that hurts.
This is the almanac that it came with, as you know, when you play.
This looked like this was like bound in a middle school.
Actually, it was bound in a middle school.
You don't say.
This is how the game came to be. There were some teachers in North Dakota that wanted to have a reference to help teach their students about North Dakota. So they reached out to Broderbund and said, we'll write all the clues. Can you just shove them into like a game for us? Yeah. And Broderbund's like, maybe. I think we got this down. We could probably do that. We'll use it as a test, and maybe we'll do it with all the other states. So like where in Ohio is Carmen Sandiego? So you had 4th and 8th grade teachers working on all the clues, and they're like, oh, this is easy. We'll just do all the clues and shove it in. It took almost 3 years for them to get this done.
3 years?
Because these are teachers working like in their off hours, and most teachers don't have off hours. Yeah, so look at this is we're in North Dakota. So and then the almanac obviously is printed on like print shop or something, and it did not make money. There were 2,500 disc-only copies that were released to schools. And this is only one of 3 boxes that we know of. And in fact, when Frank Cifaldi, who found this, by the way, this was his huge white whale, something where he was did tons of research, went to North Dakota and talked to all these people. He found these boxes, and when we talked to Doug Carlson, the co-founder of Broderbund, he was like, they made a box for that? So even he didn't know that this existed.
So did Frank go on a quest?
He did. Yeah.
He went mystical quest.
Started off
this.
To find this. Actually, he went. Literally, he went to North Dakota on a trip, visited all these teachers and the people who were involved to dig out this information. And it's an amazing resource. Yeah, it's bless Frank.
And the important thing, I mean, again, as you guys spoke about, I think earlier in the stream, and it's not just about being a collector and going out there and acquiring, these items for one's collection. It's really about, because Frank then worked very diligently to make sure that the disc image, got onto the internet, so everybody can play this now. It's only recently this was even found, but also that he's scanning this box and he's making beautiful, lossless, high resolution scans of everything, so that everybody can enjoy this, and that it doesn't just sort of go into a closet somewhere.
That's exactly. I mean, this almanac had to be designed specifically for the game, and so scanning all of that as well. That's how you solve the clues in the game.
Yep. So was this ever commercially released, or was it just provided to certain schools?
It was actually. So
nationwide, or just North Dakota?
Just North Dakota. Okay. There's actually nobody. We don't know anybody who actually bought this game. Yeah. So if you live in North Dakota, or you did in 1989 when this was released, please let us know if you ever saw this in like a Babbage's or somewhere, right? A school bookstore. It's crazy.
I mean, you might own, or somebody might own. I'm speaking directly to you in North Dakota.
North Dakota.
You might have, or somebody might have a version of this game that we don't even have. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you think you know anything about this, if you've seen Carmen Sandiego in North Dakota, let us know.
So good.
Yeah. All right, so next one is the Exertainment Mountain Bike Rally Speed Racer Combo cartridge. This was a Super Nintendo game, and it's probably one of the rarest Super Nintendo games, and it was designed for the Exertainment cycle. So it was like an exercise bike that connected to your Super Nintendo. And you pedal, and you have the controllers on the handlebars to do all the actions. Now, the funny thing about this is this isn't the cartridge that came with the bike. You had to buy this separately. And for a long time, no one knew that it existed. Yeah.
Dang, look at this.
So smooth.
Now imagine you're playing this and you're sweating.
Yeah, it's like butter. Almost there, dude. Oh, okay.
So
Man.
importantly, these games were also released separately.
Yes.
Right? Exertainment Mountain Bike Rally was released separately. Speed Racer was released separately.
Yes.
And those are not as hard to find.
No.
This is the crazy
Yeah,
one.
this is the crazy one
Look
that's
at this.
together. They,
Who takes their hands off the handle bike when they jump?
someone who's a mountain bike rally
It's
person.
extreme.
Yeah, it's totally extreme.
Extreme 90s.
Aw.
So the other funny story about this is this copy is sealed, as are most copies of this game, because they were all pretty much found at the same place. It was a classic gaming expo where there's a vendor that found a box of them, and he was selling them for, I think it was like $250 or something.
Oof.
And yeah, so you think about like, okay, what is this? Who's going to buy that?
Yeah.
The Super Nintendo collectors, we were all like, I've never seen that game. I'm going to buy it. And finding a loose copy is extremely difficult,
Right.
Because you would have to have bought it outside of that world, and then kept it. So yeah, this is definitely one of the rarest Super Nintendo games. The ROM and everything's out there, but it's really cool that we have the artifact.
This is the game where if you get into Super Nintendo collecting, this is one of the walls that you're going to run into.
Absolutely.
Is trying to find this game.
Right, you're gonna have to find someone who wants to sell it, and since the initial distribution was really collectors, they're gonna charge you an arm and a leg. I think it's like $5,000 or something.
Yeah.
Ew.
So, yeah.
Now, of
Ew.
course,
It was right.
And the funny story is that Steve and I, we actually met for the first time at Classic Gaming Expo 2010.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's been great. It's been great since then. He was like, oh, if you want to buy that Mountain Bike Rally Speed Racer cartridge, there's a guy with a bunch of them, and they're $250 each. And I'm like, that's a lot of money for a video game. I could have done
Is
really
it
well
though,
for
Chris?
myself.
Yeah.
Not that much.
Is
Yeah.
So which is the better game, Mountain Bike Rally or Speed Racer?
Speed Racer.
Speed Racer is?
Yeah.
And so it's
And they're both not good. Yeah, there's a lesser of
but
two
one
evils.
is
On a scale of not good to not or good.
And well, I mean,
Yeah.
the accelerator is just pedaling, right? So there is like that fitness, and this is fitness format on the bottom. There,
Well, yes.
so.
I wish we had footage of what the Exertainment bike or playing these games with the bike
Yeah,
is like.
it looks real awkward. I mean, it's the same, like this
do
big
it.
gray
Yeah.
thing that you're sitting on. All right, so quick quiz.
Yes.
Oh.
So, Alexa, I've got 2 copies of Daytona USA for the Sega Saturn. One of these is worth about $25, and the
Okay.
other is worth about $2,000.
Ooh.
So by looking at it from the outside, can you tell which one is which?
So this one looks a little shinier, like the red's a little redder. So
Right.
I'm gonna go with this one.
Okay, we're gonna go with the red.
Am I?
Are we gonna sing the song?
Daytona!
All right.
Let's
Wait,
go away.
All right. So what makes this one special is the inside, which is crazy. And I gotta hold it up. It has this gray insert that says, where am I going here? That says Daytona Netlink, and it says Netlink on the disc as well. This was a mail order only, so you had to buy that Sega Saturn modem, which nobody bought, and then contact Sega and order this separately. So this is one, when you see collectors going through like racks of Saturn games and opening every Daytona, they're looking for this game because it is extremely rare. And in fact, I've never seen it in the wild. I've only seen it via collectors. But Chris, actually, we had one show up at a convention, right?
We did. Yeah.
So.
The Netlink manual supplement.
Yes.
Is in
So
here.
this piece of like black and white paper, and then the disc that says "Not for Resale" and Netlink edition on it.
Wow.
Pull the disc out here. Yep. These 2 pieces are what makes this game unique. And the Netlink was the Saturn modem. This allowed you to connect to other players and play online, and nobody bought it. Right, because this is Daytona, and
it was like the waning years of the Sega Saturn.
Right.
Nobody was really jonesing to like play Sega Saturn games against their friends online.
Right.
1998. No.
Yeah. So why would they do that?
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so
but it's very much like this, but for Sega Saturn collectors. Like you can get every other Sega Saturn game and then be stopped on this one forever, and then eventually it's like, fine, I guess I'll pay $2,000 to own it.
Right. Yeah. This will be kind of like the last thing you need for the collection. So
It's a lot of money.
the last thing we're going to talk
hold on.
yeah.
Oh, I have questions.
You have questions. Sorry.
I have questions.
I've got answers.
Can I
hopefully.
hold this one?
Yes, absolutely.
So people put this away. So people would buy Daytona USA for the Saturn, and then you had to send away for this.
Let's go away.
No, so they would need to buy the modem, right?
Okay.
And so they would buy the Netlink modem and say, I can't do anything with this Netlink modem because it's Sega Rally, I think is the game that it came with, but I want to play Daytona. So within like this like flyer catalog inside was like, here's how you order other games.
Yeah.
And this was the Daytona Netlink was one of those games you can order.
This is Sega cheapness
Yes.
at work here. Remember, this is the company that took like European Sega Master System games, put a sticker on them, and sold them in America. This is the company that took Japanese Game Gear games and sold them in America. And then when it came time to make a new version of Daytona, they just took the boxes and manuals that they already had laying around and put a black and white insert into it, and were like, good enough.
Yeah, they didn't even reprint the color manual, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
it's doing the
Yeah.
black and white.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it's Sega Saturn collecting has gotten pretty crazy over the past few years. It's an interesting system because of its history, and so trying to preserve as much as we can about that system, is something really important to us.
Sure.
So the last one is a prototype. And,
I want it.
so you pull it out of the case,
All right.
and so this is Final Fantasy II for the NES, and this is an official prototype from Square. Yep, and this has a really interesting history. It was discovered in Canada, and because that they all migrate to Canada to escape. And
This cartridge was
this
discovered?
cartridge
Okay.
was discovered in Canada.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and the person posted, and there were so many ROM hacks of the Japanese Final Fantasy II, but like, oh, you just have like a hack or something. Frank disagreed, said, can you send it to me? Or send me pictures. Looked at it, it's like, I think this is an authentic prototype, verified it, and it's true. It is an English version of Final Fantasy II. It's pretty much complete and playable.
Yep.
And the really interesting thing is this was translated by the same person who did Final Fantasy IV for the Super Nintendo. So that spoony bard line and like kind of weird language like that, that tends to show up in this version of the game.
Yeah, and this translation, which we can kind of see on the video wall behind us here, is it's like a first pass.
Yes.
Right. Like it's not super polished. They probably would have done a little bit more work to this to get it ready for release in the U.S. But it's basically complete.
Yeah.
They did a complete run through the game, and they were really gonna put this thing into stores.
Yeah, well, so Frank has unearthed print ads.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
for this, and things that showing up at CES.
Yep.
It's like we're gonna.
They came up with Final Fantasy II box art. They had a whole brand new Final Fantasy II logo for the U.S.
Yeah, it's really angular.
And Final Fantasy III for the Famicom also. They were planning on releasing these games in the U.S. and they were talking it up at CES. And this was the first proof that they had actually gotten further than just making up a little sell sheet or an ad for CES. They'd actually translated the whole game.
Yeah.
It just took forever, right? And then we didn't get it until the Game Boy Advance version.
Yeah.
And Origins.
I think Origins came out before the Game Boy Advance version. So yeah, you could play it in America on the PS1. In a remade, they redid it with new pixel art and stuff like that, and of course a brand new translation. But yeah, this is just really exciting for Final Fantasy fans.
Yeah.
It's not, Alexa, it's not for sale. not only
Not
is it
edible.
not for sale,
Definitely
I
not
already
edible.
have dibs if Frank's body is ever mysteriously discovered in a shallow grave.
Now
that goes to me.
this one's gonna
Can I
be
come
in a
over and touch
museum.
it
You can,
sometimes?
you can. Yes, I'm generous.
Yeah, so it was one of those cases where it first of all verifying that it was official, right, and going through that process of identifying, I mean, it's full on, and there's a lot of questions as to why this never came out, right? And it's like they were done the first pass, the game is playable.
It's not a situation like NBA.
Yeah,
League.
It's not a trash fire,
we know it's
basically.
not a bad game.
Well, if you look at what's the date on there?
1988, 1991.
1991.
God.
Yeah.
By the time they were ready to release
Oh, that's
this
right,
game,
yeah.
the Super
Super
Nintendo
Nintendo.
was already available. And because remember, Final Fantasy came out. I mean, the first game was 1987 in Japan, but it took till 1990 to come out in the US.
Yeah.
Super
So
NES was
dated.
already out,
Yeah.
and the bottom fell out of the 8-bit NES market faster than anybody thought it would. And I think what happened was Square was like, "Whoa, the 8-bit market is actually really soft right now. Let's just jump straight into 16-bit." And actually, if you look at what happened with Dragon Warrior, where they kept putting out the games on the NES and nothing really happened, versus Final Fantasy, which shifted to Super Nintendo, made the generational leap first, and then actually became more popular in the US.
Right.
And that endures to this day.
Yeah.
So that actually might have been, not bringing this game out might have been the best decision they ever made long term.
Yeah, well, now it's playable. So.
Do we know what the story of this cartridge is, though?
Yeah, well, so we don't know its origin. All we know is it was found in Canada, right? So it was one of those, very likely it was either as part of a a test, right? A translation test. They're like, hey, someone go through this like an editor of some sort or QA.
The Earthbound prototype, the mother, was from Nintendo of Canada.
Right.
And so it's entirely possible that I think Nintendo of Canada at the time was operating independently. And
Apparently
so
very leaky.
Right. Well, yeah, very leaky. But also maybe they were considering releasing some NES games that Nintendo of America had already maybe passed on. So maybe that's what's going on.
Right.
But we can speculate.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know what the story of the label is? Do we know who wrote that?
It's
very nice handwriting.
Is it someone from Nintendo that wrote that?
It's definitely someone from Nintendo or
probably Square.
The 2 is like really in there.
Yeah,
really.
That's actually a really interesting point that you brought that up. That has been one way that we've been able to verify ROMs, is by looking at the handwriting on the ROMs from not just this prototype but others. Like, oh wait, that's consistent with like these years in Midway. It's the same handwriting, and so you never thought you'd get into handwriting analysis when you're doing preservation, but it is one of those cases where like, oh, I have this prototype. Well, it doesn't match any of the samples. Now, it doesn't mean it's not authentic. But it's one of those things that we can use as reference material. It's like, oh yeah, it's the same pen, almost, right? Or the sticker.
Yep. So something interesting about, I've touched it. I'm okay.
Touch it again?
Yeah, okay.
You can never touch it enough.
So heavy. What's something interesting about prototypes like this, and Video Game History Foundation, obviously you guys are not really focused on like the value of stuff. You're not buying or you're buying in some cases, but not selling. But like a prototype like this, if it's undumped, that is, if the information on that cartridge has not been copied and distributed on the internet, those can be worth thousands and thousands of dollars to people who want to get the information.
Right.
As soon as somebody gets the info off of there and dumps it to the internet, the value of something like that plummets.
Yeah, that's actually happened to me multiple times.
Yeah.
Where I spent between $2,000 and $3,000 on a game, some of which we'll see later on in this stream, and the minute we release the ROM, it's like $400 or $500, like just because it's dumped now. This isn't sort of the special unicorn that it once was.
Sure.
And we take that hit because, quite frankly, we want it out there. Like to Chris's point, we're not in it for the value. We're there to share the information.
Wow. Very cool. Thank you for sharing these games with us on the stream today. Next up, I believe you're going to be playing the unreleased M2 console.
Yes, we are. Something else unreleased.
Which is very cool. But first, we're going to take another look at the behind-the-scenes video for the Video Game History Foundation. Check it out.
Thanks.
Every game has a story, and just playing the game only tells you a part of it. If you want the rest of it, you have to go back in time. You need to look at the box and the packaging to see how the game was sold. You need to know the culture that surrounded it. You need to be able to dig out magazines and see what game players of the time thought of it. Historians rely on this material in order to be able to tell a story about how a game was made and where it came from and why it was important. And that material is in danger of disappearing if we don't act and save it. I'm Frank Cifaldi. I've been working in the video game industry for a little over a decade. I've been a producer, I've been a developer, I've been an editor and a journalist, but my nights and weekends have always been spent saving this industry's past and archiving its history. There are amazing things happening in the world of game preservation, but outside of a handful of museums and public archives and libraries, I don't know of any nonprofits that are specifically dedicated to preserving the legacy of video games. So I started one. The Video Game History Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation dedicated to preserving the history of video games. We believe that video games are more than just playable code. It's the ephemeral material that was produced around it. It's the marketing, it's the stories, and all of these things are in danger of disappearing unless we actually go out and find it and make sure that it's safe. It's in collectors' closets, it's in developer garages, but a lot of people just don't know where to put this stuff. We want to archive it, we want to digitize it and make it available to researchers. We want to take museum pieces and put them in actual museums. And I think more than that, we need to educate people on what kind of material is actually of value to historians and researchers. So we're starting off small right now. We're digitizing video game history and making sure researchers can access it. But in the future, who knows? Maybe we can open up a library and allow researchers to come access physical material. Maybe we become the facilitator for the museums that exist. Maybe we tell developers how to make sure their code is safe and secure. There's a whole lot of ways we could go, and I'm really excited to figure out which directions we can, but we can't do any of it without your help. But most importantly, what your pledge gives us is the opportunity to actually do this right, to make this a full-time pursuit, to actually make a video game history foundation. If you believe in this as much as we do, join us. Let's save video game history together.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back. I'm Brian Altano. This is Jared Petty.
Hello.
Very special guest, former IGN guy. Welcome back to the building.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Steve Lynn.
Yes, I'm
rocking
back.
with us all day. So today we're talking about the M2, the sequel to the 3DO. Some people probably don't even remember what the 3DO is. If you want to hold that up real quick.
Yeah.
We're going to
3DO interactive multi-system.
Yeah,
that's right.
So this was a disc-based console.
Yep.
That did not come out in the 90s, but was supposed to.
Right.
Or the 3DO did at least.
Yeah.
But the M2 is a brand new thing, and we're actually looking at it right now and
Look at
hearing it. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ah, it's bodacious. So I'm so excited right now. I've always wanted to get my hands on an M2. I loved the 3DO. Despite its ridiculous expense, I have managed to fool around with one. And there were actually some pretty good games for 3DO.
Yeah,
But Steve, what about the M2? Are there good games for the M2?
No, there are not good games for the M2. And one of the reasons this thing never came out.
But what about these graphics? These graphics are amazing.
Yeah, these aren't graphics. This is full motion video.
Okay.
The one thing that's cool about this system is it actually has the MPEG decoder built into it, so they could do much higher quality video. And this actually showed up at the same E3 as the PlayStation and Saturn. So 3DO had their own booth, and they were running this demo actually the entire time. We've actually got two of them here. One is this console version, and then we're actually playing on a separate system that was released as a kiosk.
Okay.
So you can hit start here.
All right, I'm going to hit start here and jump in. All right, I'm hitting start. Something's happening. There we go. We're going to start race?
Yeah, we're going to start a race.
All right, here we go.
You can only pick one car.
You know, actually, compared to what was available during the period, I mean, that FMV looked great.
Yeah.
What? Are you already in?
You're in.
We're
you just started
Just a
racing?
rolling start. Here we go. All right.
Wow.
Look at the radar. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. And that was a great start there. All right.
Wait.
And I think it died. Okay, so
okay.
Jared, what have you done?
So we reset the game by crashing.
Apparently, we reset the game.
The 3DO's logo was a TV on fire, so that seems pretty apropos.
Oh, that's kind of. But the 3DO again, it actually did have some really great video games. It had Dungeons and Dragons Slayer, which was a lot of fun. It had a great Street Fighter version.
I would just use the A and B. A is the accelerator, and then B does the radar. Up there.
Oh man,
so can you? Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm trying to go.
Wait. Oh, wait.
Doesn't seem like anyone's going.
Yeah, no one's going.
Nothing's happening here.
Okay.
This is very exciting.
Yeah.
I think I understand why the 3DO interactive multiplayer system maybe never took off.
You know, this is one of those unreleased games. We're gonna.
But you know, this is an oft-ignored part of racing, which is just waiting
for things to happen.
Yeah.
That's true.
And sometimes it could feel like minutes.
Yeah, it can feel like minutes
because of the tension.
Sometimes minutes can feel like hours. Then, then you have to talk to cover it up.
Right.
When that happens.
Okay. Data loading.
All right. Data loading. Here we go. We're going to do this. We're going to make this happen.
All right. We are moving.
I'm amazed at just how fast it just jumps right in like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, is the cockpit view your only choice?
Yes. The cockpit. So the buttons, what it does, if you look at the left-hand side, there's that radar.
Yeah.
And that tells me how close I am to everybody else.
Okay. Look at that. Oh, you got the gentle touch there, Steve.
And then I can also turn it off.
Hit the wall.
Oh, we're all over the place.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a weird large joystick protruding from the top of Steve's controller.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand it off.
Yeah, I kind of like these little the little light touch. Oh wow!
Can you hold it up real quick, Jared?
Yeah,
people
totally.
Can see?
So you have this thing. Now that thing's optional. You can unscrew it.
Yeah, you can unscrew it
and just use the D-pad, and you should.
You know, this is
the prototype, right? So you can imagine the feedback that you'd give to the developers, like,
right?
Why would I be?
Well, I like fingertip joysticks, like the 2600 I play this way, and also the Neo Geo Pocket Color has that wonderful clicky stick to it.
The Pac-Man thing you can put on, the
oh, it's really great.
Now, so if you look at the game, it actually looks pretty good.
Yeah. So what year was this?
This is going to be 95.
Okay.
95.
Yeah. Right.
So you compare this to fairly early thing, Ridge Racer.
Compare this to Mario Kart or something, right?
Right.
Really
yeah.
Which of those games will age better?
Yep. The difference.
People will be talking about it.
Oh my goodness. Those are some finely rendered trees.
Yeah,
you think we should go see them up close?
I don't think you'll be able to.
I don't think you're able to.
Oh, look, this brought to you by Exxon?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Goodyear?
Placement and Radio World Speedway.
So now, were those placeholder ads, or?
It's unlikely that they would do anything that wasn't part of the original, Racing League license.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so they probably, at this point, this was still early. As you could tell, the pieces from when we wiped out earlier.
Oh, look at that!
Wow, I couldn't tell what that was.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of an abstract thing, but what, Steve? Where did the M2 come from? The 3DO was not a resounding success in any market, so far as I know. It was very expensive.
Yes,
and it did have a small but actually pretty nifty library of games. It had stuff like Return Fire on there, for example, and you had that weird Kirk Cameron game where he was running around.
Yes,
but
right, he did, and also the semi-adult game, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties.
That's true. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And again, D&D Slayer, which was kind of like a weird fusion of a role-playing game and Doom,
right?
That I really like. But what happened with the M2? What in the world made them decide this was a good idea?
Yeah, well, this was, the 3DO hardware, as you mentioned, was not a huge success, but they thought they would give it another go. Right, so we're going to do something that's 32-bit system, give it tons of memory, give it the video decoding, which apparently a lot of people were doing with video, right? A lot of those video cutscenes. So really give it a ton of horsepower and give it another try. So they obviously showed this at E3, and they were reaching out. The two systems we have are from Panasonic, but it never really got traction as whoa, wow,
neither did I.
I've never done that.
Oh, there we
I've
go.
never flipped the car.
I did it twice.
Yeah, now what?
Are you still flipping?
I wish we could get an external view of the car.
Can I pull out to the car?
You're
fine now. Yeah,
you got out of that one pretty well, and I think you're about to now.
No, he got lapped.
No.
You got lapped.
Yeah, I got lapped. I just got lapped.
I thought you glitched into
I'm just
third
keep
place.
running
So actually,
see what happens.
hit start.
Hit start, right?
And then quit race, and you'll see what happens. It goes,
oh, wow. Man, look at these high-resolution graphics.
Look at these people, it's so sad.
Oh, they give you a montage of people that aren't good at racing.
Right. Because he's like, what?
That's awesome.
I want this car to explode with the guy saying, might as well.
Might as well what? Call it a day. Yeah, look at that font.
Man.
The 90s, everybody.
So edgy.
Yeah.
This is the menu system. You can kind of dig around in there. But it never got traction. But oddly enough, this hardware was used in other applications.
What?
Like the one we're playing it on was used for kiosks inside, I think it was Ford dealerships.
Oh, that's
and
fantastic.
so there are discs where it's you can go through and look at different cars and all their...
You beat number 4, which is Verk.
Oh, you have defeated Verk.
Yeah.
The little known Dr. Peter Verkman.
And look at Becky, though. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Becky's killing it.
Also, Chuch.
No, it's Becky. Yeah. The font choice here is not fantastic.
So this did make kiosk, and apparently some of this hardware eventually got adapted to an arcade machine?
Yeah, arcade machines.
That was disc-based, right?
Yes, and but it's not compatible.
Okay.
And then there's one other thing where they had a vending machine that used this hardware.
Oh my gosh!
So I'm gonna switch games.
Oh, we're gonna look at another game here.
Okay, we had another game.
We're gonna be bold and enterprising.
Yeah.
All right. So, did you ever play with the 3DO, Brian?
I had so there's always there's that one kid in your school.
Yeah,
the rich kid.
The rich kid, or the one who had one of those dads that was never there, but when he was a rich businessman.
Yeah,
and he'd be like, "I'll buy you all the video game consoles." But I do remember the era of sort of 32-bit, because it was the last time we were sort of bits or something we were all really competing with and counting.
Yeah.
Coming from 8-bit and then 16-bit eras to go to 32-bit and then 64, we kind of thought that was going to define video games forever was just
we're gonna bid up forever.
Yeah, and right now we'd be up to like 2,500.
Yeah, remember
bits.
128 Marios?
Yep.
Like that whole thing. That was kind of a play on that. But yeah, the PlayStation Jump, the Saturn Jump, all those very unique. That's back when the uniqueness of hardware really did affect the kind of games you were going to get on it. That's largely disappeared now.
Yeah.
But really fundamental aspects of hardware architecture could affect the way the games were designed, and people would have different design philosophies built around the strength of the system.
Sure.
The whole idea of the original 3DO, there was going to be audio, video, and then 3DO. That's where that came from.
and okay. Oh,
that's right. They were introducing the
wow.
Yeah, that's
okay.
right. Oh, what do we have here?
Look out. Okay, you're in the game. You're playing the game.
Oh,
this is the game?
I'm so happy.
Okay,
what's happening?
This is not even the best part. Keep playing.
Oh.
Steve, what is this? How did you?
Can I catch that thing? Is that a power up or is that a bullet?
No, it's a bullet.
What sort of fever dream is this? Okay, so
this is obviously using assets from other games.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lamborghini Quest.
Right. So that's your car actually from
Are you
the racing game.
Are you shooting coconuts?
And no, it's cop cars.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Is this a sequel to Radiant Silvergun? I always wanted but never got.
Yeah,
wow, this is
treasure. There it is.
Oh, what was that?
Who was that man?
So it rotates through.
Was that Sinead
who we
O'Connor?
think are the programmers.
It's a bullet dynamite. I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's quite possible. It is. But yeah, there's power up. Yeah,
yeah.
You got the Homer woohoo.
It's tough to tell.
Right.
Oh, that guy.
Oh wow! I
don't touch that ball with the guy holding a gun.
Yeah. So when you
whoa. I'm not sure what happened there.
That laugh. It's kind of unclear what this is for.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really showing maybe the 2D capabilities, how many sprites you can have on the same screen.
Yeah.
The dual scrolling, the background.
So this was a tech. This was a tech demo.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what that is. I've never.
I want this to exist.
You grab it.
Someone bring this to Steam.
What is that? What happened to that guy's mouth? I have so many questions.
There's Napoleon Dynamite again.
It's a missile. Look out.
But you were like juggling him. It was like a stinger type of thing there.
Oh man, I didn't do very well there.
Yeah. All right, so you're out of lives.
Out of lives. Can I come back?
Oh look,
I found the reason.
You're back.
We got a high score of 150.
Okay,
so I think it's the longest I've decided.
So this is a race car-based shmup that takes place over some rudimentary version of Google Maps.
Yeah, that's
where
right.
you boss battle circular versions of the people who may or may not be embarrassed to have worked on this.
Right. And we did see the new enemy like that, like Dragonfly, come out, and I believe there are more.
Is there a final boss?
I don't think so.
Oh, we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
22
the long
lives.
play of no, that's your score.
I am never leaving this chair again.
Yeah, you're gonna be playing. So there's no name for this game either.
Oh really?
Oh, we got to give it one.
Yeah, people call it the M2 shooter demo.
Okay,
but
that's
by all means.
I think we should name it Shmupathon 3000.
Shmupathon 3000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Return to the Muppets.
Return.
This is so bizarre.
Look at the patterns.
Yeah. Look at that. So this is the sequel to Radiant Silvergun I always wanted, never got.
Right.
I mean, Ikaruga was fine, but this is what we needed.
This is really.
Oh, there's that missile. How do I get rid of it? Do I have to shoot the missile?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm starting to get a. If I say I'm starting to get a feel for this, I'm surely going to die.
You got the Homer woohoo. I mean, now you got an extra life.
I got extra life. I got the woohoo.
Oh, yeah. Was that
you're about to set the world high score on this thing.
Was that a Simpsons sound effect?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Hence, like.
I think I used to go to church with that girl.
Well, it's kind of like, how did this become a thing?
Yeah,
or rather, like, just throw anything you need. We just need to demo something.
Well, I mean, I've fooled around with Game Maker before. This kind of feels like some of the stuff that I've done just trying to bounce ideas off the wall.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think I was ever this creative, and I feel kind of bad about that.
Yeah.
It's weird that the police cars bounce back sometimes and don't others. I wonder what's causing that behavior.
Yeah, that's what's weird about this game, definitely.
Yeah,
is
that's
the police car
the
physics.
guy in a scuba.
And not the scuba dive.
All right.
Now, if you're just tuning in, we are playing an unreleased shmup demo on the M2, which was the unreleased sequel.
There's a
to
baseball.
The 3DO.
Oh my!
And
gosh, why aren't video games more like this?
If you're like, what's going on? Your guess is as good as ours because we are just as confused as you are.
I'm a little worried about this. Like, there's like a piece of feces that kept following me around the screen there for a while.
Oh, with the head on it? Yeah.
I'm not sure what that was.
I think that was the original title for this game.
Oh, piece of feces. Oh wow, I'm really screwing this up.
Yeah.
Starting to run out of screen real estate.
296. 300.
I've reached bullet heck.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I missed a play of dynamite. Man, this. Scuba Man.
Oh,
321. I flew too high.
I gotta say those explosions are pretty awesome.
Yeah. So for those of you, want to beat Jared's score and have a unreleased game system, by all means, try to be 321.
Got to be 321, huh?
Yes.
All right. Man, I feel like I could do better with a little practice.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those odd artifacts, right, where they were building the system. It obviously made it to production to where this one looks like a regular console you would buy in the store. Yeah. It did make it to production in an odd way through sort of the third-party like kiosk systems. But in terms of games, there's these two. There's supposedly a couple demos, and that's about it. So we're still trying to dig out software. If you have M2 software, please let us know. We're trying to archive as much as we can.
Yeah,
that's right.
And who are we, by the way?
Oh,
Steve,
it's the Video Game History Foundation. So gamehistory.org. We're trying to make this accessible to as many people as possible so that other people can experience the brilliance of
everyone needs to be able to experience this.
That is fantastic.
Man, I am really that is can you kill the turd?
Yep. You can probably kill the turd. But we're going to let you, or it'll kill itself.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That's the M2. That's some of the weirdest games I've ever seen in my entire life. For more Video Game History Foundation, IGN, right here all day long. Back to you, Damon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Brian Altano.
Hey.
Frank Civaldi is here from the Video Game History Foundation, and Peter Brown is from GameSpot.
Hello.
And this is an interesting little something that we're gonna.
It's a Super Famicom. It's from the land of Japan.
But it's piggybacking on top of something else.
Yes, it is.
Is this a Super Nintendo?
It's you know what, kind of.
Okay.
Like, that's actually a really interesting way of thinking about it.
You can keep that. That's yours.
I am going to keep that. So this is, all right, so I'm going to hold it up a little bit so the camera can see. So on top here we have, regular Super Famicom. That's the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo. Underneath here, we have what's called the Satellaview, or at least one component of it. And the Satellaview would interface with these cartridges, these special cartridge within a cartridge.
Wow. It almost looks like a prototype Super Game Boy.
You know, it's a good way. You're just full of good ideas.
Thanks, man. I'm glad I'm here today.
And what this actually allowed you to do back in the early mid-90s is download games, which is, that sounds kind of quaint now.
Yeah.
I guess like, oh, you could download games on your console, but like that was kind of a new idea.
Frank, what was the obsession in the '90s with connecting consoles to each other?
Like the 32X. And
and
let's
like
just stack
or
more
like
stuff.
the Sonic CD, or like Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 2, like just taking things that exist and just jamming them together.
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with them just shipping consoles without all the features they want to put in them. You know what I mean? Like if you look at even the old NES has an expansion slot on the bottom that was never used for anything, but was there so that they could expand it. And in Japan, for example, they had a disk drive for their version of the NES. But yeah, to your point, like the Sega Genesis had the Sega CD system. Super Nintendo almost had its own CD system. So what was the obsession? I think it was, if I had to put an answer to it on the spot, I think it was that technology was evolving really quickly in consumer electronics in the 90s, and so you couldn't ship a console that would stay relevant for years. So they wanted the ability to add features to a console post-release. So I just pulled that out of nowhere.
That was good.
Sounded
Sticking
good.
with it.
You said it with authority. So this is the Satellaview.
It is.
What is this?
So
is this a game?
No, that is a cartridge that just uses these cartridges that you actually download the ROMs onto.
Okay.
And
it says BSX.
It's the BSX. I don't know what that stands for, unfortunately. You can sort of fill in the blanks with really juvenile humor if you want to. I preferred the X meaning
everyone's thinking it.
xylophone.
But xylophone is kind of a BS instrument, so
it is probably if we were going to rank them, which we will here on IGN.com tomorrow.
So the mini cartridge here is what actually holds the game together.
Okay, and the 8M is what, like 8 megabytes?
Megabits.
Megabits. Sorry.
So using the power of real satellites.
Yes. So actually, okay, here's how it worked. As far as I know, I wasn't in Japan at the time. The Satellaview allowed a player to connect their cable line, and it would actually like listen to a cable TV network, right? That would occasionally beam data over the cable line, because you could do that, and write games onto the cartridge. And the idea was that there was broadcasting for playing these games, right? So it's like tune in Wednesday at 7 p.m. and play this brand new game. And so you'd tune in, turn on your Super Nintendo, your Satellaview, turn on that channel, and there'd be some stuff on TV, and then it would like start downloading the game for you. Wow! And then you would play it, and not only did you just play a game, it was actually like still broadcasting things to you as you played. So what they would often do is they would pipe in like music and voiceover and stuff, which is, the Super Nintendo couldn't really accomplish that so well, but like they could actually have a narrator talking to you as you're playing this game. So you play for an hour, and the narrator might be like, oh, by the way, here's a new power-up, and it would like pause the game and like give you a power-up. And it's actually like, I still like that concept.
Yeah. So they released a Legend of Zelda game.
They did. They released several, actually. So the most famous one that you and I played, was actually a 16-bit recreation, you're seeing it right behind us, of the original Legend of Zelda, the 8-bit NES game.
Wow. Well, who are you playing as?
Well, so you're playing as, so the Satellaview had, I think it was called BSX Town. Like you sort of inhabited this town and walked around with your avatar, and that's the female avatar from BSX Town.
So it's like a prototype PlayStation Home?
That's a good way of thinking about it, yeah.
Is it though?
No, I just like complimenting you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But yeah, so you can choose to be the boy or the girl, and get right in there and play. And it wasn't the full game. What they did was like a section of the map at a time.
Yeah.
So Brian, you could probably talk a little bit more about
it. So this was a really interesting Let's Play to do here at IGN, because I'm a huge Zelda fan. I'm actually like a really, really big old school original Zelda fan. It's the kind of game I play through probably once or twice a year, start to finish. Everyone's looking at me like I'm weird right now. It's true.
That's not true. None of us looked at him at all.
We were looking at this game.
I'm so obsessed with this game that I know where basically every bombable wall is and every burnable bush. This is a very different version of that game. So right off the bat, it's using a lot of like 16-bit sprites, stuff that was completely different than anything we saw on the NES. Frank and I were sort of describing it as kind of like if they made a Legend of Zelda version of Super Mario All-Stars.
Right.
So the first stage in the first dungeon or temple in Zelda looks nothing like this. The layout is very, very different. Usually you don't have bombs by now unless like you do some weird stuff on the outside world. So the layout's different, the sprites are different. You're playing as his female character, which is like not really Linkle, but just sort of like some sort of like redheaded female Link
This dragon's
avatar.
way easier.
Yeah, even though he's wearing like blue armor now, like so there's a lot of weird differences. Like they put moss all over the tile sets around the outside. But yeah, I whooped that guy's butt really easily. And then they give you your first heart. And the cool thing is in the corner, you get this Zelda time thing. And one of the things we notice is that every now and then, like Frank was implying, a narrator will pipe in. He'll be like, oh, the world is now easier and all the enemies have fairies in them.
Yeah.
Like, what? No one needs that many fairies, but you start killing enemies and they start appearing like crazy.
Which is, I mean, just imagine how fun that was back in the day that like a voice came in on your TV. And told you that they just changed your game and that it just like changed.
Right, and I mean the idea of playing like an appointment-based version of Legend of Zelda that was different than the one you've been playing at home.
And limited. It's only 2 dungeons through the whole thing. Right?
Yeah. Peter, you ever have anything like this? Have you played any of these games before?
Yeah, a friend of mine, Giancarlo Veronini, has a Satellaview, but he also has the reproduction cart, which I think you guys played.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a very interesting concept. And I want to talk to Frank a little bit because these carts right here are the things that are like gold to people and to the foundation.
Right.
Because a lot of the stuff that was downloaded and saved still lives on these carts. They're not labeled anything special.
Right, because they only hold one game, right?
Yeah, one game at a time, I think. So
you have to buy these blind almost. And
you often do, yes.
Yeah, and
or
so people can rip the
or
game
if the
off.
seller knows what they have, they can, and they know that no one has it, they can start charging a lot.
I was describing it as like the video game equivalent of like finding amber with dinosaur mosquito DNA in it. Like it's basically impossible.
Yeah.
Well, it's like it's just miraculous that we have what we have because the only way that this game data still exists on these cartridges is if it's the last game the previous owner happens to have played.
Yeah.
It's unless there was some really strange guy who like actually archived. I would love to find this person. But unless that were true, then you just kind of have to. I guess we just kind of got lucky that someone gave up on Zelda after week 1.
Right. Which means that a kid in Japan in the 90s got this game beamed to him via satellite and then just gave up on the Satellaview.
Right.
And then someone else found it and ripped the ROM off of it. It's so incredibly cool to me.
Well, and I think it actually gets a little more complicated than that with the version that we played.
Right.
So again, it's like if you get that ROM data off of the cartridge, you have the gameplay data. You don't have the narrator. You don't have the timing of the things coming in or the background music or any of that. And miraculously,
See that?
yeah, very nicely done. Very nicely done. That's
and of course they put the second level here, which makes no sense at all.
Nope.
Like I walked in and was like, "Are you kidding me?"
But on top of someone happening to have discovered the ROM, someone in Japan actually recorded themselves playing some of these events. So we have video of someone playing through Zelda week 1.
Actually, like a VHS
video, of someone playing through. So we know what the narrator said. We know what music was used, right? And we have the ROM cartridge, and we also, thanks to an emulation author who goes by the name Bew, we were able to simulate like another expansion chip in the Super Nintendo to be able to stream audio. So these things combined, like people came together and were able to recreate this event with the dubbing and everything, and they redubbed it in English.
I was going to say the version you and I played is completely redubbed with new VO.
Yeah.
And I think there's something incredibly cool about how sort of painstakingly accurate all of that is.
Yeah.
To recreate this event that happened in very limited quantities in the 90s on this thing
in Japan.
In Japan. Like to like sort of come down to where we are to actually play this is really cool. And we're seeing some of the overworld too, which again, as a big Zelda fan, I was kind of thrown off because the overworld is a much more truncated version of the one that you'll play on NES. I would say it's about about a quarter of the size. You can still stab that old man. He hates it.
Oh, here's like an event coming in.
Yeah, so
right?
these events pipe in, and you'll start to hear the VO.
And no matter like where you are on the map,
Yeah.
like everyone who's playing the event, their game all freezes at the same
Yeah.
time, and then they all get the same enhancement at the same time.
And weird little events happen within this event. Like they'll say, hey, something washed ashore, and you'll go to this one screen, there'll be an item there that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
They'll be like, bombs are much easier to get because they want you bombing stuff in the game. But we were really good when we played, and we actually opened up pretty much everything and just kind of ran out the clock towards the end. But as you can see, like the second dungeon was in a different place, which if you played the original Legend of Zelda, when you put your name in as Zelda, you get to play a second quest, where the entire game is remixed. Yeah. So I'm kind of no stranger to playing like alternate weird versions of the original Zelda, but this was just like a completely different direction for me.
Sure. So do we know how well this sold?
I have no idea. I really don't know.
Yeah.
But it went on for a while.
Yeah.
Like I want to say it was at least a couple of years.
Nintendo made a bunch of weird games for it too. Like
Yeah.
there's an Excite Bike that actually resembles Mario Kart in its aesthetic.
Yep.
So imagine Excite Bike with all the Mario universe characters.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and there's Radical Dreamers.
Right, the Chrono Trigger like visual novel.
Yeah, it was only on this television.
That is a weird. Did you say Chrono Trigger visual novel
Yeah.
sequel?
Yeah.
Called
Yeah.
Radical Dreamers.
Yep.
It's
the
the 90s, man.
It's the prequel to Chrono Cross. It actually ties into Chrono Cross
I think
more
so.
than Chrono
Yeah.
Trigger. Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's some Kirby mini games that were only ever on the Satellaview. That they're very very simple little games. But
So did you pay like, or did gamers pay like a monthly cost back then? Like, how does it? Because I know like Sega had that thing, the Sega Channel,
Right.
Which was sort of the same, or the sort of the same thing on Genesis,
Yeah.
where you could do the same kind of thing where you were playing online. You had to hardwire your console to the
a
internet.
cable TV.
The coaxial cable, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think it was similar in that they were broadcasting the data probably in audio form. You know what I mean? Like running a tape into a Commodore 64 or something.
Yeah.
Like I think it was a similar situation to that. So I think the way the Sega Channel worked, you had a menu of games and you would choose which one to download. And I think what happened when you chose a game is that it would just pause and wait for that one to be broadcast.
Yeah.
Because it's just broadcasting all of them in a loop, and then you would download it and play it. And there are lost Sega Channel games actually.
Yeah.
Like there was a Garfield game on the Sega. It came out, right? But the Sega Channel version had other levels, and like that's just we don't know where that is.
Right.
It's gone. Like we're and that's one of the big challenges of game preservation is how do we track down these things that were so ephemeral and temporary? Like in the case of BS Zelda, thank goodness a lot of that data just survived on cartridges. The cut levels from Garfield caught in the act, not that I would ever play it, but like it's still a piece of history,
Yeah, sure.
Like where is that? I have no idea. Like if anywhere it's like on some old, some developer's old like backup drives or EEPROMs.
Have you considered that maybe Garfield doesn't want to preserve the time he got caught in the act?
I don't give a crap what Garfield thinks about anything.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a cat that hates Mondays. Get through it.
I am not into Garfield.
Apparently not.
Mini Garfield. Right?
Yeah.
There's no artistry to Garfield.
I'm
Garfield
totally
is
with you.
purely a marketing
Yep.
machine.
Well.
This segment is now about how Garfield sucks.
We're pivoting.
That's true.
Now, do you have any idea like how vast the Satellaview library is? Like are we talking hundreds of games
I don't think it's
that were
hundreds.
broadcast?
No, maybe close to 100, if that.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and a lot of them are just like variants of other games.
Right.
Like Zelda, right? Like we played map 1. There's 4 maps total. They did the same thing with Link to the Past. Like they had, I think, 4 Link to the Past maps. Excite Bike, I think, varied week to week. Like a lot of them are just variations on a theme.
Were they broadcast at specific? Like was it like Tuesday was Zelda night?
I think it was a weekly cadence of a Satellaview thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like a new Satellaview or a rerun. Like
Because
they
I
did
was
reruns.
I was gonna say if you got a Satellaview and you didn't like certain games and like that was you're only free at 7 o'clock on Wednesdays or something, like you're stuck with Kirby forever.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
how would people even find out about what time things are being broadcast?
Well, Damon, you go on
What-
www.oops that hasn't been invented.
Yeah, exactly. Like, do you know how people were learning about like what was coming?
I would
down the-
imagine if you were a monthly subscriber to whatever service this is, you were probably mailed a guide.
Maybe Famitsu, because it was weekly.
Famitsu probably,
right.
yeah. for
So you would
sure.
have to have like a physical paper
TV guide.
Well, like I said, a TV guide. Yeah, same thing. That's so bizarre.
Yeah. So, do you think this counts as like the first form of downloadable content?
Oh, absolutely.
DLC, what we call DLC.
I mean, even technology like this goes way back. There was an Atari 2600 modem that downloaded games onto cartridge. And that company, they went on, they formed some kind of communications. I think it was called AOL. Yeah, AOL started as an Atari 2600 ROM download service.
So Breath of the Wild comes out on Friday.
Yeah.
And some people were kind of upset that there's a $20 season pass for it, and they're like, Nintendo doesn't do this kind of stuff.
But they did.
Well, kinda. I mean, this is essentially a season pass for the original Legend of Zelda, right? This is
with voiceover.
Yeah. Yeah.
With that really annoying old man.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what they did in this version that we played was they took the old man who tells you it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and they just had him like, not quite on a cell phone, but like he basically calls you every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's like,
it's like voice of God, right?
Yeah. And he's kind of incompetent at times, and he's like, "Let me try this spell."
Yeah, it's very odd because I shouldn't expect anything from a guy who gives a dangerous weapon to a child within the first 4 seconds of meeting him.
Is Link canonically a child in Zelda 1?
Oh man, don't get me into this. You're getting into that Zelda timeline.
Yeah.
It's a plate of spaghetti.
I thought it was near the end of the timeline.
In the first Zelda is actually yes. Wind Waker is a prequel to the original. Yeah,
Where's BS Zelda in the timeline? So this would have been released after Link to the Past.
I think so.
Yeah. Right?
I think so, yeah.
So it's just interesting that they would choose to do this with BS Zelda instead of expanding on Link to the Past.
Well, they did expand on Link to the Past also.
With Satellaview?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
There were 4 maps for Link to the Past also, I believe. But I mean, it's so fully featured and complete that I think you and I both suspect that like maybe they were doing Zelda All-Stars.
Yeah.
They didn't finish it or...
when I first saw the game, I was like, why didn't they ever do that?
Yeah.
Which like many fans have done since is they've made like 16-bit sprite remixes of the original Zelda and Zelda 2, but Nintendo never really officially made anything like that. So it's cool to see them come like that close to make that tile set, because that's already probably 60% of the tiles in that game.
Probably more like 80.
Yeah, more like 80, right? There's
the dungeons were just like you're just missing the bosses
and some mummies and a couple of
other
random the raft.
Yeah.
In this version that you were playing, like what all is there to do? Like how do you know when you've finished it? Do you beat Ganon at the end?
No. In this version you don't, because it's week 1.
Yeah,
week 1 is dungeons 1 and 2.
Okay.
And the remix where they are. I think the first one's in the right place.
Yeah.
But the second one's in that random rock. And really, it's just you have an hour, and all you can do is beat those 2 dungeons, and that's beating the game. It's beating the 2 dungeons. But once you beat the second dungeon, it doesn't say like "Congrats, you won."
Yeah.
It just keeps counting up your hour because it's an hour every week that you play this game. So
it's odd because it's like we see sort of fragments and echoes of appointment-based viewing video games now. Stuff like Double XP Weekend and like Dota tournaments and stuff, and Overwatch will have events, and so will Warcraft. But this back in the day meant that you could be playing something, get to the end of the hour, and then you'd be like, well, see you next week. And you'd have to wait an entire week to keep going. Yeah. So we got to the end of our segment, and I was like, I want to keep going. And it was like, no, you can't, because like that hadn't happened yet.
Well, and they also, we should say, they added obstacles on the map so you couldn't go too far. Like you kind of confined in one space.
So whereas in the original Zelda, you can actually walk right over to the 9th dungeon very early on, or at least where it is. This is just completely walled off. They put bushes that you can't burn, and I'm like trying to go in the stores and buy bombs and bushes, and it's like, no, man, you can't do it.
Have you been able to secure other weeks?
I mean,
BS Zelda?
When you say you, like I should say I have had nothing to do with the preservation of this. I just think it's worth highlighting that video game preservation is traditionally, it's a large effort by a lot of people that I don't think we've ever really taken seriously. I think the work that came together to make, BS Zelda Map 1 English dub happen, like that was real archival work by people that I just don't think gets enough respect. So I wanted to highlight this just as an example of how game preservation is happening and magical things happen because of it. And it's
that I think that having a nonprofit like ours will enable just more of this to happen. And will, I hope, take the burden of responsibility away from individuals having to do it out of pocket.
It's been so grassroots up until now.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've been archiving video game history since like '98, and it's just been people on forums that meet each other and have a common interest, just figuring it out and making it up as we go. And I just think it's time that we start taking this seriously.
That's a quick look at the Nintendo Satellaview and BS Zelda. Next, I think Frank and Brian are going to be playing a canceled NES game called Drax Night Out.
Yes!
But first, we've dug up a very bizarre Japanese commercial for A Link to the Past.
Oh, I love this. Oh, I
Check
wish
this
I could
out.
watch this right now.
It's going to come up right here.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Altano. With me is Jeff Gersman and Frank Cifaldi, and we all got together to play a very, very special game called Drax Night Out. What?
Here,
Frank,
I'm gonna. Yeah.
What?
Jeff, are you doing the honors?
You know,
here?
let me get ready here. If I just get. Hang on. Okay.
The Reebok pump. Why did you? Yeah.
Get them both ready here. Okay.
Now, please explain the significance of that, besides it being completely awesome. Featuring the Reebok pump.
Featuring the Reebok pump.
And the Parker Brothers. And what? Okay.
This is a game about Dracula wearing Reebok pumps.
It is midnight. He must exit.
Have you ever played this, Jeff?
I have not.
Oh, good. So you're going to die a lot. Okay.
Okay. So was this like those Burger King Xbox games?
Oh, what'd you do?
I hit B.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, okay.
That's
sorry.
Don't hit one of the two buttons on the NES controller.
Sorry, what was your question, Brian?
Was this like a sponsorship deal? Like
So I obviously Reebok sponsored the development of this game in some way. They paid. Let me explain really quick, Jeff.
Did you say you said?
So see on the right, those are switches, right? And
yes.
you press A, and so you just killed him by springing a trap.
Oh,
on the
I see.
left.
Okay, yeah.
So if you go up to this up one here, it'll open that door to
perfect.
Frankenstein.
Now, Frank, you said obviously.
No, that's Switch. Yeah.
You said obviously Reebok sponsored this.
Yeah.
Why did you use that word?
Because I don't think they would volunteer. You should hypnotize him. Sorry, this is a very hard game to play.
Yeah, hypnotize him, of course.
But hypnotizing costs blood, so keep that in mind.
Okay, all right. Limited hypnotize. Well, yeah, that's
yes.
So the year is, I believe, 1991.
In the game or in?
No, in reality.
Okay.
Where Drax lives. It's 1991. Parker Brothers, having been one of the larger developers during the Atari era, decides to re-enter the video. Oh, go suck his blood with A.
With A? Okay.
There.
Okay. Cool.
Just go suck that guy's blood.
So they've decided to re-enter the video game industry. So
who's that man?
They advertised 3 games. All right.
Uh-huh.
One's called Heavy Shreddin'. That is a skiing game. Came out. There's Drax Night Out featuring the Reebok pump, and then which never came out.
Yeah.
And then the third game they were advertising. It goes by 2 titles. I don't know what the final one would have been. It's either New Kids on the Block, the Nintendo game, or New Kids on the Block, the video game.
Wow.
They were making, at the same time they were making a Reebok Pump game. They were making a New Kids on the Block.
Was the New Kids game a platformer? Because I know it was definitely before rhythm games, really.
We don't know much about it. Though I do know that I found out who designed it. It was David Crane, creator of Pitfall. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now you got pumps. Now
you got some really dope kicks now.
You could jump really high, too. If you jump on people, they die.
Okay.
Because Reebok pumps.
So I was going to say,
that's why I wear them.
Yeah.
Because it helps me.
Oh, that's a switch on the right, by the way.
Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, on the right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nice. But that didn't really do much for you, so.
So the people you fight in this game are just straight up normal, like senior citizens, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the intro or not. Game over. Game over, Jeff.
Man.
You want me to show you how it's done a little bit?
Yeah.
Right.
Let's.
I'm happy to give you. I'm happy to give you a turn later if you want.
Now, Jeff, did you rock Reebok pumps back in the day?
I did. Yeah. Not for the full run of pumps, but I did own a pair of pumps.
I'm glad you didn't say like from the entire start to finish of the Reebok.
Of the Reebok pump. You know,
Yep.
I was not every year getting more and more pumps or anything crazy like that.
I had knockoff pumps.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah, they were like some other. Yeah, that's how you do it. See?
Okay. Yeah. No, this speed run's going great.
Do you have like Reebok pumps or something like that?
I don't remember. I don't know what they were called. They came from Ross.
Oh, okay.
And they were the same thing.
What's like
Check
the sort
this
of
out.
Universal movie monster laws?
Wait.
Game?
Jeff, pick a door.
3.
Okay, let's see what
So
happens.
does he gets along with Frankensteins and ghosts? Is that what we're dealing with in this?
Oh, he opened the door but lost a pint of blood in doing
Every
so.
time I open a door, this happens. So I guess I'm not too shocked to hear that this is how it went for our friend Drax.
What happened in there?
We don't want to know.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pumping
okay.
it up. Oh, dead. Dead. Anyway, that's how you play. All right, come on up, buddy. Come on. I got you.
There you go.
I'm going to suck your blood now.
You did it.
That's some real Popeye business. Punching the.
Yeah. You dropped a chandelier on a man's head and sucked his blood. How do you feel?
How do you think he feels? Fantastic.
I can't really tell. Like, is that a photograph of a sword back there? Like, or is that a sword you can get?
That is one of the traps you can spray.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
I couldn't tell. Some people just really like,
Here we go.
Like,
All right. Okay.
Nice ornate weaponry.
Oh, I didn't have enough blood to hypnotize him. Anyone else? You want to try, Brian?
No, you guys keep going.
You want to go again?
You're killing it so far. So this game was never released.
It was not.
Obviously, but how was it found?
So it was kind of kept in the family, is my understanding. So like a neighbor or a friend or something of someone who worked on the game had a prototype cartridge.
Oh, wow.
And it was given to someone I actually know online. I don't remember his real name. I think it's Nate, but he goes by Gideon Z. He's a ROM hacker. He's been responsible for a lot of the like ROM hack translations of really good games.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, he had it back then. He recognized it was unreleased, so he got it dumped. I want to say like late 90s. This is one of the earliest unreleased games to have come out on the internet.
Sure.
It was programmed by a contract programmer working for Parker Brothers who used to do like their electronic football games and stuff, like the little handhelds. Yeah. This was, I believe, their only NES game. Oh,
Did the New Kids on the Block game ever surface?
Okay, no.
Dracula can't. He dies if he falls.
He does. He has fall damage.
I don't.
New Kids on the Block was never started. Actually, it was only designed. But I've talked to David Crane about it a little bit. You want me to?
Yeah, sure.
There we go.
I made it at 12:37 a.m. And then I died. That's how it goes sometimes.
I talked to him a little bit about it. I don't know really too much about what the game was like, other than he was annoyed having to meet with them because they had a lot of dumb ideas.
Oh, with the band?
Yeah.
I don't know why I called them that.
They wanted to be involved in making a Nintendo game.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So I remember reading a lot of this, like, you know, when you would get to the very end of Nintendo Power and you'd be like, what am I still doing here? And there'd be like an interview with like a game show host or New Kids on the Block. And they always say the same thing. They're like, we spent a lot of time in our tour van playing the NES classics such as Mega Man 4 and Super Buster Brothers. And you'd be like, that's not even a game, dude. And then they'd be like, it'd be cool if the New Kids had their own game. I guess that's how that happened.
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I have, speaking of stuff like that, I have a magazine in our GameHistory.org library. It's called GamePro Celebrity Video Gamers.
Wow.
Right? And it goes through a lot of those sort of standard responses when they ask celebrities what their favorite games are. And then they get to Macaulay Culkin, who says, I really like the TurboGrafx. My favorite game is Splatterhouse.
He's the Kanye West of his time.
Wow.
And Bloody Wolf. He also likes Bloody Wolf.
Okay.
So
right.
I actually like that. Those are respectable games. Oh, I am now bet.
How did you die?
What?
Oh,
no,
this is good.
I sucked enough blood to be a bat.
Can the bat wear shoes?
No, actually, yeah. Hang on.
Just on his wings, just like
there.
Oh yeah, the bat can wear.
He's absorbed the shoes. Yeah. And see, Dracula's wearing them.
Frank, this is completely insane.
Yeah, I know. I love it. Here we go. Oh, it's one.
Okay.
Oh, I missed him with the glove.
What is? Oh, it's a punching glove. I thought it was like a big chicken, like a large drumstick.
Here we go. I'm gonna get us out of here, guys.
This house is a nightmare. Who keeps a 1-ton anvil on their roof?
Oh, wrong button. We should point out that the jump button is assigned to the button that is never actually the jump button. So
perfect.
Yeah.
That checks out.
Come on,
There's a lot of people
Jack,
up in the middle of the night in this house.
So he's just trying to like get out and have a good time. Like he hasn't even made it out of the house yet.
He's trying to go on a date. If
That's what I'm trying to. Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Does she know that?
I don't know. There we go. Come on. Here we go. Yeah. All right. Let's get out of here. Because there is a second level that's very different from this one. All right, here we go.
Okay.
I like the silent film cards.
Yeah, that's really smart, actually.
It has a style.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Look at his dumb horse.
Yeah, that horse is probably like, what are we doing, dude? It's the middle of the night.
I imagine if you're Dracula's horse, you're used to hanging out at night.
All right, here we go.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of horse
So
stuff
I am trying
on.
to locate Mina so we can go on our little date. And everyone's trying to kill me because I'm Dracula and I'm murdering people.
That seems...
Yeah. I'm wearing Reebok pumps. I'm sponsored by Reebok and I'm murdering everyone I see.
Again, a lot of people out just working in the middle of the night. Oh, that lady had a key.
Yeah, so I'm sort of, as I start here, grinding on individual people.
As Dracula would do.
As he would do, yeah. to get as many items as I can.
To what, bring on this date and just show up with like a bag of junk, like a hoarder?
Oh, God. Because...
I brought you these wares.
I've been saving newspapers for the last 20 years.
I've got a bag of horse keys for you.
It's GamePro Celebrity. It's those type of celebrity answers that led to, like we turned down a lot of celebrity interviews, or I have certainly over the years, because every single answer is just like, what game? I like Halo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not that there's anything wrong with Halo, but I don't need to know that.
Yeah. So I don't think it's like quite balanced yet. So you get in these situations like that you can't get out of. But what you do in the stage is you enter houses. Not that one. That's a coffee shop.
Yeah, they're not open yet.
Yeah. Well, it's late at night. It's pitchfork hour. All right, so go in. Oh, I found some pumps.
Mm-hmm.
So this feels very Who Framed Roger Rabbit for NES.
There we go. There we go.
Like with that weird overworld.
Now I'm a wolf.
What?
Wait.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Is this canon?
Know. Yeah, I don't know what animal that is.
Canon with Witch Dracula.
No, with Reebok pumps.
With Reebok pumps, right. If you wear Reebok pumps, you can turn into a werewolf, yes. Or just a regular
And now
wolf,
I'm in a morph like that Snoop Dogg video.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, I would love that.
I have 5 keys. Each key lets me go in a house, and I can get clues where she is. I must travel north.
Okay.
What is that guy's deal? That he's just giving away girl clues in the middle of the night?
He just wants her. He just wants people to die. He just wants to see the world burn.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's something off.
Oh, Dracula, what's up? I mean, if you don't eat me, I'll tell you.
And so all these keys are letting you. So wait, hold on, Frank. This is like there's a lot of game here.
Yeah.
Like we played some games today that are sort of like a level or two and they're unfinished. They got pretty far along in this one before people stopped them, it seems.
Yeah, I believe from reading an interview they were finished. I don't know if this is the finished version.
Oh, what?
That's the manhole closest to the girl, so we are close to her.
That guy, did you see the art he had in his house?
Oh,
guy has major problems.
I forgot to look. I love that art, though. Okay. Just got to respect that fountain for a second.
Yeah.
How much
of the position of the girl is randomized?
It is randomized.
Okay.
Oh, is this her? Oh my God, I found her.
Well,
did you beat the game?
Hey!
Oh, what's her deal?
I don't know, but
there is a level 2. We can keep going.
She's not wearing Reebok pumps.
I want that art on a shirt. That's
gorgeous. I want the song to follow me around. That's pretty jammy. Yeah, I like that.
I would go on a date to this music.
All right, Jeff, level 2. Here you go.
Okay, all right.
You got this.
I can't believe this is still going.
Wait a minute.
Well, he woke up again. Did he sleep?
He's in a green castle now.
Is this the same night? I'm sorry, Frank. I'm giving you a lot of questions.
You know what?
I know for sure you don't have answers.
I didn't read the.
Wait.
The title card. Did you forget the buttons?
Did I? I don't know. No, I thought I was trying to hypnotize him.
Maybe you might have been out of blood.
The night 2, the controls might be different.
You might have tried to open a door. He might have opened a door in between.
So
levels.
can I when he's hypnotized?
You can't do anything.
Okay, all right. That's just
only when they're knocked out by an object.
Why can't you suck the blood of a hypnotized person? It's a question I just asked.
Hypnotized blood is you don't want it.
It's gross, right?
Yeah.
It's like stale.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't taste like a fresh kill, you know.
Because it's like thinking about something else.
I can't believe I found her on the stream. I'm so happy.
That was amazing.
I feel redeemed for not beating Force Ape.
Oh, geez. That was a switch and not the... You know, if this controller had one more button...
What would it do for Dracula?
Well, you could separate the switch from the hypnotize button so that you don't try to hypnotize someone and instead turn
that
it
is a
switch and
fantastic
die.
idea. Yes.
That would be...
Right.
That's my design tip.
Yeah.
Well, they need both select and start because select just brings up... Yeah, why don't you continue? Come on.
Okay.
Select brings up your stats and pauses the game, whereas start, once you get out of there, just pauses the game without the stats. So it's important to have both.
Well, this is, I mean, if you're taking screenshots for a magazine, you're going to want this type
of
option. Everyone's clamoring for, we need 5 more screenshots of Drax Night Out for this feature we're working on.
Now, if there were a share button, then the screenshot function would actually...
Yeah,
It's weird that you're fighting all these like
that's a switch,
Italian
by the way.
grandmothers.
This one here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
it
opens that door and lets the
the
meatball out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we can go over here.
Yeah, I told you they were Italian grandmothers. Is that a switch?
No, that's a cabinet. That's where he keeps his collectible plates.
Yeah.
What about that thing on the floor?
Oh, that's a switch. Yeah.
That's a switch
okay.
there. Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Okay.
I'm gonna say that the coloring on the switches versus everything else not super easy to see.
Not great.
I hate it.
Yep.
Oh, this is a much larger level. That's a switch on the floor
What?
that you didn't see.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these colors.
What?
This is getting complicated.
Yeah. Wait. No,
Huh?
That was a hole in the floor.
I was pretty sure that I jumped over that. I feel like
I didn't even know
you just
what
got
that
auto
was.
killed where you spawned, I think.
But it moved you up, which I think is good.
Well, you're supposed to go down to leave.
Okay, it's the opposite of good.
Yeah.
Is that an egg?
Man, I am.
This house is in need of some minor repairs, is what we're seeing.
You know, Dracula only has half a day every day to do it. The 3 of us, we have 24 hours a day to fix up a house.
Right.
Yep. He's got all these night errands.
Yeah.
They're just going right for the purple. Okay. All right. Well, you can't go down
I can't
from
go down here. So
but you can go
actually...
up and over, though.
Oh,
so then
yeah,
you can go
okay.
down.
Got it.
Oh, man. I got cocky.
This is uncharted territory for me, by the way. I've not seen very much of level 2. I'm very excited right now. I guess you can't go down from here.
What? Can I not make it over that gap?
I hate that hole.
Oh, and you.
Oh, and then
and then they auto. Man.
Okay. What about this switch and going right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's get. Oh, here we go.
I'm liking the look of this.
What's that? What's that? Oh, that's the door.
Just the door. Okay.
Oh.
That's
what? How?
Lack
You
of
might have
blood.
been out of blood. Yeah.
That's something that maybe could be on
the screen.
On the screen instead of over here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good that they put it in here somewhere, but gosh.
I'm glad that there's not more doors that take your blood.
I agree.
Like, maybe, does he randomly lose blood when he goes through those doors?
I don't understand how stuff like that gets into a game like this, because we've only seen it like once so far. It's those blood doors.
That's true.
Okay, let's...
Then again, like, we've only seen the outside section once too, so this is just not it's not an easy game.
Oh, where are we going here?
Okay,
Let's
watch
go
out for
right.
that. Watch out for that hanging bow tie.
Okay, I like it.
Oh, look at that electrical
What's
machine
this
up there.
trap?
That's just the door.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Now you're stuck.
Can you go up?
You can, but why would you?
Yeah, that's up here is this. I mean, that's fun.
There's that hammer on the ceiling.
Oh, and now, okay.
Oh, and they're real fast now too.
Oh, come on. A lot of
This
people
is rough
get
stuff.
A lot of people get like right out of a hypnotism and just start running full speed.
Oh, that guy's running at you with a cross. They would never ship with that.
He knows what's up. He knows you're Dracula.
Bloodless. Totally
All right,
bloodless
give me a go.
Dracula.
I wanna go.
All right,
I wanna go.
give it another level 2 go here. We get some Game Genie codes later.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to
Infinite
plug in
blood.
the Game Genie.
Come on, Meatball. Yeah. Oh.
Oh. You got Meatball.
That was stupid. Every time I touch a Meatball. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get him. Get him.
What? Did you just turn that Meatball into a rat?
Oh, wait. I tried to suck his blood, but I can't. Anyway.
All right.
Oh, here
All
we
right,
go.
Jeff.
Let's try 1.
Okay. That sounds good. All right.
Oh, nice. We found
Hey,
blood.
there's just a pint of blood in here. Weird. But okay, I'll take it.
It makes sense I would store some of these away.
Yeah.
Come on, get him, boy. Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, okay.
That's blood acquisition right there.
Sure.
Yeah, look at this. Look at all this free blood.
Good dog.
Is that a dog?
No.
It's definitely a rat.
Oh, I got him.
Nice.
What?
Oh, but it's going to get me.
Ah.
There's very little feedback in terms of which of the traps can hurt you and which can't. Oh, I tried to hypnotize her, but it was the
hit
same
switch.
button.
It hit the switch.
Same
Yeah.
button.
See? If this
Mhm.
was on the Genesis, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. We'll pass that feedback on to the devs.
That's my review of Drax Night Out.
It should have been on the Genesis. Uh-oh.
Well, that's a bad place for a meatball.
Can I scroll? No?
No, try going right.
I guess so.
Well, it killed him. You got this blood
Yeah.
rat.
You go up and go to the right. That door's open.
Oh,
Yeah.
that door. Sorry.
Well, Frank, this is Drax Night Out.
It
And
is.
what a night it was. What year was this game supposed to be released?
I think 91.
Okay.
So pretty late.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see the full technical capability of the NES on display.
Yeah. It sucks it's never made it out there. I think this would have been pretty low on many lists.
This would have come out and they would have been like, we're not putting out a Super Nintendo.
Okay,
we don't need it.
It's not it's not a great game, but I like it. Just real quick, everyone name a positive. I like the style of the silent film cards.
I love any attempt at weird licensing, and this is one of the stranger attempts to bring a shoe brand into a video game.
Good answer.
I will say that Reebok generally makes really good shoes.
All right, that's Drax Night Out. Thanks, everybody.
Guys, thank you so much. Damon, back to you.
It's a ghost hand!
What's up, everybody? Now it's time to play one of our favorite games, one of our favorite pastimes, GameScope. We play this on GameScoop. This is the show where we zoom way in, usually to screenshots, and then we see who can guess the game as we slowly
Super Mario
zoom out. But since we're doing this on our Save Point live stream today, all for the Video Game History Foundation, we've chosen retro gaming ads.
Donkey Kong Country.
For retro games. So at least you know the time period.
Okay.
That the
retro?
Yeah.
Dreamcast and before, is that
the retro time period.
What?
You won't tell us.
What?
20 questions.
It's not going to be like. It's not going to be a modern day.
Okay.
All right.
Questions. That's true. You come in? Is my coffee being taken away? My coffee.
Wow.
It's gone. Okay, so the way the scoring works here is if you guess, or I zoom in 10 levels.
Okay.
10 microscope zooms. If you can guess right away, that's 20 points. Starting from there, as I move back, it goes 10, 9, 8, 7. And we've got, I believe, five images something around there that we're going to look at today.
Does the winner get to keep
there's
the
a
table?
bunch of images, I'm being told.
Game scoped.
Yeah, so.
You gotta put your hand up in your ear when you're being told things.
Breaking.
We are being told that I have a bunch of images.
A retro bunch.
They go A through K. I don't know how many letters that is. I don't think there's any way to find out, but that's where we're going.
No, there's no way for anyone
The person
to know.
that has the most points at the end will be the winner.
What do we win?
Yeah, you win it all.
Do we win a date with Damon?
A date?
We get to take home one of these rare games.
Ooh.
Oh no.
I want the $15,000 one.
All right, so Zach, don't bring this up until I give you the go-ahead because I have to actually bring up the image and zoom in.
Watch now, because if they screw up, you get a clue.
Here we go. We're bringing up our first retro game ad.
And we should clarify, you get one guess per zoom level.
Yeah, so you're not just shouting out constantly.
Well, dang.
Unless Andrew Goldfarb plays.
You say that too much.
What, aw dang? Yeah, someone told me I said aw dang too much.
All right, let's bring up round one, Zach. Here we go.
Retro game ad.
For 20 points.
Pitfall, a Mayan adventure.
Desert Strike.
The Legend of Zelda.
No. All right, so we'll zoom out 10.
Pac-Man.
Burger Time.
Castlevania 1.
9.
That looks a lot like
Battletoads.
Star Fox.
You got to put a pregnant pause in between the two words.
My second favorite kind of pause.
8.
It's Boogerman.
Ooh, Earthworm Jim.
Do we know what we're looking at? It's like a weird flap.
Yeah, it is a weird flap.
7.
Who's that burglar?
Animal Crossing.
Dig Dug.
Now you're just shouting out random.
Who's this burglar man? I don't know.
6.
What is going on with that man's face?
It looks a little bit like the hamburger lace.
Is it Bonk? Bonk? Not Bonk.
5.
Air Zonk.
Mario Brothers.
Face.
Is it not Mario Brothers?
Bomberman.
Super Mario Brothers 3.
Yes. Super Mario Brothers 3. Is what
Oh,
this
it wasn't a man's face at all.
That wasn't a man's face
I
at all.
can't
That
even
was a
see
wrench.
the face we thought it was.
It was like the wrench.
What was that little deformed man?
It was.
Does anybody know how
Can we see it
seeing
again?
this.
It looked like it did look like a weird flap. Wait, now you're not there.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I would have guessed that. I would have got that at number 1. I would have think that's an airship and a hand. Mario 3.
That was 5 points for
All right,
Sam.
that's good. Sam, you did good. I'm proud of you.
Well done. Off to a good start. All
It
right,
looks
Zach.
not canonical though, because Roy Koopa was throwing the wrenches.
Well,
there,
and also what's
whereas
weird there
actually
is that
it's
Mario was
just
flying away from it in fear, and Mario's scared of nothing.
Yeah.
He's scared of losing his hat.
That's true. But now his hat is sentient.
Loading up round 2.
Mario.
All right, Zach, let's bring up round 2. Sam is in the lead with 5 points.
Dang.
Or 20 points.
Destiny.
Thank you very much.
Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest.
No, I'll go ahead and zoom out.
Kid Icarus.
10.
RBI baseball.
R-Type.
The Adventures of Lolo.
Are you making educated guesses or are you
Yeah.
just randomly?
I thought
It was
maybe.
a little bit blue and round. That's
Yeah,
what
just
Lolo
curious.
looks
I'm just-
like.
I thought it was a baseball.
Yeah, and I thought maybe it was space and then like a star.
Well, you heard me
planet.
say R, and he just took my answer.
9.
That's just some of that too.
Ooh,
Gradius. What do you?
Dig Dug?
Yeah.
How are you looking at that and making any kind of
8.
Okay.
Oh God.
Is it a
Wait,
Star Wars game?
wait.
You can't say wait. This is a competition.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I like
guess.
Super Star Wars.
We're on level 8, right? Are we on? Did I go to 7 yet?
No one knows.
7.
This man. Is this Ninja Gaiden?
Nope.
That's a good guess, though.
Yeah.
I can't even make guesses here.
We'll zoom out
Castlevania.
to 6.
Oh, what's that? What's that over there?
What is
what
that,
just
man?
popped in over there?
It's the original Metal Gear.
Oh, that's a good guess, though.
I like that. Contra.
Zoom out to 5.
It's too blue for that.
What is that thing?
No one knows.
Zoom out to 4.
What am I?
Starts to take shape.
No, it doesn't. it's like Zone of the Enders, but that's not retro.
Front Mission?
Yeah. It's not.
Zoom out to 3.
Final Fantasy.
Is that a wizard hand?
Yeah.
It looks like Cloud City, like Star Wars.
It does look a
The
little.
Empire Strikes Back.
Zooming out to 2.
Is this a Back to the Future?
Yes.
I know that crotch anywhere.
Oh, crazy.
I completely didn't pick up on that being
Back to the
a
Future
leg.
2.
Well,
We'll count it.
We'll give him that one.
Nailed it. That was great. Wow, I didn't recognize the DeLorean at all.
No,
Yeah.
me neither.
Because, yeah.
I didn't like. Zach, you bring that up one more time. I just want to point out something at the top up there. Interactive video games.
Interactive?
I think they made that one up.
Entertainment.
It's like
Is
Levolution and.
But it's an LJN game. I don't know what that's their like
it's
publishing label.
Interactive TM. Maybe that they tried to make that a thing.
Well, I also didn't remember. I had a cart that was Back to the Future 2 and 3 in one game, and you would bounce back and forth between
So
the time
that must
periods.
not have been the NES game. That was some of
I
those.
don't ever remember there being Back to the Future 2 on its own.
Yeah,
Interesting.
NES.
All right, so that was 2 points for Marty.
Wow.
So Sam has
That was
5
a
points.
brutal
Marty
one.
has 2.
How's it feel to be in last?
I'm used to it.
He's never been in last for this game.
I have an excuse.
What's your excuse?
It's my first day back at work. That's what the stream's really about.
I'm the one who just had 2
Celebrating Justin's return. All right, Zach, we're ready for round 3. Let's bring this up for 20 points. If you can guess this.
Skate or Die.
No.
Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Ooh, I was gonna say that as well.
It does look like a turtle.
Contra?
Shell, maybe that's why.
Zoom out to 10.
Adventure Island.
Paperboy.
Castlevania 2.
You keep doing that.
Yeah.
To 9.
Joe and Mac, or Mac and Joe.
Oh, I'm starting to
I don't know which one.
recognize. I'm starting to
Joe
recognize.
and
Starting to recognize it too. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link.
Zooming out to 8.
Burger Time.
Metal Storm.
It's SimCity?
Zooming out to 7.
Bart's one of the Simpsons games.
Oh,
Bart's
there's a
Nightmare.
curve over there, guys.
Oh, is that a planet?
Oh, dang, that was a big hint. You're right. That looks like maybe that's a planet.
Well, but it's.
world is
I
that?
think that's just like funky '90s art.
Yeah.
Totally rad.
Zooming out to 6.
Tron?
I recognize this.
Yeah, I do too. It drives me.
I don't know what I'm looking at. It's probably someone's crotch again.
Bionic Commando.
Zooming out to 5.
Mega Man.
Should be coming clear.
Rampage?
Zooming out to 4.
I don't.
What that? I know.
Street
Oh,
Fighter
Goonies?
2.
Nope. Zooming out to 3.
What? What?
Rampage.
I already said
Yeah,
Rampage.
it was a good
What?
guess.
Oh, you
That?
said that? Oh,
Thar?
It looks like Judge Dredd or something.
Cher? Shaq Fu?
Nope.
Oh, dang.
Zooming out
good.
That was a
to
good guess.
2.
I don't have it.
What is that word?
Friday the 13th.
I'm trying to ignore the words because I still recognize the building.
Far?
All right, zooming out to 1 for 1 point. I think
I
Marty,
don't remember the Die Hard game except for it had a
Marty
glass
said it
meter in it. That was really difficult.
I didn't recognize Nakatomi Plaza.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was great.
it's pretty similar to the movie poster.
And the windows were so fake when they were zoomed in.
Yeah.
It looked like a life meter.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So 1 point for Marty. That gives Marty 3 points, right? You got 2
Yeah.
last time. 5 to 3 to 0.
Yeah,
Nothing yet.
we're just-
man.
nothing yet.
Nothing yet. All
We're
right.
just keeping things exciting.
Talk amongst yourselves while I load up round
What
4.
do you think the next one's going to be?
Adventures of Lolo 3.
I think it's going to be Clue Clue Land.
I'm thinking maybe also Wario's Woods.
Yoshi's Cookie.
The
Mario's
score
Just
presently,
Yoshi.
Sam has 5 points, Marty has 3. All right, going into round 4.
Tattoo every
No
week.
gang signs, please.
Let's bring up round 4.
Oh.
20
Trek?
points.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No.
Rambo.
I have another guess.
No.
Well,
All
I already
right,
guessed.
zooming out to 10.
Secret of Mana?
Contra.
Not Secret of Mana? You
Met-
sure?
Metal Gear.
No. Zooming out to 9.
We all agree this is a jungle?
Dragon Warrior.
Yes, but no.
Thank you, Damon.
Jungle Strike.
That's
not
I
Jungle
want to
Strike.
play the
I would have
Strike
guessed.
games.
I would have guessed Jungle
Cobra
Strike.
Triangle.
Zooming out to 8.
Is this?
Donkey Kong Country.
Oh, if it was Donkey Kong Country, I would have cried.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's starting to look a little pre-rendered.
Secret of Evermore.
Zooming out to 7.
That looks like a chimp on the right.
Yeah. Donkey Kong
So
64.
chimpy.
No, that's not retro.
That's. I mean, it is.
Who's that? Who's that monkey?
Youngins.
Snake, Rattle, and Roll.
Oh dang.
Zooming out to 6.
Oh, this
Battletoads.
No, those are definitely the folds of a large monkey.
Some chimp.
What other game had chimps in it? Ape Escape.
No, zooming out to 6.
Oh, that's definitely chimp.
Rampage.
again?
Rampage.
No, I know that guy.
I do. I'm also starting to think he's not a chimp.
Yeah.
Ghosts and Goblins.
Nope. Zooming out to
It's a
5.
Capcom game.
Who's that rhino? Who's the golden rhino?
I might be.
Golden Rhino? Is that a game? That also sounds like a.
No, I know this game.
Who's this man?
Zooming out to 4.
Is this a Zelda game?
It's
Is this Zelda 1?
Secret of what's that called? What's that game called?
It's called Who's That Golden Rhino?
Star Tropics?
This isn't the game, but it reminds me of that.
Adventure Island.
Yes. 4 points.
Well done.
4 points. There you go.
That was
You knew you
I
recognized.
knew Adventure Island too, yeah. But it doesn't have a dinosaur. The dinosaur wasn't even the shot that you had. It was just like a rhino.
They did look like chimp folds.
I should get half a point because I said Adventure Island a couple minutes ago.
Break out the sunscreen and take off.
You did?
Or Adventure
No,
Island.
but that was for like 3 games ago.
Oh, okay. Not this one.
If you would have started
All right.
the Hudson Bee, it would have been.
We have time for 2 more, I'm
All right.
being told. 2
All right.
more. Same as 9 points. Marty has 3.
Still time for a comeback.
Oh,
Still
easy
time for a comeback. All you gotta do is guess on the first.
What do you think it's going to be?
You'll win right away. Pulling up our next one.
Blaster Master.
I'm thinking TNC Surf Design.
Air Zonk.
Pulling up our next one. Zooming in. Calibrating. And let's bring this up. Round 5.
Oh, who's
20
this
points.
man? Is this? I'm going to go with this. This is a Castlevania
Looks
game.
like Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden.
Not Ninja Gaiden. I will zoom out to 10 if our guesses are in. 10.
Rider.
Castlevania.
Oh, that was a good guess.
Rider.
Not Strider.
Just gotta get Castlevania out.
Double Dragon.
No. Zooming out to 9.
Oh, this is definitely a man's crotch again.
Blaster Master.
Ghostbusters.
Go 13.
Zooming out to 8.
Oh, who's this? Is that a car exhaust?
It wasn't Blaster Master.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Zooming out to 7.
Wow.
Road Rash?
Great.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Yeah, I thought that was a chain.
Mega Man.
No, Pirates.
Yeah.
Not Pirates.
No.
That's absolutely a canon. Maybe I shouldn't tell you guys that.
Yeah.
Zooming out to 6.
Pirates of Dark
That
Water.
might not be a canon.
Is that a man's crotch?
It looks like
Rampart.
No. Zooming out to 5.
Age of Empires.
Castlevania? Wait, is that?
Not Castlevania.
Are you sure that looks like a Belmont cape?
Bionic Commando.
Zooming out to 4.
Yeah.
See a crotch there.
Yeah, we definitely get.
We definitely got a crotch.
Wizards and Warriors.
No.
Definitely have a crotch. Oh no, that's not a cannon. That's a katana.
Yeah.
Samurai sword.
Yeah.
Is it Samurai Showdown?
Nope. Zooming out to 3.
Who's he fighting?
What's that little man doing over
there? Is this
there?
Rygar? Titular hero Rygar?
This is a really good game box art, by the way.
Yeah.
Zooming out to 2.
Whose thigh is that?
Yeah.
This is the new game. Whose thigh is that?
Whose
He's
thigh
got a
is that?
red. I mean, I think it's Castlevania 3 or.
No, he would have.
He's got a red cape.
We said Castlevania multiple times.
Last chance to score 1 point. Zooming out to 1.
Who's this man?
I don't have it. It's like it looks.
Dragon Warrior.
Yes.
Oh.
For 1 point, this one is actually.
You can see there's a slime right there. He's actually more of a Cyclops.
Yeah.
That's like taking the iconic art of Akira Toriyama and just being like, yeah, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, but look at how cool that art is.
It's
too.
not cool at all.
It's pretty cool.
No, look at that
This
man's
is
thigh.
madness.
Actually, Dragon Warrior 2, but there's no way you would know that.
Oh, look how
Definitely
everyone's
that one.
thighs are just so big.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 10 points for Sam. We're gonna do one more round. One more round
Justin,
here.
this is all you?
We're gonna finish strong here. Setting it up.
Well,
I guess Dragon Warrior a couple rounds ago. Does that count?
No.
No, I already did it.
I'm doing
Did
my
you do that
best.
for Adventure
I
Island?
did that for Adventure Island, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, final round. Bring up final round here, Zach.
You got
20 points.
Oh, this is your time to shine,
Yeah,
buddy.
if I get it right now.
You can still win.
Pirates.
No.
Sim City.
Castlevania.
No. If you get this round, Justin, you can tie with
Oh, this is
Sam.
definitely a man's blue jeans. So think of a video game where a man's
Ninja
wearing old
Gaiden.
blue jeans.
Kid Chameleon.
Nope.
What was that crappy comic game? Comic Zone.
Zooming out for 9.
Smash TV.
This is a Batman game.
No.
Oh.
Smash TV is a good guess. It's got that texture to it.
Yeah, I was just seeing the print colors.
Zooming out to 8.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, it's like a little emblem or like a car door.
Mega Man.
Yeah.
Kid Icarus?
I thought it could be like his temple or
Kitty
something like
Cars?
that.
Zooming out to 7.
Oh, is this a
What is that?
controller?
What is that?
This looks like a controller. Is this Pong?
What is this an ad
I think this is
for?
Pong.
It's like
Zooming out
Metal Gear?
to 6.
That's an A, but that's an A.
Spy Hunter.
An A.
Oh, that's a really good guess.
Zooming out to 5.
What is that? Oh, that's the
Game
Power
Genie?
Glove.
Yes.
Oh!
So Powerball, or is it for the glove?
It's for the glove.
Nice.
It's
That's
sad.
awesome. So cool.
Justin got himself on the board.
That's awesome.
I'm happy to just not be shut out.
That was a good guess.
5 points.
Yeah.
You nailed the Power Glove.
It's
there.
so bad.
So that's 10 points for Sam. Sam is the winner this time out.
It's the first time I've ever won
10,
games.
5, and 5, I think. You guys tied each other, right?
We did it, guys.
Yeah.
10, 5, and 3. Sorry, Marty. You're the loser this time.
Let's just give him 2.
But the important thing is we all had fun.
We learned a little bit.
Stay tuned. Much more to come on our Save Point live stream today. We're raising money for the Video Game History Foundation. If you want to contribute, you can always go to gamehistory.org/donate. Stay tuned. Something fun is coming next.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Altano. With me is Steve Gaynor and Frank Cifaldi.
Hello.
And we're playing the greatest superhero game of all time, Sunman.
Wow.
Yeah, well, no. This is a superhero no one knows about. So, Frank, the story of Sunman, I'll paraphrase real quick, and then you'll do the actual history, because that's your job.
Sure, and while you're doing that, I'm going to reset the game so we see the in-game history.
Started out as a Superman game in development.
It did.
And then what happened?
Sunsoft, the publisher of it, I mean, they either lost the license or just didn't want to. I don't know. They no longer were making Superman games.
Did they ever have the license?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah, there's actually a Superman Game Gear game they did, totally unrelated to
Oh,
this.
good.
But
okay.
They just, I guess, decided, I don't know, Sunman, we're Sunsoft.
Do you think
Sure.
they decided?
I don't know who decided.
Or do you think that the license holders
know.
might have played an early build of what would become Sunman and decided?
It's not a bad game.
Is
but
it not?
That's possible. No, I actually like this game.
But didn't it also get canceled?
A lot of games for the
again
NES got
after?
canceled.
Like
Yeah,
this never came out, even once they changed it
No.
from not being Superman anymore,
okay,
right?
but think about it. Like, is it necessarily because the game's bad, or maybe they don't know how to sell a game called Sunman?
Well, let's find out. Steve, jump right in there.
All right, I will
Steve
press
Gaynor,
start with the 2 exclamation points.
creator of Gone Home. You've worked on many games, and I thought you worked on this when I heard you were coming in for this. I was like, Steve Gaynor worked on Sunman? That's odd. But you worked on some strange ones, right?
I would have been developing NES games when I was 10 years old if I worked on Sunman, so I did not work on Sunman. This is actually these sprites are pretty impressive.
Yeah, they are, and you can
for
fly,
an
which
NES
is
game.
pretty
Whoa,
amazing.
all right, this game is actually extremely great. Okay, maybe not that degree.
Are you fighting those things from Batman vs Superman?
I think those are the monkeys from the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, there it is.
Or the gargoyles from Gargoyles.
They lost the Superman license, but they gained the Wizard of Oz license.
So I will tell you, just so you know, all you have to do is get to the right of the screen. You don't have to
But I
actually
want to
play.
battle the monkeys.
Okay, you can.
Okay. Oh God.
But now you're dead.
No,
Also,
I'm not dead. I'm back.
Steve, pro tip for
I'm
most NES
Sun
games,
Man.
just get to the right
Just
of
go
the game.
over there. Oh, whoa, look at that little guy.
Can you not fly anymore?
Oh, I
You
can.
can.
I just need to.
But
like,
why
double
would
jump to
you
it. But I
when
want
you
to
got
punch
this
this.
guy?
I want to punch this little scissor boy.
What was that?
It was a big problem for Sunman, or was it?
Or was it? That was like a weird cousin of a Mega Man boss.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Scissor Chair.
What? They can still do damage to you while they're exploding and dying.
What?
Inappropriate.
They're exploding.
Yeah, but it's still
Oh.
that's still inappropriate.
Yeah, doesn't follow NES
Well,
laws.
you're not Superman. Come on, of course.
That's
you take
true. I'm merely Sunman.
This was a big problem back in the 90s. A lot of buildings had this stuff in them.
Yeah, you had to punch through the walls
Oh,
to get
look
around.
at that! Oh,
Yeah.
shit! Well, they're trying to keep Sunman out of their laser factory.
Yeah, this was
Yeah,
a...
what are they? Oh, whoa, whoa.
jeez! That
guy.
Where was that? What was that all about?
That guy suddenly. Whoa! Did you see that? I turned into Superman briefly.
Did you really?
Well, I did the like.
Yeah. If you take off from the ground, he does.
Are you afraid of this thing?
I am until. Oh, gaming is great.
Hold on, this is where the pencils attack you.
Oh, you're going for the flying strategy.
Oh, wow. I figured. I mean, that felt like it was.
I think you did.
Do you go faster when you're flying?
I don't think you do. I think it's walking speed.
Oh God.
Oh, but.
Ah!
Oh, God.
What is he trying to do?
You're in a bad spot here. Go.
No,
now's your chance.
I'm in a great spot.
No, I'm in a bad spot. Go.
Just go.
Yes.
Sunman.
Sunman.
One of Sunman's superpowers is that he's invincible after he respawns.
Yeah, that's true.
He has the power of invincibility frames.
Yeah, in the 90s they made a Sunman is Dead comic, and in the next issue he was just invincible the entire time.
I wish that had been the actual lore of when Superman died.
Now,
in the
Frank,
comics.
is it pronounced Sunman?
Oh, it might be. Like that might be his last name.
It's Theodore Sunman.
Yeah.
If you read the manual, it's not actually in the game, but Jesus. Oh, sorry,
Ted Theodore Sunman and Bill S. Preston Esquire.
Is this? So I'm guessing I just needed to survive. This is just a timer, basically,
Yeah,
right?
this is like their elevator sequence,
Okay.
basically.
And now you got a boss
You did
going
it.
up here.
Huh?
Oh.
Oh.
Why didn't he do that earlier?
Here we go.
Is this you?
Hit the
You're fighting the
Oh,
helicopter?
whoa!
Yeah.
Oh! I'm out. A helicopter.
Oh no,
just,
Spectre threatens.
just backed over me.
Well, while you go back through stage 1, Steve.
Yeah.
I'll
be better and faster this time.
I will explain that.
Wait,
Yes, this game was never released.
No, I mean, really, got to do all this again? Is that
Yeah.
Alcatraz back there?
You don't remember gaming in 1992,
Oh,
do you?
yeah. I mean, I don't remember Sunman.
No, they didn't have save points. They didn't care about your time.
No,
you were 10 years old. You didn't have other stuff to do. You had maybe some homework.
You didn't have the internet or a phone or clocks.
Right.
Well, clocks were not invented yet. So
You got your
really-
chores done, and then you just had 6 hours of Nintendo
That was
time
it.
in front of you.
Yeah, and then your dad would come in and like shut it off, and then you'd have to do it all over again. It's a good life.
So what
What was that? So yeah, this game never came out, right? Actually, it wasn't never even announced, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
But I was able to find a copy in 2002.
You found a physical copy?
Yeah.
Like a test cartridge?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's where most of the unreleased games I've helped to preserve came
Right.
from. And this was from a seller in Spain. This came
Huh.
from Spain.
Weird. So this particular piece of plastic that is in the deck has been in Spain.
It has been in Spain, yes.
Wow.
I haven't even been in Spain. Oh, you're doing much better this time.
Well, I told
by the
you.
way.
I promised it.
You're basically Sunman at this point.
Is Sunman Spain's Superman? Like, is it just like one of those things where?
I don't think they've heard of Sunman either. I suspect that. So this guy had like 300 prototype cartridges.
Wow.
That he was listing on eBay one at a time. And so I messaged him and was like, "Hey, what else do you have?"
Yeah.
He sent me a list. I sent back the list of everyone I hadn't heard of or knew never came out.
It's a good
Was
dance
like,
you did there. at
Can
the
I
top.
buy these from you?
Yeah.
And that's how we got these. This and a few other games that we'll be playing later. Actually.
All right, now we're back in this helicopter battle here.
See, now I'm feeling bad because I could punch the missiles that they were shooting at me earlier. Oh, good lord! But I could not shoot the mini missiles with the lasers. Like these can't be destroyed. But when the missile was coming to me before, I could actually punch it out of the air, which was very cool.
Yeah, but only the big ones.
Go, Sunman! Sorry. So
Go, Sunman!
I think isn't that what Sunman screams when he's being destroyed by missiles? Oh wait, but I get another life.
Heavens, it's me, Sunman!
Okay,
I'm
you've just
Theodore
destroyed his,
Sunman.
you destroyed the
and
gun.
I'm here to prepare your taxes. Okay, so
best
now,
rates in town.
so now his only attack is to try to run over me.
Yeah.
With a flying.
You killed the helicopter, Theodore.
Theodore hates helicopters.
Theodore.
Great.
A helicopter killed my father. It's
This
my
is when
origin
Sunman his
story.
head in the ceiling. That looked like a nice little Valentine's you got there.
Did you guys not notice the misspelled great? It was awesome.
No, did it really?
It said Grate exclamation point Sunman.
No, they were describing the feeling this game gives you.
You want a pro tip for this stage?
Yeah.
It's really funny. Just go to the top of the screen in the middle. Just hang out. They can never find, including that. That will never hit you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did you figure?
Yeah, did you discover
I figured
this?
it out on accident. I don't know.
How much Sunman have you played?
I don't know, like 300 hours.
What? What?
No, I don't know. I got the game. I beat it. I figured someone should beat the game. Yeah, you just hang out. Yeah.
It's good. This is like a Sunman screensaver.
Yeah. I mean, it's actually really nice little parallax.
It's also
going
very
on
nice
down there.
Yeah.
Get those flying toasters, get those flying Sunmans.
Yep.
Oh no, he found the spot.
Well, we can do literally nothing about it, so let's continue not doing anything.
Another one of Sunman's powers is finding the one spot on the screen where the gargoyles can't hurt you.
Sunman's got those.
Oh, these are definitely
powers.
kryptonites.
No, it's Moonanite.
Sunman hates Moonanite.
I guess that makes sense. There you go. Don't you touch me with your... Oh, you touched me with your non-kryptonite. You touched me with your Moonanite. And I'm angry. No, leave Sunman alone.
I don't know if Sunman gets angry. I think he just gets flustered.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just like, oh, God. Heavens.
I feel like this is going to... This doesn't seem like a good
This'll
thing
be okay.
to go between.
No, you can do it.
I promise.
You're going to be fine.
Oh. But now the other one started going, which is actually not as threatening as the...
No, not even close. Those first two are a little scarier. Don't. What are you trying to do?
Trying to punch the Moonanite.
You can't just
Moonanite. All right.
Make up new rules to the game. What if you can punch through the Moonanite now?
It's like some sort of game designer coming up with game design ideas. Garbage.
I think your powers exist outside of the realm of Sunman.
That's true.
So there's not there's not as much environmental storytelling.
Who is that, man?
As there would be in one of your games.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you can kind of scroll that backwards though, because if this was one of our games, there would be a deep backstory for what these hexagonal green
there would be like
are, and where this
graffiti
guy,
on the wall saying "We hate Sunman."
Yeah. And like where that guy's jetpack came from.
Yeah.
You know, you would definitely learn about what the manufacturer is.
So you can
because I mean, there's clearly
just gun it. Go.
Nah, I should have, but I didn't.
Maybe you'd find Spectre's Bratmobile tapes.
I mean, I think so. Let's dig into the
lore.
implied storytelling.
Okay.
Here. I think it's worth noting there are two different kinds. Oh Jesus! Sorry.
You can get through this. I believe in you.
I now know that I can. So there's two different types of flying enemies.
Yeah.
These guys have bat wings.
Yeah.
And I guess they're kind of.
Oh,
like,
there's three with the UFOs.
That's true. But I guess I would say there's two different kinds of flying humanoid enemies, and these guys have wings, and the other guys have jetpacks.
Yeah.
So there's clearly something going on there. Like, are the jetpack guys the elite troops for Moonman or whoever the actual bad guy is in the game?
Maybe they're guys that the mutations didn't take.
Exactly.
I was going to say, I think it's the other way around, Steve. I think that the people who use jetpacks in this game, or people, whatever we're calling them, are at a lesser advantage of the people that were born with wings, sort of genetically. But so they're cosplayers, basically.
Yeah, but are you saying that they're
worse?
Like born as in it's a species that's their natural state? Because I'm with. I'm into Frank saying that it was an intentional mutation by Moonman.
Spectre.
To create,
Spectre is the enemy.
Spectre. That's right. Spectre threatens, I believe, is what it says when I fail epically.
Which is not like an actual threat. It's just the implication of one.
Right.
Which is not as scary as like Spectre blows up building or threat. You know, Spectre
it could have just been an emotional outburst.
Yeah.
You know?
Threatens. Spectre's not happy right now.
Like when you watch too much Netflix threatens to not still keep showing the show until you're like, no, I'm still here.
Yeah.
That's a mild threat. So I'm not worried about
I got one more life,
Spectre
and
at all.
I'm going to make the most of it.
Yeah, just gun it.
Here
we
go.
Got it. Yeah. Just
use
the lasers on the
Follow
screen.
those lasers.
This guy.
Oh,
I hate the guy.
I hate the guy.
That's
that guy gave you a lot of trouble.
That's one of Sunman's other well-known catchphrases.
Steve Gaynor used to write in the Nintendo Power about Sunman all the time.
Oh, you did the secret move where if you punch and then duck on the next frame.
Oh, you get it. You get a double
both,
out of it.
Yeah.
No.
That's a frame perfect trick right there.
Wow.
Probably not.
Pro gaming.
There we go. Oh, push button.
Oh, which one?
Just push button.
What is that? What is he doing?
Sunman.
I think it's the other button. I think it's A.
I don't know. This one's
the other one. A.
Oh.
You're doing B.
Oh, sorry.
Just do it. Just keep going. You
really?
He's like,
Are you trolling me?
He's going faster. You got this. Are you not good at button mashing?
I mean,
what is happening?
This is the world's first QTE.
What?
How? Oh my Christ in heaven! Press it more,
Frank. What on earth?
Okay, you have the improved.
Maybe it is A and B. No?
No, I think it's just A. I think
It says
you just,
button. It doesn't say multiple buttons.
The last time I had to do this was in Metal Gear Solid 1, trying to beat
Oh
the,
my god.
Okay, there you go.
Trying to beat
I
the
got you.
torture sequence.
All right, kill this missile.
Oh, just beat the hell out of it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, so this is like the car from Street Fighter?
Which is my favorite.
Someone's going to come
thing
out and be
about
like,
Street
oh,
Fighter."
my missile.
Yeah. Oh, my missile. And it's going to be Spectre.
Watch out! Watch the lasers.
I always love that when that happens in Final Fight because it's like that dude probably voted for Hagar. Oh, my mayor just destroyed Hagar.
Okay, don't be game over. No.
Oh, he really threatened.
What's that picture
now.
down there? Is that like a baby sleeping?
Do you want to see? You want to see the?
Crying?
You want to cut away
Yeah.
from the game
Yeah.
for a second for us?
Sure.
What I can show you.
Man,
real quick.
that is a that's a
Here you
treat.
go. All right, we're good.
What?
So here's the original Superman prototype.
Oh, and he's got the Twitter logo on his chest. Okay, so this is just straight up. Okay, wow.
So you notice no title screen. Jumps you right in. It's a prototype.
I feel like I punched slower.
Did they,
everything's slower.
Oh, okay.
Did they not get access to the color red?
There's not that many reds on the NES.
If you guys are hearing, you can hear the
The John
80s
Williams
Superman,
score,
theme song.
Yeah.
Oh, which is very different than the Sunman theme, which is just a much sadder version of this, but still pretty spectacular.
They just changed every note by one, just by one tweak, so that it was no.
Oh, you know what
longer-
you might be able to do?
What?
Press select. No, there's a level skip that's something.
Okay.
Like there's a debug level skip. I just don't know what it is. Maybe
look at the pause screen being like a Superman.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Sorry.
Beautiful.
It's all right.
This is
You got this.
Frank. This is definitely something special here. I think
Thank
it's kind of amazing that.
Isn't that annoying?
Yeah,
Glad they fixed that.
this is actually really interesting because I've never played, an NES game that was in mid-development.
Oh,
And
really?
it's so interesting seeing that, just seeing that there were actual design tweaks done
Yeah,
between
I
the
agree.
Superman and Sunman version. They're like, okay, we need to just make these into 2x2 bricks.
Well, and
we
I'm
need to
gonna-
make everything a little faster because it's too slow. And
Yeah.
I haven't had that experience with this era of game before, which is cool.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction to bring up. I think having access to that kind of thing is important for people who want to tell the story of a game, to see what early versions were actually like, and to sort of like you were just doing, start putting together a narrative of what the design decisions might have been.
Yeah.
And there's really not that much access to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that feels very common these days, with kickstart a game and then you get to play the
beta,
prototype version of it,
Yeah.
and you get to see video of the game being made and all this stuff. But everything was obviously a totally different relationship that you had to games and their development
Totally.
back then, and this is
So,
actually really interesting to see.
I gotta say, the Superman version of Sunman, or however we want to put that,
Sunman.
feels almost easier.
It's
only
slower.
because is it slower?
Yeah.
It's
okay.
slower, yeah.
And it's also the music's helping. You feel like a real hero. I feel like with Sunman, you feel kind of like this bootleg dude that can't really handle it. And with Superman, I'm like, oh, he's got this. See? Steve's flying through this game.
But I am getting eradicated also. I'm doing much worse.
That's true.
Than last
Well,
time.
ladies and gentlemen, that is Superman.
Oh, look, there's a different sprite
Oh, look
when
at
you
that.
fight. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
cool.
That is Superman / Sunman or Sunman, Theodore Sunman.
Oh, the music's different too.
We've now given him a backstory. I'm Brian Altano. This is Steve Geener and Frank Cifaldi, and we just played Sunman and Superman. So thank you so much for watching. More video game history right here on IGN. Back to you, Damon.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Damon Hatfield. This is Miranda Sanchez.
Hello.
Of course, Steve is from the Video Game History Foundation. He's hanging out with us all afternoon. Yep. And we're joined by Andrea Renee.
Hi,
and
everybody.
we're about to look at some very obscure, bizarre video game hardware, the exact type of thing that the Video Game History Foundation tries to preserve and take care of. And if any of you viewers want to contribute and participate, you can always go to gamehistory.org/donate. So, what are we going to take a look at first?
We're going to be looking at a lot of prototypes and one-offs. So first thing we're going to look at is the Q-Sound controllers. You thought the Xbox Duke was a big controller. These things are massive. So this is the NES
amazing.
version. And this is the Genesis version.
Yikes.
This okay,
space alien style here.
So this is going to give you wrist cramps right away.
Yeah, right away. I mean, they're very heavy. So
That's like a solid 4 pounds.
Yeah, a good half. This is all metal.
Little workout while you're playing.
Yeah. It's and so who needs wrist weights when you got
It's as
these?
big as my face.
Yeah.
That's too much.
So the quick story behind these.
What are these even supposed to be?
What are they supposed to do? So if you played Street Fighter, that Q-Sound logo comes up, right? So it was an API to do like 3-dimensional or like positional sound for games. They did the API, which goes into regular cartridges, but they also tried to market a speaker controller to hardware folks. So if you wanted to, if you wanted to basically like create a game controller that has speakers on it and you can do positional audio, and so they could have like the game makers put in the API. You can have and then you would buy the controller and you'd be able to have like 3-dimensional sound in your hands. These are the prototypes, and I mean, as you saw, no one's going to use.
I mean, but I like the concept
Yeah,
of what
right.
they were trying to do.
It's imaginative.
Yeah.
You
don't need
some creative
headphones.
straps, maybe,
Right,
to
yeah.
give you some wrist
Like the
power.
cigarette. Whoa, that cigarette person. So the really interesting things about these are they were rescued from an electronics recycling center in Canada. So they were about to be stripped for parts.
Oh, no.
So where someone saw them in a box and said, hey, that looks really strange. What is that? And then was able to identify at least partially what it was. And then we were able to kind of bring them in and preserve them. So we actually have the prototype cartridges to do the demos and everything else. And so they are functional. So
this is practically, this doesn't make any sense because it's
No.
so back heavy.
Yeah.
It's like hard to hold in your hand, at least the NES one.
the back here is really gross too.
Yeah,
Like
that's a little bit, but it's a little bit ergonomic in its design. This one's just bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks kind of cool, but
yeah, it
kinda
looks
like,
cool.
It's got like a face going on.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really hard to figure out what's going on with that thing.
So these were never sold.
No, they were never sold, and actually no controllers ever made it into production. What these were the Q-Sound people going from developer or hardware manufacturer and trying to sell the concept. It's not a very good sales pitch, but who knows? Hence the reason they never came out.
And this one was for the Genesis?
Yes, that's the Genesis
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
It looks
like-
kind of like Mickey
feels
Mouse.
great.
Yeah, a little spacey. Yeah, maybe they could rebrand it, right? Disney style.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing is down here, which I guess we're gonna have to point the camera in a different direction.
Here we go.
Yeah. This. Let's see if we can get that on screen. That.
They'll pull it up in just a
Yeah.
second.
Okay. So this is a Xbox 360. That was given to Tyreek Evans, who was Rookie of the Year, 2010, and this is in promotion of NBA 2K. So it's super heavy. Just trying to lift it. And what it is basically a briefcase system that includes the system, and when you open it up, a screen that's got a bunch of Astro headsets in there, and remote. And so basically, yeah, there it is. So it's full on, yeah, it's a huge workout. They made, I want to say about like 15 of these for a couple different players. D-Rose has one. Kobe is probably the most famous one that has it. And if you look at the top, it's got Tyreek Evans 13 at the very top of it.
Your Vanna skills are impressive.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Zach, for everything you do here. They're all customized for the team and the player. As you see, the color scheme is for the Kings. And yeah, the Xbox 360 has his Xbox Live account logged in.
I have a question for you. So
Yes.
what do you think it was in the technology that allowed us to kind of go from something that's so big like this to like what games is doing right now with portable console cases?
I think this was like really like a promo thing where it's very likely the screen technology, right? This is 2010, and so the screens are still pretty expensive, and they say it's portable, but it's really not portable.
It's a
it's
decent
so unwieldy.
workout.
Yeah, it's
That's
a huge.
the idea.
It probably weighs a good like 60, 70 pounds to lift.
Yikes.
And
Well, a professional athlete clearly.
yeah, you can handle
that's
that,
nothing
right?
for them,
Yeah, that's
right?
nothing for them. So yeah, a lot of it is kind of the miniaturization, or more efficient screens. It's also a really big screen, right?
That's
and
true,
then the thing is the case, they wanted to be bulletproof. So like, instead of like soft-sided cases, this was meant to like theoretically you check it in, right? And so this thing's gonna get banged around. But yeah, I think Kobe famously said it's his like James Bond case.
Yeah. So the idea is it's a portable Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Can you actually access the console to put different games in it?
Yeah. So in the front, there's a slider where you can get access to the console. So this one actually, the screen stopped working, which is the reason it actually got out into the wild. It broke, and then he gifted it to someone, and it kind of ended up in collectors' hands. One of those really cool promotional items. The Xbox 360 was famous for like everybody skinning it and painting it and all kinds of other stuff. And this is probably one of the coolest ones. Absolutely the heaviest.
Very cool. What about what is sitting in front of Andrea?
Well, there's another piece to the thing that's sitting next to Andrea. This is the Singer Isaac 1500, which is a sewing machine that is controlled by a Game Boy. So if you look in the back port, there's that's something slightly different. There's a special cartridge for the Game Boy where you can do letters and patterns, and then it'll sew them for you. So it's all customizable. There's even a soundtrack if you want to turn up the volume there. I don't know if it's playing during the menu, but
What are patterns?
Yeah.
Pattern?
It might be just on the title screen. It's the dulcet tones of sewing. But this is one of those cases where people are trying to find new uses for the Game Boy, right? It's actually a very powerful handheld computer for the time. And Singer had the partnership. It's like, we can actually, instead of having all the buttons and dials and everything on the side, especially for individual letters, here you can actually just spell something out and then feed the fabric through and spell it out. So,
I mean, that sounds like a dream for a novice, seamstress.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially some of the more complicated patterns. Like, it was one of those really cool things. I think it was just very limited availability and cost, right? I think.
How much did it cost?
I actually don't remember the original retail price.
Yeah, because sewing machines are not cheap.
No, they're not cheap, and this one was especially not cheap. In fact, Frank Cifaldi, when they advertised it, said, go to your local Singer dealership for a demo. So he went to all these places that sold sewing machines to try to get a demo, and none of them had it. So he was like, well, nobody would get that.
But you had to buy this sewing machine, right?
They came together. Yeah, and there's like a videotape that tells you how to use it and all kinds of other stuff. But the other thing in front of Andrea is the Now You're Knitting with Power brochure, which is the only version of this brochure we know of. The hardware does not exist anymore as far as we know. So it was basically like a mini loom for the NES.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see the photo down here, but this is like, right here is kind of like where the loom is, and there's like a piece of fabric coming off. Then of course you can see the NES console like right here on the corner.
Yeah, so this was one of those cases where, not their first experimentation with sewing and craft, and maybe they'll do something else with it. But
yeah, it'd be so cool to see more because cosplay is such a huge thing right now, and just always. So it'd be cool to see like, here's the official Princess Peach pattern that you can make on your 3DS or something.
Yeah, if they've got Rocksmith, why can't they make something for sewing, right? Yeah.
Or like the Power Gig like air drums or something like that. There's all kinds of accessories.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Before we went live, we were looking at the funny copy that's on this, and I said I wanted to read some because it's so funny. It says, you're looking at the Nintendo knitting machine. It's not a game, not a toy, not something a young girl can outgrow in 3 or 6 months or even a year. It's a machine that interacts with the powerful Nintendo Entertainment System to actually knit sweaters. And not just 1 or 2 patterns, but a multitude of different and unique designs. Which, I mean, I'm sold. Give it to me.
Yeah, so we'd like to see them do more along these lines. This is really kind of an expression of how popular Nintendo was, right? This is during the heyday of the NES, like any accessory maker is approaching Nintendo. And for the Game Boy, there's such huge penetration and understanding of like holding the system that, okay, we can market this to more than just like kids. It actually is a much wider audience. So it's very cool.
So there's no official Nintendo like characters in here because this wasn't.
No, there's no characters or patterns there.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Pretty groovy little tune.
Yep.
We don't need to sit in silence.
We listen to the Game Boys. Yeah, right. All right, so here's the one. Nobody needs a duck for this, but but it'll look really intimidating.
Wow.
Yeah, this trigger discipline, everything else. What the heck am I holding here? Actually, this is the other piece of it.
This is for Super Nintendo.
This is for Super Nintendo, and I can pass this down. It's pretty heavy, so we're gonna smack the table with this one. So this is Max, basic rifle.
Yeah, that's the shot.
Yeah, that.
There it is.
Try not to play
Try
on
not
your
to.
head.
Right. I mean, you have to, this is gun discipline here. This was actually designed for the U.S. military to help with soldier training without an active firing range. So, so you can see this is I think it's like a Jaeger, I want to say it's AP-47. Someone is going to correct me for sure. But it's been retasked, obviously it's decommissioned. And then the front sensor is very different. So this, when you load up the cartridge, it actually has like a firing range.
It's really heavy.
Yeah, so that's the big
And you
thing.
play games with this.
You play a game with this, right?
It's like a training.
Yeah, it's like a target simulator, right? And the reason it's so heavy is because they wanted to really simulate as closely as possible the what it's like to fire and aim. And from what we understand, it's also much more accurate than the standard like light gun zapper. So it's pretty cool. It's definitely very rare. There aren't a whole lot of them out there. Very few guns. There was a manufacturer who had like some of the manuals and stuff that was selling them on eBay, but those have kind of disappeared. So we've got a couple of the artifacts, and one of those cases where video games were so popular that the U.S. military decided.
Do you know what this program looks like?
Yeah. We've actually loaded it up. Yeah, and so it's pretty basic. Like it's like a green field, and like these targets pop up, and then there's a couple with like the standard target symbol. So.
And does this still work? Can you still use this with
It still works.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's very
cool. In fact, there's in the manual it tells you kind of how far to set up the 13-inch television, because there's apparently a television it came with. And so the press photo is like they have a picnic table. And it's at the end, and the soldier is on the other side of the picnic table, kind of leaning over it. It just looks like the goofiest thing.
Does that have any kick to it or anything?
No, unfortunately, there's no feedback, so it's not really like firing it. But I think I'm curious to see how this got made. Right? They were just like, we want to train.
Who is the developer?
So the back here, which is covered up, actually shows the. If found, please contact this military official, which I'm probably not going to do. Yeah. But we'll definitely dive into it.
It's weird to think, though, that 30 years from today, we could be talking about this, but with virtual reality, how the military uses virtual reality to train soldiers with virtual guns instead of, an actual gun like that.
In fact, there is famous for doing simulations for checkpoints and things like that. So it's more like simulation training. But yeah, you can totally, adding some of the new Vive sensors or something to an actual firearm would give you a much more sort of immersive experience. But yeah, this is, in 1994, this was state of the art. So.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Next up
and last up, I believe, is
I think there's one more thing after.
Yeah. Okay. It's the Marlboro. This is Marlboro logo, and then it's Atari Lynx. So what does that mean?
If anyone doesn't know what the Atari Lynx is.
Yeah, it's right.
I don't know.
So the Atari Lynx was Atari's portable game system, and this is what it looks like. And I guess my battery. Oh no, my batteries are in there. It's normally like this, like
black.
Yeah, it's like black / like dark gray color. This one is red, because it's the Marlboro Adventure Team, which was the adventure team. It's like they're sort of German. I think they did things like F1 racing and things like that, right? So this is a promo item made for Germany. It's kind of unclear how many of them were actually made, and it's actually kind of hard to track down like why it was made, right?
Strange partnership there.
Right. Yeah, so
Did you like mail in Marlboro cigarette?
Right. Yeah, it's like the little packets or something, right?
Because when I found out I was going to do this was the one thing that I was like, why would Marlboro do a gaming thing? And I looked it up. So apparently you would collect codes from packs of cigarettes, and then you would compile your codes, then you could send them in to get one. Kind of like, I think Xbox just did that with a soda maker, or Taco Bell for Xbox One when it launched.
Right. Sure.
So it's like, that seems obviously a little bit more of a natural partnership than say this
cigarettes
would be,
and the Atari Lynx, which didn't really have a whole lot of fame and fortune in terms of the games industry. The other interesting thing about this is it comes with a game that's also proprietary, or like rather a prototype. So it's like a BMX side-scrolling like motorcycle game that's specific to this system. So there's a bunch of things. As far as we know, probably about 50 of them exist.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is.
It's working.
We just saw a Drax Night Out with Reebok pumps as a weird product placement. This is cigarettes, which, as far as I know, there have not been many or any sort of like tobacco-based.
So is this the only game you can play on this Lynx?
No. So this plays it plays all the regular Lynx games, but for some reason they said, we're making this crazy system. Let's also put in a game with it.
Well, so the Lynx was out in '89.
Yep.
I think. Do you know when this was?
This is a little bit later, maybe a year or two later. This is the second Lynx, like the Lynx.
I want to try to show them, but I don't know if
fat,
you guys can see it.
Yeah, the first one's like overly long.
Let's see.
The other cool thing about Atari, Lynx at the time, was they started doing all these one-offs. Like there's a sort of famous, I think it's the His and Hers catalog, and they had a blue and pink one. It's like I can't remember the name of the retailer, but it's all kinds of weird stuff. This just happens to be one where, smoking.
Oh, I hit a jump, you guys.
Yeah.
I hit a jump.
An extreme sport.
Extreme sport.
Yeah, it's you can kind of see it moving there on screen a little bit. It's literally just a guy on a bike. Yeah, there we go.
Slow.
Yeah, it's just a guy on a bike. I'm playing it backwards now, so please forgive so there we go. Hit the jump. Oh no, I hit the rocks. Yeah. But that's just it. Oops, there we go. That's the game right there.
Yeah. It's about all that
Some jumps.
Marlboro Adventure Team has to offer.
Yeah, pretty much. All the Adventure Team.
These are very cool. Thank you so much for bringing these by.
Not a problem.
Let's see. Next up, I think Frank and Brian are going to be playing a long-lost shoot-'em-up game from Capcom. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Altano with Caleb Lawson and Frank Cifaldi.
That's me.
Yeah, and we're playing Titan Warriors.
Well, we're about to.
We're about to, which was an NES prototype.
Yep.
This game never came out?
Correct.
Okay, so what's the story behind this guy?
So this was a Capcom game back in Capcom's prime. This is like 88, 89.
Oh, wow, okay.
Like early Capcom. And actually, this was, Caleb, do you know Capcom's first game?
Capcom's first game?
Ever.
No.
It's an arcade game called Vulgus. And
this is the sequel to?
This is the only sequel they ever made to it, and it's unreleased.
Wow, sweet.
You want to just jump right into it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I mean, I've actually never... It's a shmup? Is that what you said?
It is, yeah.
I've never played any of Capcom shmups, honestly, apart from like...
I can't even name any more other than like Vulgus off the top of my head.
Now, Caleb, you're super into Japanese shmups from all over the world. And this is one that you're playing for the first time right now?
Absolutely.
All right.
And I mean, let's step it back a bit. I'm super into them in the sense that I am a fan.
Yeah.
Not in that I am highly skilled.
Right. Well, because they are some of the hardest. It's probably one of the hardest game genres out there.
Oh. Did I just die?
Nope.
Okay.
That's the intro.
Okay.
You're good. Go. So as you can see, they are swarming for you, and this is actually behavior very similar to Vulgus.
Get the power-ups, right? That's how shmups work.
Vulgus sounds gross.
Actually, in Japan, this was being advertised as Neo Vulgus.
That sounds gross.
So it scrolls left to right as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which is super atypical. Wow.
Whoa. Hey, now, come on.
Coming right
you
for
got
me.
this. You got this. Call yourself a shmup fan.
Like I said,
who's not very good at shmups. That's the wrong strategy.
So you go up and around them. You go up and around them.
Yeah.
Game over.
So we've seen a lot of shmups on the NES where like the enemies will pass you and then you don't have to deal with them anymore. But here it seems they kind of just haunt you.
And that's actually very Vulgus. Like Vulgus was like that. They would sort of dance around you and you'd have to like maneuver and like get them back in front of you. Kind of dogfighting.
The only shmups I've really played on NES are like Gradius.
I mean, 1942, 1943, that was Capcom also.
Yeah. This is weird.
It's got... it's tough to tell because it cuts out as soon as we die, but it's got a pretty rockin' soundtrack. I mean, a lot of Capcom games back then.
Yeah.
Think of like Chip 'n Dale's Rescue Rangers, DuckTales. All of their games sort of always had this really great soundtrack to them.
Yeah, and this
things are
like
obnoxious.
This one reminds me particularly of Bionic Commando.
Yeah.
Like these all sound like tracks that didn't make the cut in Bionic Commando.
So Frank, why do you think this game was never released? Wow, look at that.
Well, okay, so real quick before I explain that, you now have the triple thing. Now press the B button. and then press it again whenever you want, and it'll freeze them in place.
That's awesome.
Oh, so you can put them
wherever you
where
want. Yeah.
Oh, man, that's really smart.
Yeah. Anyway, so why didn't this come out?
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily for quality reasons.
Yeah.
So basically, back then, to be a Nintendo licensee, you crashed into the wall.
Oh yeah, obviously.
The
wall.
To be a Nintendo licensee, you know, there were certain rules for releasing games, and one of them was you could only do 5 a year. The reason they did this because they didn't want the market flooded with product. They didn't want tons of games like in the Atari era, which they identified as a reason the video game industry crashed, right?
Which is why companies like Konami created shell companies like Ultra.
Right, exactly.
To sort of get more games out there without...
It's why Acclaim bought LJN. Like, they bought another publisher so they would have 2 publishers.
It seems so insane to think about that concept now, by the way, because now if a publisher says we're making as many games as we can for like the Nintendo Switch, you get excited. The idea of like the manufacturer, the console manufacturer limiting a publisher for how many games they can make.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's still a rule in some maybe
so
there is a hard
bounce off the wall.
So isn't that cool?
Yeah.
So there was a limitation, right? But also games are still fairly inexpensive to make.
Right.
Like this game is probably 3 months or something to develop. You should use your other cannon for these. See what I mean? Then freeze them where you want them.
See, but I'm just gonna get shot trying to figure out how that works.
So games are still really cheap to make, and everyone was making a ton of money on the Nintendo. Like, you just put out a game, and it was basically guaranteed millions, right?
Right.
So all of these things combined, all these factors, like just led to companies like Capcom, and I've heard particularly Capcom more than most others, to just make a bunch of games and just release the 5 that stuck.
Right.
So like, it's not like someone went, this isn't good enough necessarily. It's more like, maybe Bionic Commando's a little stronger in this one, like, and that's what it came down to. And I think Capcom had a lot of unreleased
I'm
games.
sad this didn't come out. This is actually fun.
I
know
cool.
I keep dying, but it's
and we've played a lot of unreleased, incomplete games today. But this one, it feels pretty full-fledged. Like, it doesn't really seem like.
Yeah, I mean, it's all there.
Maybe it breaks after the first stage.
That's part of like, I'm often asked why with the unreleased games, why do you focus so much on the NES?
Yeah.
Is something I'm asked a lot. It's like, well, first of all, there's more unreleased games for this system than anything else, because of what I just explained. Because people would just make a ton of games and not release them. But secondly,
we can start that. I like that.
Yeah, secondly,
30.
Where was I
These
going?
things are evil. This is like the 3rd or 4th stage of Gradius.
Right.
Like
but secondly, the system was still simple enough that like you could make a pretty full-fledged looking game pretty quickly. You know, like if we're talking about unreleased games for like the PlayStation 2 era or something, they're usually canceled when they're still really hideous prototypes that like most gamers haven't even seen games that early.
Yeah, because they haven't added. I mean, especially 3D games with like textures.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a developer myself, and like every game I've worked on just looks like horrible garbage until the last couple months.
Yeah,
and that's just the nature of developing a game. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I think if you were doing this kind of
nice
thing,
with the lasers.
That's really good. If you were doing this kind of thing for like say Xbox 360 games, you'd find a lot of games that are basically just like a camera.
Yeah, and it's like here's a 3D model in an environment, and he can run around.
Here's a wireframe, but here somebody pixel drew the moon or whatever that is down there, and then all these other ships you're fighting.
Yeah, it's a really simple system, and they just had to kind of drop things.
Oh, you
into
missed
it.
me losing this the first time around?
No, I just feel more confident in you this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you freeze those in place, like outside of view, just once. So press B, and then press B now. There
you go.
See, now you can just kind of let them do the work.
Ha ha ha. So it's really interesting. Like NES games had slowdown. It's just a thing.
They did, yeah.
And then when people have tried to remake NES games or sort of create homages to them, they've also included slowdown. But it's very odd to see like where it gets slowed down and where it doesn't. Like right now, it seems like there's a lot going on for the NES.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's handling it.
Yeah, slowdown tends to be when there's multiple sprites on the screen.
It's not dead.
Oh, it's not dead.
Yeah. It tricked me last time.
So slowdown tends to be from a lot of moving objects on the screen at once. You really only have 2 right now. Flicker was also a big thing with the NES. We're actually playing on a modern NES clone.
Right.
That reduces the flicker, so we're not seeing as much of it. So, I mentioned being a developer. I actually shipped a collection of NES games. It's called Mega Man Legacy Collection.
Yeah, awesome.
And, we intentionally left the... We upped the sprite limitation to reduce flicker, but we kept the slowdown in.
There we go.
Look at that. Ooh, that's a...
And the reason being that
explosion.
In a lot of cases, the slowdown is, programmed in to not, so that the game doesn't mess up in other ways.
Yep.
So, it's actually a lot easier to keep it in, but...
All right, we beat the first level. Is this when we find out the rest of the game doesn't work?
No, the rest of it does work. I've beaten it.
So we're in space now.
We are.
Of course.
Obviously.
All good shmups must go
We're
to
in a
space.
very, the stars are in a very nice grid. Very
yeah.
even.
If you're looking for a seizure...
So... you might have said this earlier.
Yeah.
Was there no arcade version of this? This
Nope.
is just for the
This
NES?
is it. This is the only Vulgus sequel they ever made.
And was Vulgus ported to a bunch of things at some
Nope.
point?
Vulgus was only in the arcade. Poor Vulgus. Look at this thing. Look at this baby alien
Oh,
thing.
wow. What is that?
Yeah.
And you can't kill it or anything, right? It
Nope.
just sort of lives
Just
there?
in there.
Got some walls around it.
Maybe if you, really hammer the bottom of it. You want to try? Oh, wait. That's not a baby. I'm sorry.
That is not a baby.
I
That's
don't
a
trust-
wall.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
I don't trust that thing at all.
That's the other thing I play in shmups is I start yelling random things.
That's okay.
Yeah, exactly. But right, I mean, these games aren't the sort of games where you can just play them blind.
Yeah.
You kind of need to memorize level layouts. And
Although you're doing pretty good on this one.
Patterns and stuff like that. Oh, wow.
The enemies are pretty vicious in this one, but I also find that it's, it's a pretty easy game to just, here come the eyeballs.
Not the eyeball
To
wall.
just play, it's not actually all that unfair. And
Well, yeah, once you get past the
doesn't-
first 10 seconds.
Right, exactly.
Those first 10 seconds are brutal.
Actually, yeah, those first 10 seconds are harder than anything in this level, I think. Space
Wow.
zones.
Yeah, it's really nuts. It's I think one of the biggest challenges in games like this is sort of that sense of discovery as you watch the level kind of unfurl for the first time. You're
Yeah.
like, where is this going?
Yeah.
Because it's not I mean.
Oh, I wasn't expecting the baby.
Yeah, the baby or the eyeball wall.
Is this going to kick me back to the beginning now? It is. Isn't it?
I think
It's
it
possible.
is. I think it is. Back to stage
Land
one.
zone. Do you want to give a hand?
No,
Wanna try
go for it. Keep
Wanna
going.
try
No,
Huh?
you're killing
No?
it. No, you're.
Yeah, you got
I'm-
this.
Why would anybody want to watch somebody worse at this game? You're doing great. I still think that you die every time it shows that cutscene because it doesn't look like it goes well.
Well, and the sound effects would also possibly lead you to believe that bad things are happening.
Now, Frank, what are
Yeah.
some of your favorite shmups on the NES?
Oh God, I'm not much of a shmup player.
Gradius 2, Salamander.
Super Xevious on the Famicom.
Salamander was my jam growing up.
That was-
It's called Life Force here in
Life
America.
Force
Oh,
here, yeah.
Gunneck.
Yep.
It's really
Ooh,
good.
Gunneck, yeah.
I had Stinger.
Summer Carnival Rekka on the Famicom.
Yeah,
It's
which is a
probably the
really
best
weird
one.
game. For
None of us have that.
Yeah.
I believe they might have put that on 3DS at some point.
Really? Like
Yeah.
on the Virtual Console?
Yeah, on the 3DS Virtual Console.
That's a
That
good
was really
idea.
late in the NES's life, right?
It was,
it
yeah.
92?
It was 92, yeah. Oh, well, it would make it even worse. It was 92 in Japan, which was even further ahead than we were.
It's a very weird name for a game about
The Super Famicom had been out for 3
Did
years.
Rekka
at
come
that
out
point.
here?
No,
That's what
absolutely
I thought. It was just Famicom.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a cool, it's just a really beloved genre, and I'm glad that people still make shmups now.
Yeah.
Tiger Helleye.
Yeah.
Well,
I was reading a thing about how Nintendo Switch might be awesome at them because you can turn the tablet sideways.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, wow.
And it's
But-
yeah, you can have a vertical monitor if you want. Put
But
it
one
on
of
a
the
little stand.
problems, though, is that input lag is going to exist no matter what,
Yep.
unless you're playing an analog system on a CRT.
Yep.
And I'm actually I kind of lurk on a forum of shmup lovers because I still maintain old hardware.
Yeah.
And that's where all the old video game hardware discussion is happening because if you really get into shmups, you need to have zero input lag.
Right.
And so that's where everyone's figuring out how to play games on in modern ways in the best possible way.
Well, I
Everyone
noticed
picking
even-
up the expensive production CRTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed I hooked up my NES Classic to my 4K TV and pressed jump in Mario, and half a second later he did what I told him to.
Yeah, and that's
it
a
was
really unfortunate thing. It's built into the consoles and it's built into the displays.
Yep.
And
it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just bought a CRT again for the first time in years.
Nice. I love that you bought a 65-inch Samsung 4K TV,
4K TV,
and a CRT TV in the same year.
Yep. Yeah, I got the CRT for my Saturn.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I have a 25-inch Sony PVM monitor.
Yeah, see, that's what I'd like.
Yeah,
but those are
well,
much,
I got
much
one
in
2004, so I was kind of ahead of the curve on that.
So for people who want to get into retro gaming,
yeah,
and they want to buy a TV outside of, they probably are, the gamers who watch IGN, they want a big, nice, awesome, probably 4K TV.
Sure.
In their home.
And I should say that the whole input lag thing, you have to be that's pretty high level gaming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To need zero input lag.
But is there a market for new CRT TVs?
No, and no one's been making CRTs for a long time. I think there might be
look at that. You see that?
There might be one company making really terrible ones in China last I looked, but there's no real CRT market anymore.
It's like finding a movie on VHS tape.
Yeah, and but you could manufacture new VHSs pretty easily.
Yeah.
CRT manufacturing is actually very difficult. Like you have to have a facility that just does that.
Yeah.
So it's not like a company can just kind of get into making CRTs on top of other stuff. Like it just doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate because for a lot of these older games, you're just never going to get the same experience without a CRT. It's physically impossible to get the same experience, and those CRTs are going to disappear someday.
So how do you feel about things like Virtual Console and other sort of channels of official?
Well, they're great. As someone who does commercial emulation, as with Mega Man Legacy Collection, I think emulation is the best tool we have.
Yeah.
For republishing older games on newer consoles, it's just not perfect, and especially like the input lag is the biggest thing. Like I think input lag is the one thing that emulators will never be able to fix. You just can't. It's just a matter of physics.
Right.
And so you can get everything else perfect, but the input lag is always going to be slightly off. But you can do things to make it okay.
Yep.
Like if your display has a game mode, that tends to reduce the amount of video processing your display does. Don't have wireless controllers if you can help it.
Yep.
That helps.
I
there's
love those
certain
explosions.
things we can do.
Yeah, they're really good for seizures.
That's right? So shmups, you beat a boss, you want to see a cool explosion. That's up there with Metal Black.
Yeah.
Metal Black on Saturn, I think, has one of my favorite kill the boss explosion-y type thing.
Yeah, the NES,
everything inverts and gets all trippy.
The NES was great for that too. Just you had a lot there's just a lot of games just ended with something blowing up.
Yeah.
So we blew up a lot of things today. Thank you so much.
Blowing up things.
We're still blowing up things.
Yeah, you're not going to stop. That's
Thank
okay.
you, Caleb.
It's okay.
Thank you, Frank.
I'll hang out with you.
Video game history lives on thanks to the Video Game History Foundation, and we're going to keep going. So back to you, Damon.
Every game has a story, and just playing the game only tells you a part of it. If you want the rest of it, you have to go back in time. You need to look at the box and the packaging to see how the game was sold. You need to know the culture that surrounded it. You need to be able to dig out magazines and see what game players of the time thought of it. Historians rely on this material in order to be able to tell a story about how a game was made and where it came from and why it was important. And that material is in danger of disappearing if we don't act and save it. I'm Frank Cifaldi. I've been working in the video game industry for a little over a decade. I've been a producer, I've been a developer, I've been an editor and a journalist, but my nights and weekends have always been spent saving this industry's past and archiving its history. There are amazing things happening in the world of game preservation, but outside of a handful of museums and public archives and libraries, I don't know of any nonprofits that are specifically dedicated to preserving the legacy of video games. So I started one. The Video Game History Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation dedicated to preserving the history of video games. We believe that video games are more than just playable code. It's the ephemeral material that was produced around it. It's the marketing, it's the stories, and all of these things are in danger of disappearing unless we actually go out and find it and make sure that it's safe. It's in collectors' closets, it's in developer garages, but a lot of people just don't know where to put this stuff. We want to archive it, we want to digitize it and make it available to researchers. We want to take museum pieces and put them in actual museums. And I think more than that, we need to educate people on what kind of material is actually of value to historians and researchers. So we're starting off small right now. We're digitizing video game history and making sure researchers can access it. But in the future, who knows? Maybe we can open up a library and allow researchers to come access physical material. Maybe we become the facilitator for the museums that exist. Maybe we tell developers how to make sure their code is safe and secure. There's a whole lot of ways we could go, and I'm really excited to figure out which directions we can, but we can't do any of it without your help. But most importantly, what your pledge gives us is the opportunity to actually do this right, to make this a full-time pursuit, to actually make a video game history foundation. If you believe in this as much as we do, join us. Let's save video game history together.
Welcome back, everybody. You know me and Sam. Frank, of course, from
I'm
the
still
Video
here.
Game
I'm
History
still here.
Foundation. We're joined by Mike Mahardy from GameSpot.
Hey.
We're going to talk about some canceled games.
Cool.
That never
do it.
came out. What's, this is exactly the sort of thing that you try to
I've been doing this kind of thing for a
document.
long time, yeah. So this is kind of where my game preservation career started, was like 2002, 2003, when I started a website called Lost Levels, which was the first website that actually attempted to document the games that never shipped.
Sure.
And so, unreleased games have kind of been my bread and butter in terms of preservation work for a long time.
Before we jump into them, if you want to contribute, participate in what the Video Game History Foundation is doing, you can go to gamehistory.org/donate.
I appreciate any
Get
help you guys
involved.
can do, so thank you very much.
Where are we starting here with Blockout? An NES
Blockout.
game called Blockout.
That's right. So Blockout was done by Technos, which was the guys who did like River City Ransom and stuff like that.
World Cup Soccer.
Yeah.
Volleyball.
So they actually licensed
Super
it.
Dodgeball. That's what
Super Dodgeball. But
it.
there was also Super Spike V-Ball.
Super Spike V-Ball. And they all look like little chibi characters.
Right. This has nothing to do with the Kunio franchise.
Okay.
Blockout was sort of a 3D overhead Tetris. Oh, here it is behind us.
Whoa, so future-y.
Yeah, so this game actually,
USA.
It did come out on other systems. So there was an arcade version that Technos did.
Okay.
It actually was originally a computer game by a different company that Technos licensed from. But this is the unshipped
Oh, I see.
NES.
It's kind of like backwards Clax.
Yeah, I guess you could say that too. Yeah, it's kind of.
Or is it like Weltris?
Well, it's, I haven't played
Deep
Weltris,
Cut.
but
Nobody
Deep
played
Cut,
Weltris.
Deep Cut Damon.
But you have these 3D.
More people played Weltris than played Blockout because Weltris came out.
Right.
Well, Blocktris, I mean, what is this game called? Blockout. Blocktris. It did come out on a lot of stuff. It's just not the NES. So, but this NES version is unique. It has a multiplayer mode we'll probably see a bit of later. One thing I don't like about it is that, see how you can flip them all in 3D, right?
Yeah, this works pretty well, it seems like.
It works fine, but here's the thing. The original version used 3 buttons to flip the pieces in 3D.
Okay.
The NES version uses 2. So moves that might take you like 1 button press before now could take you 3. So when you get
And they're like, nope, cancel it.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know if that's the reason, but
well, the reason is because of all the profanity, right?
It's all of the
very vulgar
gratuitous
game, yeah.
Cutscenes that happen later. Yeah.
The American flag is definitely confusing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
What is that?
You gotta have a
Why is there-
background.
I mean, it's got to be something. So.
Exactly. Well, I
It's better
mean,
than a
like
black screen.
Tetris was Russian, so let's make Blockout American.
All right.
Yeah.
It's like the Rocky IV of 3D Tetrises.
I actually, you know, I like Blockout just fine. You know, it's nowhere near as good as like a Tetris or whatever, but.
The 3D effect is very pretty and nice, though.
And it actually works better than it should, I think, on an NES.
It's very hard for me to tell when the block is right up front there, like how long it actually is.
Yeah, and like you can kind of train yourself to look at the grid because it's always snapped into a place on the grid.
Yeah.
All right, next up we're going to take a look at one of Sam's favorites, California Raisins, The Grape Escape.
I discovered this game through Frank. I think you talked about it on Retronauts and on your site. I just remember obsessing over it. It's got a corn palace.
It does have a corn palace. Tell us about the California Raisins.
Well, the California Raisins were a couple of shriveled plastic raisins.
There were more than a couple.
Yeah, there was 8 of them
band.
or something, right? They had a band, and they promoted the California Raisin Council, which was about selling raisins in things like Raisin Bran.
So these are the mascots for raisins.
And they had a Christmas special.
They did.
And there was all
no, they were part of a
Christmas special.
Did they have a Saturday morning cartoon?
They had a lot of stuff.
They had a books check 'em out commercial.
Okay.
Wow.
About books.
It was like guerrilla marketing of the early 90s.
But this game was going to be Capcom.
Yeah, this is Capcom,
right?
Yep.
Which indicates quality, but it was only made by like one person.
Well, it was made by, oh man, this is really testing my memory. I think they were called Radiant Software.
Yeah.
And it was a really small developer. A lot of
I remember
developers
you describing it as like a very small team.
Yeah, I actually, back in 2003, I interviewed the programmer of
They're in the Corn Palace.
But you know, it wasn't uncommon for a developer to be that small. Like a contractor that someone like Capcom would hire was often, you know, a one engineer sort of thing, and this is no exception.
And it had decent music and stuff too. Right?
Yeah,
Like
and it had
Capcom
like dead
levels.
ends where you just die. Yeah, isn't that great? And
Good
you know, this game's not terrible or anything.
It's just short and kind of late NES, short but pretty.
Yeah, it's, you know, I remember this game, you know, was previewed a lot in the magazines. In fact, Game Players Magazine gave it the cover story one month. So, you know, for this game that didn't end up shipping.
Tough month.
And in terms of people like me who are interested in unshipped NES games, this is always sort of a holy grail back
so
then.
how did you find it?
So this was found by a guy named Brandon that I didn't know at the time, who was...
Thanks, Brandon.
He was in a game shop, and someone came in with like 5 games that like didn't have labels on them and looked like they were
It's like
junk,
one of those things I
you
have
know?
dreams about.
Yeah.
And it actually happened to this
Yeah,
guy.
and so they ended up being prototype cartridges from Capcom, and one of them was California Raisins, which
incredible.
I don't know if he recognized it immediately or just was like, I'm not sure about this one, but he took a chance and bought it. And
what do you think the other 4 were?
I don't
It's killing
remember.
me.
I don't actually remember.
What if one was New Kids on the Block?
It wasn't.
Do we know why California Raisins was canceled?
No, we don't. You know, it's not a terrible game. It's not a great game. It's just.
They
I
probably
kind of said this in the
peaked
last
popularity before this was
yeah,
ready.
I think that might be part of it, or it might have been equality.
These enemies just other grapes?
You know what?
And
well, he's also shooting like grape juice. So
there's a
like,
jelly that? It's kind of terrifying with
Right, like if you think about being a raisin and being in a vat of like your own blood.
Yeah.
All right, next up is something called Hit the Ice.
I love
for
Hit the Ice.
NES. Is this a hockey game? What is
So
this
Hit the
game?
Ice was a hockey game. It was an arcade game originally by Taito. It came out on a whole bunch of systems, actually. It was ported all around. But the NES port is very special because they added a quest mode. So you don't just play hockey. You can play a hockey quest where you walk around on an overhead map like Dragon Quest style.
Through like a fake America kind of.
Yeah, and you like go around houses and like get items and like fight in random hockey battles. So like
And Taito wasn't like in the RPG business at the time.
no, not at all. But I love this era of games where they just added RPG stuff to games for no reason, just because like it was popular in Japan.
Or
to
like,
have
yeah,
RPGs.
I mean, and some games came home from the arcade in better form, like Rygar.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
yeah.
and that was actually better. But
Yeah, and they added
but then
RPG
there was
stuff
the
to it.
frivolous RPG stuff. You're like, okay.
Yeah, like there were
Do
other
you need
games.
HP for everything?
There on the TurboGrafx, there was a tennis game like this, and there was a racing game like this too,
Wow.
where you would just get in random, you know, tennis matches. And I just think this game's really funny.
That's hilarious.
The quest mode was only in this version?
Correct. It was only ever in this version, which again didn't come out. This one, Actually, if you guys watched a previous segment on Sunman, it came from the same person that I found in Spain.
Wow.
This was back in 2002. There was a guy in Spain selling like prototype dev cartridges on eBay. He had tons of them. I just asked him for a list of what he had because he was doing like one at a time. And I found all the unreleased games and I just bought them all off of him. I bought like 5 unreleased games at the same time, which is actually the greatest find anyone's ever had in terms of unreleased games.
Yeah, there's no breaking that record.
Yeah, and I don't think there is actually at this point. And yeah, I think they were like maybe magazine review copies in Spain or something.
Do these hockey players look odd to anyone else?
They look
sort of
like they're
blobby-
mashed potato
Yeah,
monsters.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what they are.
Play fighter.
They're all in terrible shape.
The animation's great.
Yeah.
The ref is very
Look at him. Watch what happens to the ref. He's out of there.
Oh, I just noticed their faces at the top of the screen too. That was Hit the Ice. Now what about Mer Wars?
So this is a Super Nintendo, this is a very early demo. I think this is an interesting one to show off. Well, first of all, because it's really weird.
But mode 70 is heck.
But yeah, exactly. But second, it's like, this is,
okay.
you know,
So like
I don't think a lot of
Merman.
people get to see games when they're this early. Like this is basically a proof of concept, right?
Okay,
It's
so
like,
it's like, look what we can do.
right, exactly. It's like, all right, we found a cool mode 7 effect we can do. We think the ocean's
that
an
shark.
interesting environment.
That shark's
you know?
awesome.
Yeah.
And so here's a demo. So you know the engineers might like show this demo to a potential client that might fund a game.
Yeah.
You know, and be like, hey, we're thinking of doing something like this. What do
We
you
kind of see these now, like when a console's revealed and you go to E3 and like for the Wii U, there was like a Zelda demo, but it was nothing like the Zelda game that's about to come out.
Right.
It was like this realistic demo where Link's just stabbing a spider.
Or like, yeah, I remember.
And it looked impressive.
The E3 when they showed the original DS, I remember they had a demo where you were just like carving watermelons and stuff.
Yeah.
It was just like, look what you can do.
And
with
now
the
you
stylus.
need to track down those prototype games.
Oh, that's, nothing gets out of Nintendo. It's not gonna happen. That's a few things have, but
Just wait, some guy in Spain.
some guy in Spain has stolen the Nintendo archive of DS demos.
So does that count as a canceled game though? If it's just a prototype?
That's a really interesting philosophical debate. It's not like we don't know that this game may have been commissioned at some point. We don't know. This demo was in the collection of Howard Phillips. He used to be the games master at Nintendo, and he actually left Nintendo to produce games for THQ, among other people.
And he
I
always
suspect.
had a bow tie.
Yes, he did. He thinks Bill Nye stole it from him.
Ooh.
I suspect that this was a demo that was sent to him at THQ to evaluate. Cool. And the next one actually is, if you don't mind me taking over the segue here.
Another Super Nintendo game, Reactor.
Yeah, and this was another very early demo for the Super Nintendo that Howard Phillips had. And you know, thank goodness he held on to this stuff because like we get these weird peeks into the past,
especially
you know?
for Nintendo stuff.
Yeah. So this was done by Argonaut, who was the British developer that actually like worked on Star Fox and I think might have co-developed the Super FX chip. Don't quote me on
Amazing.
that.
This game is awesome.
Yeah, and it's just 3/4 overhead, you know, shooter demo where.
It's
I
so short,
died.
right?
It was really bad.
It's like 1.5 level.
Right, because again, this was not. You know, they're not going to try to make a whole game out of this. It's
And
just-
you're Boba Fett.
You're Boba Fett shooting vacuum cleaners. There's a vacuum cleaner right there. There's a toaster later on.
I mean, it's a premise.
Yeah.
I like the aliens are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's a bad guys counter, and as soon as you've killed 8 bad guys, the demo ends. But you know, this is another situation where it's like, hey, we built this engine. You know, we have this concept of a sci-fi game with weird robots and you know, sort of an exploration mechanic to it. You
It
know,
seems like you're basically done after you come up with this much of a game. I mean, I'm surprised that things would ever get canceled at this point. Yeah, ship it.
Well, you ship this, come on.
Just have to implement the final boss, which is like
No,
a Dyson vacuum.
I mean, this isn't done. I mean, this is like, okay, we've been working on this for like 2 weeks. Here's a demo, right? Oh, do it. Okay, 6 months of banging your head against a desk, like fixing bugs. And that's game development, my friend.
Yep.
That slime is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Slime's a
perfect
very nice
ooze.
effect.
Whoa, what's
The
that?
weird brain.
Big brain?
Yeah.
This game looks awesome.
It couldn't have come out as Reactor though, because Gottlieb made a arcade game called Reactor.
Was it arcade? Yeah, I thought it might have been. Oh, there's a toaster.
In like
There's a toaster.
'83.
She was toast at you. Yeah.
And it's really cool. It's like a trackball game.
Is the concept,
music.
is this like a maximum overdrive situation where machines have come to life?
I don't know the story of Argonaut, and I don't believe anyone does, except maybe someone who worked on this. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of forgot to.
Yeah.
But that does bring up an interesting discussion point of like why, the sort of utility of finding artifacts like this, right? Is like if you're talking to an ex-Argonaut person, like you can bring up this thing that they maybe forgot about, and that'll really help them, get back into that mindset and tell you more about it. And maybe there's really interesting history with this game. We don't know. I have yet to track down
like
anyone
Dylan
who worked
Cuthbert
on this.
might have worked on it.
Totally,
who
yeah.
made
We
Star
don't know.
Fox
Yeah,
and X.
exactly. Like, and this might have been like an early concept for something else he did, but it's like it's a missing link in someone's career that we now have access to as historians.
Tip to all you young journalists: get the scoops.
Yeah, go out there and get it.
We're going to jump to the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, and this one, I'm going to tell you the title because it's not on your sheet. It's called Tiny Toon Adventures, Defenders of the Universe.
Defenders of the Universe.
That is the full title.
And you said it's for PlayStation 2?
PlayStation 2.
Because I feel like Tiny Toons wasn't as popular in the PlayStation 2 era as it was in the, say, Super Nintendo.
That is a very ethnocentric opinion, my friend, because outside of the United States, Tiny Toons was actually a very big franchise for a very long time. That's why you actually see a Game Boy Advance Tiny Toons game at the same time.
And that's why there's no American flag in the background of this game.
Right.
Strike one.
But yeah, this is
an
actually
adventure. It's just a football game.
This is a tutorial because this is an action adventure game where you pick up and throw stuff. And this was made by Treasure.
Oh.
This is a lost treasure game.
Well,
the guys who made Gunstar
that must be a
Heroes
shame,
and
then.
Bang.io and yeah. And it's an interesting game. I'm not going to say it's a good game, but it has a lot of interesting, weird ideas and mechanics, which is true of just about every treasure game, I'd say. And again, this is a situation where like if you're studying treasure, one of the best respected developers, of our time.
Yeah,
like
you can always shame them with this.
Well, it's not a bad game. It's no worse than some of their other games, honestly. But like they have a lot of not great games, but they always have ideas, and I've always respected them for that, for just having wild ideas and executing them. Unfortunately, you're just kind of seeing the tutorial level here.
Yeah.
Because it does take that ball throwing mechanic and actually throw you into an adventure after this.
That's cool.
But again, I think it's really cool to here you are like getting to class through broken glass.
Jeez.
What is happening?
Walking on broken glass.
Did you ever go to school? It's like
you don't remember this?
Remember school?
Freshman year was the worst.
This was Zach playing. He was very bad at this. Let's make fun of Zach.
This looks difficult.
Yeah, it does look difficult.
But yeah, it's just neat to be able to like, have a piece of Treasure's history. And actually, this is, if you're able to follow everything they've done, this is actually sort of a spiritual successor to a strange little like dodgeball game they did on the PS1. Like this is sort of the pseudo sequel to it, but with Tiny Toons characters. So this is an example of a later generation canceled game that's actually interesting to look at.
So some developer there is dedicating his or her entire career to figuring out the perfect dodgeball game, any cost.
Maybe he's still working on it. I don't know. Maybe they've prototyped a dodgeball game for every system. We don't know.
Super deep cut. There's like a mini game, dodgeball game at the beginning of Banjo-Tooie.
Yeah.
With like those Mayan statues. This
Mayan
sort of
kickball.
reminds me. It was a kickball.
It was a
totally
kickball.
different sport. You can tell.
It's a different limb. Really.
Yeah. Well, they're kicking soccer balls.
So here you are in a later level, and you have like this alien that follows you around. That's a ball.
It was just like that, though. You're right.
And you kind of throw bombs around and fight people.
It looks nice.
Are you inside something?
I think it might be 4-player too. I haven't tried.
Taz's belly.
It looks pretty.
Yeah.
Is this a full game?
It seems to be a full game. It's very fully featured. Yeah.
It's just crazy. That means millions of dollars went into it.
I don't know about millions. Maybe,
you don't think so?
Maybe a million. I don't know.
I mean,
look,
game development around the year 2000.
Yeah.
Maybe not wasn't that expensive yet.
But. I mean, I've been in development for over 3 years, and a million sounds like a lot to me. But maybe we just don't have the right clients. That sounded so bad. I love you, clients.
All right, the next one is actually, we're jumping back to the Sega Master System.
We are.
Dooley the Dinosaur.
Dooley the Dinosaur.
I spent a long time with Dooley and Frank last week. It was great.
Yeah, we hung out.
Kind of my favorite.
Dooley the Dinosaur. I don't think we have audio for this, unfortunately. But okay, so Dooley the Dinosaur was a cartoon character in Korea. And
oh, this looks awesome.
And in Korea, there was a development scene for the 8-bit Sega systems, like the Master System and the Game Gear, and they made this game for the Korean market, and it was released there, fine. But there was a publisher here in the U.S. They were called, what were they called? The Ultimate Game Club, and they were licensing these games from Korea, including Duel of the Dinosaur. And it's funny, if you launch this game and it starts up, you get a Sega Master System FM rendition of Nirvana's "Smells Like Teen Spirit" is the theme song of this game.
Like verse, choruses, and bridge.
Yeah, they
whole song.
transcribed the song.
The soul of it.
The reason that is, according to stories, is that the American publisher sent them a mixtape of American music of the time, saying, you know, this is to inspire you for your composition.
They just went for
but they just went for it.
Yeah.
So what's in there? Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Spin Doctors, Two
Princes, yeah.
And then 2 Soup Dragons tracks, which apparently I've researched since then as a popular kind of like UK Britpop band from the early 90s.
Okay, like I vaguely remember the Soup Dragons.
Yeah, and now I know them because
I couldn't tell you what songs they did. But.
And then also Ugly Kid Joe's "Everything About You."
Oh wow!
Yeah, we like 3 people watching remember this.
Let's toss.
Yeah. Oh, and it's not a very good game, and you
say that now. Let's toss.
Yeah, you have to beat this guy at Rochambeau to be able to get out of here. But you know, it's cute. Like I think he's supposed to sort of be a Terminator parody in this level.
Yeah, he's different costumes. For
yeah,
sounds like a young Leonardo.
Yeah.
And if you lose the Rochambeau, you have to play the level again.
Yeah, and just scrolls forever. Not a great game, but like a really fun artifact piece of history, and actually like it's really fun to be able to study Korean game development in the early 90s, which is not a thing that, you know, any of us had access to. But because of people like tracking down these cartridges and extracting the data off of them, and through, you know, tools like emulation, like we're able to actually see what Korean game development was, and I love that.
One other localization chestnut in this is that it shows a scene between levels in which the dinosaurs are completely off model, like realistic, cool dinosaurs.
Yeah, they render him in a very like Western friendly way. Yeah, he kind of looks like
Sonic Extreme. He's like jumping towards the camera.
Right, but also sort of reminiscent of Disney's Dinosaurs, the show. Yeah.
Like by the early 90s even, the Master System was totally dead here in America.
Oh, and actually,
but apparently in Korea
it was fine. And I should make a very quick point that in America, that was going to be released on the Game Gear, the handheld, but the Game Gear was compatible with Master System software. So it was literally a Master System ROM and a Game Gear cartridge.
I see.
It also saved millions of AA batteries for that game.
And do you think it was the US release was canceled because of the licensing issues?
No, that company actually announced 3 games, released none of them. I think their publishing division just never got off the ground. They were a mail order company. They sold used games in the backs of magazines, and they decided to publish their own too.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, this last one I think is the one I'm most excited for. This game is called Steven Seagal is the Final Option.
That's right.
For Super Nintendo.
Super Nintendo, Steven Seagal, action star. There he is, right there.
Super Nintendo era is like the height of Steven Seagal movies. For sure.
And this, you know, oddly,
confusing era for everybody.
Oddly, this is not based on a Steven Seagal movie.
Yeah, but it's not. Steven Seagal's not actually in the game, is he?
Well,
it's like a lookalike.
Oh, that is one of his stunt doubles.
Okay.
I actually found an article from back then that explained that it was a stunt double that filled in for him. But obviously, this is of the Mortal Kombat era.
Yeah. Pit Fighter.
Where
They
exactly.
took photos and digitized them basically.
Yeah, exactly.
What you can choose where you respawn.
Yeah, but there's a limit.
Yes, I love how he spins.
Did Steven Seagal ever warp in movies?
I've never seen him warp in a movie. I've seen him break bones.
Yeah.
I've seen him join police forces. I think that's real life, though.
Sad little jump.
Oh, this is a recording of me playing. This is
Why did he kill the cop?
This is when I discovered you have a gun and there's no concept of ammo, so you can just shoot everybody.
Oh, okay.
My life became a lot easier.
It looks like his default stance is holding an invisible shotgun right there.
Yeah.
Oh, kinda, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if
yeah,
that's
maybe he is
actually-
a visible shotgunning.
Or just like ready to karate chop.
That's probably
Oh, yeah,
what it
maybe
is.
it's
It's probably
knowing
a
him.
Steven Seagal action pose.
If I know Steven Seagal, it's probably the latter.
So this was like,
game's
they obviously
disturbing.
put a lot of real money into this, like
Yeah.
licensing Steven Seagal and developing a game. You know, I don't think it's.
Well, he blew up.
Well, he got burned in the lava. I think.
I don't know the prototype we have of this it's very early.
Yeah.
Like, you know, because we were able to, with the magic of video editing, make it look like there's a lot going on here, but really it's just a bunch of empty levels with the same bad guys.
Well,
but you know, it's hard to know how far they got with this, but I would just imagine that it strikes me as being a situation where it's like a licensor, you
How is
know,
that guy
like thinks they're
conquering
they're
that,
gonna get rich because they got Steven Seagal,
Very
right?
good.
You know, like Steven Seagal's instant money, so they think they just hire someone to make a game and money gets printed. But it just seems to me like the actual game development part of this was pretty amateur, you know, and they would have never really had a hit, and I think it just got. I would imagine they just kind of blew their budget and canceled the thing.
Well, it's interesting to me.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I
would definitely blow the budget. Yeah.
This graphic style was more common in like fighting games. I can't think of very many like scrolling action games that use this digitized.
There was that bad
style.
Mortal Kombat one. You remember?
I don't remember that one.
It was Mortal Kombat Mythologies.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero something.
And it was a platformer, and he looked like just muddy and terrible, and you hopped around in it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Flashback a little bit, but that's not real people, though. That's just
rotoscope.
Rotoscope,
yeah.
Or Narc is maybe another example.
Sure. Sure. And
that's actually a scrolling action game.
Yeah. But
cool
this was Mortal Kombat is a big hit. Do Mortal Kombat, but with Steven Seagal.
Totally.
Yeah.
And this was for like Super Nintendo. It never made it out to any other platforms.
Nope. No. I don't even know if they might have announced it for Sega. I forget. It's been literally years since I
love the
researched
slow
this game.
approach of the enemies.
Yeah, and the weird like
great
half kicks and
maybe he's walking a dog they never drew in.
But you know, I
maybe
think
they took his dog.
I think
that's why
he's having Phantom Dog.
Early John Wick.
It's a nice little slice of history of this weird time. I mean, like if you've ever seen Batman Forever on the Super Nintendo, it's kind of like this in that it's, you know, photo digitized platforming that. Because they're so focused on the animation, everything, nothing snaps. You know, like everything's just very slow and deliberate. Like his bad predeterministic jump. You know, when you're trying to jump these platforms, it's just you can't time it, and it was not a very promising game. But
I think it's a perfect game.
It's 10 out of 10.
All right, we'll play it after the Raisins.
Very cool. That's a quick look at some canceled games, some very interesting games, the exact type of thing that you try to document with the Video Game History Foundation. Next up, I think you're going to be playing a game called Dino Hockey.
I am.
And then I think
that is it. So I'm real quick, just to make this exciting. It's an unreleased game like these. No one's ever seen before. So these have been around forever.
We've seen dinosaurs and hockey in this segment.
I've not even played Dino Hockey yet.
Now get them combined.
All right, that is coming up right after this.
All right.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Brian Altano, with Alana Pierce and Frank Cifaldi.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, guys.
I live here now.
We are playing Dino Hockey.
I'm excited.
This is a game by Sunsoft from 1991, unreleased.
Yeah, and unlike the other unreleased games we've been seeing, no one's ever seen this one before. The other ones, there's stuff online about them.
Whoa.
This is a recent discovery. World premiere, Dino
I actually
Hockey.
Googled this game to find out information before doing the stream.
Did you?
There is no information.
Yeah,
There's
correct.
one Wikipedia page that's like, this is a game that existed, maybe.
Yeah, and they're referencing a really, really early demo. This is the
Yes,
full
the
game
tech
we now
demo.
have.
Oh,
Okay.
This is an actual game.
So you
All right.
guys can play 2-player teaming up against a computer, or
Oh,
you can play
what should we do?
competitive.
I feel like this should be the first Dino Hockey tournament.
Yeah, let's do it.
I think we and I have not played this game yet.
Okay, good.
So we are being fair here.
So now the logic here, story-wise, is that the Ice Age happened, and the dinosaurs just dealt with it by playing hockey.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm going
Okay, so you're
T-Rex.
choosing first, and then, all right.
and then-
Tons of spelling mistakes in this game.
Oh, are
by
you
the
choosing
way.
for me as
Okay.
well?
No, that's me. So now you're
Oh,
two.
you have 2 players. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unlicensed was spelled with an S.
Oh yeah. Well, you're stuck with that guy, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Tyrannosaurus. They didn't even spell the name right of the titular dinosaur.
That's fine.
Tyrannosaurus.
Game wasn't done yet.
All right.
Herreras.
Here we
Okay.
So it's fully featured, but I don't think it's like ready to ship. You know what I
Sure.
mean?
Okay.
It'll get there. There's
But
still
the
time.
game's all there. And this is a really impressive NES game. There's a lot
I
going on.
don't know how to play this, so it should be very interesting.
Yeah, I
So
don't
now-
either. But you know how to play hockey.
By
sort
first
of.
period,
yeah.
is this like a time period?
All right.
All right,
Is that a
what's going on
turtle?
here? Oh boy.
Dude,
Okay.
that was a turtle.
What do I? Oh, I ran off screen.
No, that you're on the screen.
Ah!
Oh, nice. You
I
actually
fell
blocked
into
What
it.
happened?
Okay.
Did you?
I am now an ice
Oh,
block. Do I have the thing?
You're,
oh,
yeah,
look.
you're the
Okay.
little guy. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
This
gonna
guy
see.
Is fast. Ooh,
I think we're in a fight.
Oh, okay. This is the part of hockey where they fight to the death.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
my
Well,
favorite
no,
part of hockey.
not the death.
Okay.
Have
It's
you
part
seen
of
hockey?
Dino Hockey where they fight to the death.
My favorite
Oh, I jumped on you.
sport to see live is hockey because
It's a good one.
They fight so much.
Yeah, and they
It's
just
great
let it
fun.
go.
And then they slide all over the place, and it's very.
Yeah.
I'm
I
the
feel like we're
darker
just
blue, by the way.
rolling
I
on
just
each
won.
other.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Penalty shot.
Penalty
Okay.
shot awarded.
Y-
Okay.
Oh, because you won the fight.
Yeah. Now I get a penalty shot.
Naturally.
That's the rules of Dino Hockey.
Understand. Okay.
Now you got to knock that taco into the toilet over here.
Okay.
Oh, this
Am
is
I the
interesting.
snake? Oh.
Oh, I just scored.
I feel like I could have done better than that.
I felt like you knocked it right into the goalie's face and it still went in.
So,
All right, it's Dino Hockey, no question.
So there's an ice hockey game I love for the NES called Ice Hockey.
Right.
It's
a good name.
unsurprisingly, which has sort of a similar setup as this, not with dinosaurs, but there are different sort of weight classes, like there's
Right.
skinny, medium, and heavy. And I think we're seeing some of that here.
I think
Like,
that's true. I think this is inspired by it.
Do you feel like there are different controls depending on what size
Boy,
dinosaur you're playing
did I get
as?
it? Nope. Okay.
Like, are the small guys faster?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
small
are
guys are
much
definitely
faster,
faster. Yeah. And I think the description said the T-Rex is mean.
Ooh.
I don't know. Oh.
Oh,
I think if you
parry
try
the
to
turtle
walk into the goal, yeah.
Oh, of course. That does make sense.
Which is also
That is
that's how you
cheating.
beat Ninja Turtles for NES is doing the same thing they just penalized you for. Okay, here we go.
All right, let's try this again.
That was interesting. The song cue that just happened was actually from a Robin Hood game that this developer did.
Really?
Like, it might have just been placeholder in here. Oh, I'm sorry. I just scored on you again, didn't I? I'm
Yes.
so sorry.
It's fine.
I'm just so good at video games.
Is it possible for the goalie to what's up with that bird? Is it possible for
It's not a bird. Although dinosaurs are
Frank,
arguably
technically
birds.
they're all birds.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Unless you follow the canonical Jurassic Park and World movies, in which they're not, because they look cooler without feathers.
Still not totally
come on,
clear on how to steal it from me. You know?
Yeah.
One thing I noticed in this version of hockey,
I'm
is
not either.
no one has sticks. This is soccer,
just-
basically.
So you,
This is-
because you're the big guy, you
I
just
just
called me over.
I
obviously. That's
trampled
cool.
you. Oh, we're in a fight.
Oh, no.
This
it's
can't
not
go
going to
well.
go
At
well
all.
for you. It's going to jump on you a
Oh,
bunch.
that butt stomp is not street legal.
You really are doing that butt stomp.
You're
a
really
lot.
spamming that cheesy butt
Yeah, you
stomp.
really are.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, and then he
destroyed.
waved a taunt.
A taunt. Is that an emote?
Yeah, God, that was a really good move from misspelled Tyrannosaurus.
So, can I ask, how did it happen that this specific game has never been seen before?
So unreleased games, as you might imagine, are kind of difficult to find to begin with. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we
still don't know.
Don't know. Like
nope.
Your goalie's crying.
Maybe if you win a fight, I'll figure it out too. But this particular game was found actually from the original producer of it at Sunsoft. Still had EEPROMs for it.
Wow, that's amazing.
And they were sold to a collector years ago, and I actually they're very difficult to back up, and I just kind of helped them do it a couple weeks ago. So
a lot of fights in this game.
I didn't want to fight you then.
They are dinosaurs.
I was
they
just
did
trying
fight.
to steal the. So I'm trying to jump on top of you. I feel like I'm not doing that.
You did that. I don't know what that.
Oh, you got
wow.
me. You got me.
This is unsettling.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
be
both
totally honest with
very
you.
confused, I think.
Yeah,
that
this is,
helps.
it's
You're
just-
right about that. The backwards butt thing is real good.
Oh
Good
yeah,
move,
yeah.
that
It's a
one.
nice little
Yeah.
slide. Yeah.
The reverse dino butt slam. There we go.
I just keep jumping on you. It seems to work for me.
Oh, I'm not sure how that one worked, but you know what? It's fine.
It's because I'm the T-Rex.
See,
I'm mean.
I feel like I'm hitting you and still dying, but it did say that you were big and heavy. So
It's not Frank. A game like this isn't.
Yeah.
It's not based on any. Like there was no dinosaur TV show or anything.
This was an original IP.
So when I looked it up, there is actually a book called Dino Hockey.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
What's it about?
I assume dinosaurs don't play hockey, but I'm not totally clear.
I think that's a good assumption.
This is getting
Yeah.
sad.
I think that's a good place to put the story though, because if you were to sit around with your friends and come up with the idea for Dino Hockey, you'd probably have to say like, what should this be? And I think you would settle on a book.
Dino Hockey
Would be
yeah.
the best place
Well,
to tell that story.
It's an episode of Where's Wally?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the thing. It's just a really strange cartoon.
Excuse me, you're in America. It's Waldo here.
Oh, that's true.
Is it really?
It is. It is. It is. Where's Waldo here?
Yeah, Wally is his
What?
like, casual.
Yep.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
I just blew your mind.
But Waldo's the evil guy.
No, what? What evil
No?
guy?
Well, maybe
You
where.
guys don't have an evil guy?
Our Waldo doesn't have an enemy.
No, there's an evil guy in ours.
Is there?
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't know.
Wally?
I'm not terribly familiar with the Waldo expanded universe,
All right,
but
I'm gonna.
The WCU?
Oh, you just picked it up. Okay.
The Waldo Cinematic
All right, I'm
Universe.
gonna
so
try
can
really
you
hard to do
can
this
you
one.
move right now? Okay. All right.
But
I see. I
it's
see.
Very unclear.
Okay.
Can you move forward?
See,
Oh, you ducked. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I think it's
Well, I
just
moved forward,
that might have been ducking.
but I think I did it at the wrong time.
Yes.
It's a learning experience for all of us.
It's tough to be a dinosaur.
Though I feel like I'm not learning much.
I think if you stick with this game for years and years,
You can
that-
be the Dino Hockey champion.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Either that or that exact same thing will still keep happening. If you go either way.
I like those odds.
I don't like these scary birds that look like they're dropping tacos onto the ice. This is a very menacing game.
Oops.
It's also weird to have a hockey that has
Ah.
just like stuff on the ice, like there's rocks and poles and stuff
Makes
and
it exciting,
shells.
you know? Oh, I did not
Oh,
mean
you
to
just
shoot
passed.
that way.
You passed.
Okay,
I
so
think. So shoot is A. The one on the
Okay.
right.
I did press B. Oh!
Oh, you saved. Nice.
Oh, he swallowed it and spit it back out.
I guess we're fighting.
All right, we're fighting again. I'm so small though. I
Yeah.
can't, you know.
Do you have a move that's like akin to that?
I just want to see if you can jump on me if you're tiny. Nope.
Nope.
I don't even think you can hurt him. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hurt me at all? Let's
No.
let's
Look,
figure this
come
out.
It doesn't seem like it.
Someone is writing the Game Facts fact
I
right
think
now.
I actually
Wow,
just
you hurt
tried- I
yourself.
hurt myself. Yes.
Wow.
So, the little guy is not a great option. But
No.
you don't get to choose who you are in a fight, though. Is
No,
the problem.
no, but you want to pass the.
I'm gonna try this again.
Okay, but can I?
Oh, I can do
manipulate
that,
at all?
and then that. So what is
I wonder if it's just
So
random.
that's a top shot.
Oh! Nice.
Okay.
Okay, it's possible.
That's cool. All right. Grab this.
I don't like those little packies like from the beginning of Jurassic Park 2 where they eat that girl.
Nice.
Good goal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, look, he's
Finally.
steaming.
Yeah, he's crying. Oh, that
Oh,
guy's
he really
really.
is. The big
Yeah.
mad guy.
Oh,
I
we
really
haven't-
like
we
the
haven't actually
animation.
seen your audience yet.
Why are they wearing red?
Good question. I think they showed
The
up to
red
root.
team? Question mark.
Yeah, they showed up to root for a team that is just not here.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually quite enjoying playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is quite fun to play.
This is a good time.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad hockey game.
Oh, I just
you
passed
just
that
passed
to
it to me. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Oh, I couldn't even tell if that
come
goalie
on,
was
get
there.
up, get up,
Get
Oh,
that
God.
slow down.
Me too. Where's my guy?
Yeah, where was your whole team, Frank? That was odd.
I feel like.
Lana,
oh
is this
no.
you?
Yep.
There we
this
go.
Is me. Wow, you really just squashed me into a pile there.
Bye.
T-Rex is good.
Yeah, he's very good.
Fan
Do you have one?
I don't have a T-Rex. I didn't choose one.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh no, not again. Damn it. It really creeps up on you.
But you have all those packies,
slam
which
dunk.
are
It's called a slam dunk,
which
right?
are great.
Not in hockey. Apparently.
Nope.
All right, let's try this again.
Oh. If you hold the button while it's loading.
Okay.
I was holding up, so if you hold while it's loading, it doesn't like it.
Strange.
Nice.
All right, that's getting easier.
It's so weird how they just get thrown in like,
Damn
like
it.
that.
No, you don't.
Oh.
I tried to say that.
So what's the score right now?
I think it's 6.
6-1? It is. Okay, then we're in blue now.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, both teams are blue.
Yeah, so
Very
they don't really know what's going on.
I've maybe it's a little bit unfair because I worked on a game called IDARB that's very hockey-like.
Yeah.
And I played that for about 2 years, so maybe there's some inherent
Well, I feel like
IDARBness
it's
here.
the T-Rex that's really making things.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how well balanced it is. You know?
Yeah, Frank, it's either your long history as a game designer or it's the T-Rex. I have a feeling
Probably the
it could
T-Rex.
go either way on this
Wait,
one,
what?
actually.
Why are we
Why
fighting?
are we
We
fighting?
haven't even fight now.
I don't want to fight you, my
okay.
friend.
You got to do
I
it.
guess this is the part where we fight, I
Okay,
guess.
apparently that thing still works.
This looks so ridiculous.
Yeah, this is insane.
And I like that the fighting is just a series of jumps.
There's a guy. There's eyeballs in the cave too, watching you.
All right. Oh, there are.
Oh, I
two.
like the border. The border is a nice touch.
Yeah.
Oh, several
Little
little
T-Rexes,
dinos, you know?
yeah.
It's
All right,
very
did
like
I- oh,
Print
did I
Shop
do it good?
Studio '95.
So I was trying to hit you without jumping, just to see if it was possible.
I don't think it is.
Huh. Again, we don't know
No, we
what's
have
here and
absolutely
what's
no
not.
idea.
Yeah. It's uncharted territory.
All right.
You're hitting. You're that's you. Nice.
Wow.
It is quite easy to say.
So I think it just
He
hits
like
and
killed that little thing.
I think it goes in like one area of the grid. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
That you
Yep.
can save to. Whoa.
Somebody got frozen.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Let
There's
it
a lot of
go.
just dead animals all over the ice.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things about this experience.
You still have the puck.
Do I? Oh, I do too. What did I do then?
I don't know.
What?
What happened?
Where am I? Oh.
Ah!
Nice.
Oh.
And you broke it too.
You broke your friend.
Oh, did you just kill your teammate?
Yeah, you killed your teammate with a
Do
turtle
I get
shell.
extra points for that?
Yes.
Are they happy or upset? Because
Not
they
pretty sure.
they like red team.
Not totally clear on the emotions.
Are we still in the first period?
We are.
Yep.
Oh my god. It's a very long
So
game.
it looks like we only have 47 seconds left, though.
I think we could finish this period
Yeah, I think so too.
and determine
This
the
is-
first Dino Hockey champion.
This is like it
No!
really is an entire
Oh, come
time
on.
period.
Where did it go? Where did
You
it go?
have it. You have it.
Oh, I do. You're totally right.
Oh, oops! I'm in the
Get
water.
him. Oh!
All right. What is going on with this ice block?
Somebody
oh,
keeps
I
falling
fell
in
in
the
the
goal.
water. I fell in the water,
And then
which
you got
froze
out?
me.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could pop me out.
Excellent. So many mechanics here. So many things at play, you know? 21 seconds. All right.
All right, you can
Come
still
back
do
in the
this.
century.
You got this.
This is the length of an actual like legal hockey game.
I'm
So-
not sure about that.
Something weird is that the area we came out of at the beginning is just kind of up here.
Oh yeah.
I don't
And
know.
so you can go up there.
What? What?
What?
I guess yes.
Oh man! Wait, I gotta. What?
Dino
you,
dogs.
You ended the.
What's going on in here?
Wow! What's all this?
What's this dude doing with the? Is he wearing sandals? Oh, they're wearing. Oh, they're ice
Oh,
skates?
he's getting Dino Dog, so he's a cannibal.
What's going on with that little one down there?
Yeah,
That's
what's
not good
Whoa.
looking.
What's up the back there? Huh?
Wait, I want to go back to that mini game, whatever that was.
Uh,
oh, you're on where we switch sides.
We got to wrap up, but I really can. One of you just run in that cave real
Yes,
quick. I
yes,
think
we are
have,
doing
we
that.
may. We'll
I
never
got
get another chance in IGN history to go back in that cave.
All right, I'm on it.
Okay, here we go.
So I can
Okay.
jump.
So this is a mini game. You
Oh!
have.
Okay,
All right.
wait.
One more time. One more time.
One more time. One more time. We're
Gotta
getting
get
outta
that
here.
question mark.
Here we go. Here
Come
we
on.
go.
Free power up.
What
You
does
gotta
that
power
mean?
up.
And then you have to get out, right? Oh.
Okay,
it
I got
expanded.
a power up of some
Okay.
kind. What?
Yeah.
that does?
Well, that's Dino
All right, that's
Hockey,
Dino Hockey.
a canceled NES game. One of the weirder
Whoa.
ones we got to play today. Frank, thank you so much. Alana, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So who won? I won.
Frank called
I'm the first Dino Hockey champion in the world.
Well, finally, we have crowned a Dino Hockey champion after years
game's
of
cool.
wondering.
People have been waiting to find out.
We're going to be covering strange games like this for the rest of the stream. So right here on IGN's the place to be. Right back to you, Damon.
Here we are at the end of our show today. Frank and Steve have been hanging out with us all afternoon, sharing some of their items from the Video Game History Foundation, which, today you just started your Patreon.
We did.
And so this whole thing has been sort of a celebration about that. If you care about the history of video games, and if you play video games, you probably should. You can contribute directly to their preservation by going to gamehistory.org/donate.
Yeah, and every dollar we get goes toward, not only acquiring these things, but equipment, upkeep, just travel when we need to, like being able to travel to a developer when they close shop and help them make sure they don't throw important things away.
North Dakota.
I fund another trip to North Dakota.
Right.
Maybe they've got more weird Apple II games. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, anything you guys can do to contribute, and if you can't, just spreading the word would be really helpful for us.
Yeah.
When did you first get interested in preserving the history of video games? When did you first realize that was important?
Your story is probably better than mine. I basically never got rid of anything, when I was growing up, and I always wanted to follow the business of games. So my father was an economist and my mother's an accountant. So you should follow the stocks. And so I started reading business news about companies, which is how I started being able to track things in the 80s. And then as we started building things, hey, we want to save some of this stuff, and I don't think anybody else is doing it. Yeah. Now that we are doing it and we have full-time people, I no longer have to keep renting storage units. I can get everything
So you never had to do that thing where you were like, I'm trading in all my Super Nintendo games for N64 games and all my N64 for GameCube.
No, so I was really lucky in that during the transition from NES to Super Nintendo, I was working in a trade-in store, so I didn't have to do any of that. And so they would throw away the boxes, and throwing away meant going into my house.
Well, it's funny because when I've worked on stuff like Mega Man Legacy Collection, we actually borrowed your Mega Man games to be able to scan the boxes and stuff that were probably probably from that store you worked at.
Yeah. So you're tracking those things to the back. But that's my background. I'm super happy to be on the board and helping with the foundation and seeing what we can do to enable Frank and anybody else we bring on.
As for me, I would say I started in game preservation back in about 1998 when I first got access to the internet, discovered the magic that was emulation, and wanted to know where these ROM images came from, which led me down the dark path of ROM piracy. So I started my not only my preservation career, but just my video game industry career by tracking down games that you couldn't download yet, and often importing them from places like Taiwan, and extracting the data and getting them out there for people. And back then it was just fun and games piracy stuff, but I think I started recognizing early on that we're actually like saving history as we do this, and that led to me like starting Lost Levels in 2003, which was a website about unreleased games, which is kind of why we're playing so many of these now, because that's most of my life's work. But that led me toward discovering the stories behind these games, right? Like why were they canceled, and like talking to people, while they still remembered, while they're still alive, frankly, to get this history down. And that was in 2003, and it kind of started my career in journalism because of that. And I've edited websites. I edited one up, which I guess y'all own now. And Gamasutra I edited for, as the features guy for a while. But wherever I worked, I always sort of kept the preservation thing close at heart and did a lot of history stuff. And, and this is just sort of the evolution of 18 years of work.
Yeah, Brian and I are, both a couple of the older gamers on staff here at IGN, and we love playing retro games, talking about retro games. We love the history of all that stuff. So what you guys are doing is very cool.
Thank you guys so much for what you guys are doing. I mean, this is phenomenal, and I hope all of you watching can help support this awesome foundation, because I really, really think that this is one of the most important things in our medium, and I think it's just so young right now that people don't really realize that this stuff is disappearing and it's going away, and we need to hold on to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to thank everybody who donated, everybody who signed up for Patreon, especially everyone here at IGN and all our guests who came on, Zach and Kirsten and everybody in the back who you don't see on camera.
Yeah.
Actually, you saw Zach on camera lifting a super heavy Xbox 360, but he's really the kind of man that brought all this together. So just thank you to everyone. This is really important to us, and it's been great seeing how important it is to everybody else.
Speaking of video game history, do you know what game turned 10 years old today?
10 years old today.
Peggle.
Really?
10 years old now.
Oh, wow.
That's a significant game.
It is. I love that game.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I just can't believe it was 10 years ago that I was obsessed with
Life is flying by.
Right? And how many years but that E3? Peggle 2!
But I mean, if we're talking about video game history as a whole, like that's a standout in the whole casual games movement of that era.
For sure. Talked about how do you preserve Farmville, right? People don't think about that. And it's one of the things that we need to start thinking about.
It needs to be someone's job. Oh, wait.
It's your job.
Well, thanks for tuning in today. We're going to leave you with another look behind the scenes of the Video Game History Foundation. We'll see you all next time.
A quick shout out Area 5 for doing this video. Area 5, you did an amazing job.
Shout out to Area 5.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Every game has a story, and just playing the game only tells you a part of it. If you want the rest of it, you have to go back in time. You need to look at the box and the packaging to see how the game was sold. You need to know the culture that surrounded it. You need to be able to dig out magazines and see what game players of the time thought of it. Historians rely on this material in order to be able to tell a story about how a game was made and where it came from and why it was important. And that material is in danger of disappearing if we don't act and save it. I'm Frank Cifaldi. I've been working in the video game industry for a little over a decade. I've been a producer, I've been a developer, I've been an editor and a journalist, but my nights and weekends have always been spent saving this industry's past and archiving its history. There are amazing things happening in the world of game preservation, but outside of a handful of museums and public archives and libraries, I don't know of any nonprofits that are specifically dedicated to preserving the legacy of video games. So I started one. The Video Game History Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation dedicated to preserving the history of video games. We believe that video games are more than just playable code. It's the ephemeral material that was produced around it. It's the marketing, it's the stories, and all of these things are in danger of disappearing unless we actually go out and find it and make sure that it's safe. It's in collectors' closets, it's in developer garages, but a lot of people just don't know where to put this stuff. We want to archive it, we want to digitize it and make it available to researchers. We want to take museum pieces and put them in actual museums. And I think more than that, we need to educate people on what kind of material is actually of value to historians and researchers. So we're starting off small right now. We're digitizing video game history and making sure researchers can access it. But in the future, who knows? Maybe we can open up a library and allow researchers to come access physical material. Maybe we become the facilitator for the museums that exist. Maybe we tell developers how to make sure their code is safe and secure. There's a whole lot of ways we could go, and I'm really excited to figure out which directions we can, but we can't do any of it without your help. But most importantly, what your pledge gives us is the opportunity to actually do this right, to make this a full-time pursuit, to actually make a video game history foundation. If you believe in this as much as we do, join us. Let's save video game history together.